chaos and anti-incumbency against the left. Kerala's Manifesto war turns into a freebie face-off, both sides promise big. LDF pushes welfare continuity, pensions, housing and state-led development. BJP pushes for a breakthrough, pitches development plus strong governance. Focus on infra, tourism and investment, BJP tries to shift Kerala's model. But the UDF too faced internal challenges including factionalism within the Congress. And then the third angle, the BJP-led NDA. The BJP has run its most aggressive campaign in Kerala, aiming to break the LDF-UDF duopoly.
भाइयों बहनों, ये LDF और UDF दोहरे चरित्र वाली पार्टियां हैं। देश भर में तो कांग्रेस और कम्युनिस्ट एक साथ चुनाव लड़ते हैं, मगर केरल में एक साथ चुनाव नहीं लड़ते हैं, आमने सामने लड़ते हैं। देश भर में कांग्रेस और कम्युनिस्ट इलू इलू करते हैं और केरल में एक दूसरे का विरोध करते हैं।
PM Modi and top leaders held multiple rallies pushing a development and identity narrative.
भाइयों बहनों, जब हम वक्फ अमेंडमेंट बिल लेकर आए, ये दोनों ने विरोध किया और जब एर्नाकुलम में 600 क्रिश्चियन और हिंदू परिवारों की भूमि 400 एकड़ भूमि वक्फ ने ले ली, ये दोनों के मुंह पे ताले लग गए। ये दोनों तुष्टीकरण के अंदर विश्व में नंबर 1 है।
Issues like Waqf land, religious outreach and infrastructure push dominated BJP's campaign. The BJP also positioned itself as the only alternative, claiming the LDF and UDF are the two sides of the same coin.
LDF, UDF की सरकारों ने कभी भी इस क्षेत्र की परवाह नहीं की। यहां कनेक्टिंग रोड का हाल बेहाल है। मुझे आपके ही साथी बता रहे थे, यहां कई वर्षों से एक भी बड़ा पुल नहीं बना है।
The campaign saw sharp attacks, allegations of secret deals and even controversies over distribution of goods. Key battlegrounds like Malabar and Palakkad turned into a triangular contest with BJP trying to make inroads. Manifestos across parties were heavy on welfare, pensions, jobs, free services, all promised big. But the core battle remains continuity versus change. With LDF seeking a hat-trick, UDF pushing a comeback and BJP eyeing a breakthrough. Today, Kerala decides which narrative wins.
Well, it views as Kerala Assembly Elections 2026 heads to polling, a high-voltage campaign marked by controversies comes to an end. From Mallikarjun Kharge's remarks, row to sharp BJP attacks led by Shivraj Singh Chauhan and clashes involving Pinarayi Vijayan and Revanth Reddy, the battle stayed intense. Now, it's up to the voters to deliver the final verdict.
As Kerala Assembly Elections 2026 head to the polls, battlefield Kerala falls silent after days of fiery campaigns and bitter political clashes. The campaign trail saw a storm erupt over Mallikarjun Kharge's remarks on Gujarat, sparking a massive row and forcing a public apology. The BJP hit back hard, with Shivraj Singh Chauhan accusing the Congress of dividing the nation for political gains.
केरलम की जनता त्राही त्राही कर रही है और ये यूडीएफ और एलडीएफ दोनों एक ही थैली के चट्टे बट्टे हैं, चोर चोर मोस्तेरे भाई। जब तुम्हारी सरकार आए तो तुम खाओ, जब हमारी आए तो हम खाएंगे, लेकिन कोई किसी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई नहीं करेगा। इस खेल को, इस नाटक को जनता समझ चुकी है और इसलिए जनता ने मन बनाया है विकास के लिए, एक समृद्ध और विकसित भारत के निर्माण के लिए, समृद्ध केरलम, विकसित केरलम के लिए, सुरक्षित केरलम के लिए लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ हैं, एनडीए के साथ है और इस बार एनडीए यहां सरकार बनाई।
Controversy deepened in Katakada, where BJP candidate PK Krishnadas faced complaints over allegedly inflammatory and derogatory speech. War of words escalated between chief ministers as Pinarayi Vijayan and Revanth Reddy traded sharp barbs, dragging personal attacks into the poll battle.
Today, we have to think, we have to take a decision of Kerala future. If you are going to vote LDF or Pinarayi Vijayan, the vote is going to reach Narendra Modi in Delhi. So Kerala people are intelligent people, Kerala people are educated people. They have never allowed communal people into Kerala.
From Po Mone Vijaya to befitting reply, the political rhetoric turned intense, raising questions over the falling discourse in high-stakes elections. Now the D-Day is here, and now it's all about the public sentiment.
All right, viewers, now Assam goes to polls today in a high-stakes battle with the BJP seeking a third consecutive term under Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, emphasizing development, infrastructure and a tough stance on illegal migration, while the Congress-led opposition focuses on unemployment, welfare and anti-incumbency. With multi-cornered contests, alliances, shifts and the impact of delimitation, the key question is whether voters will opt for continuity or change. Watch this report.
Assam heads into a crucial poll with the BJP looking for a third straight term. CM Himanta Biswa Sarma has led an aggressive campaign projecting governance and strong leadership. The BJP's campaign has revolved around development, infrastructure and a hardline stance on illegal migration. Union Home Minister Amit Shah even promised deportation of infiltrators, turning identity into a key poll issue.
ये भारत की भूमि है, यहां कोई घुसपैठियों की जगह नहीं है। ये घुसपैठिया हमारे चाय बागान के श्रमिक की मजदूरी खाता है, हमारे युवा की रोजगारी छीन लेता है, हमारे गरीब के राशन में वो हिस्सा मांगता है। और ये कोई धर्मशाला नहीं है, ये भारत है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार चुन चुन कर घुसपैठियों को निकालने का काम करेगी।
PM Modi in Assam claimed that Congress had attempted communal violence.
साथियों, 2014 के चुनाव से पहले कांग्रेस की केंद्र सरकार ने एक कम्युनल वायलेंस कानून बनाने का प्रयास किया था। इसका मकसद था अपने पक्के वोट बैंक का तुष्टीकरण। इस बिल में बहुसंख्यकों को दंगे के लिए जिम्मेदार माना गया था। बहुसंख्यक लोग गुनहगार माने गए थे और धार्मिक अल्पसंख्यकों को हमेशा के लिए पीड़ित माना गया था। ये बिल अपने आप में सांप्रदायिक था, इसलिए बीजेपी एनडीए ने संसद में ये कानून नहीं बनने दिया।
On the other side, the Congress-led alliance is attempting a comeback. Led by Gaurav Gogoi, the opposition has focused on unemployment, welfare and anti-incumbency. But the opposition has also faced alliance troubles, seat-sharing disputes and internal rivalries. The campaign also saw major political realignments, with leaders switching sides just weeks before polls. In many seats, multi-cornered fights have emerged, splitting votes and complicating outcomes. A major factor this time, delimitation. Newly redrawn constituencies have changed the electoral math, forcing parties to rework strategies. But above all, this election is being fought on identity. Assamese nationalism, migration and cultural preservation have dominated the political discourse. The BJP banks on strong leadership. The Congress on anti-incumbency and alliances try to tilt the balance. As campaigning ends, the question is simple: continuity or change? Today, Assam decides.
Well, in fact, in two states, hat-trick is what is being aimed by the parties. In the state of Assam, as far as BJP is concerned, 10-year term that they've almost completed now for Himanta Biswa Sarma, as well as the Chief Minister of Kerala, that is Pinarayi Vijayan. It would essentially be about getting the hat-trick, a crucial day for both the Chief Ministers. Over the next couple of minutes, we're going to take you through all the latest details coming in from the ground, the largest team of reporters on the ground, Shiva.
Yeah, definitely. And this time it's a very tough battle, and it will be a test for Pinarayi Vijayan also, because he will be making history if he is re-elected, breaking the record of the previous Chief Minister, who had a record of being a Chief Minister for more than 10 years. Now, he has a few days left. He needs 1 year more for breaking that record, shattering that record. Definitely a tough test. But I believe that this time Himanta Biswa Sarma, as before also, he is better placed. People have entrusted him before also. It will be a very tough fight for Gaurav Gogoi, for the Congress party. It will be a very tough battle for them also. Now, we will have ground reporters from the location. We will have our reporters from Assam, from Kerala, who will give us minute-to-minute updates and the polls as they are happening. People must have started queuing for voting right now, Shaban.
Well, in fact, let's straight away go across to our reporters on the ground, getting us the latest details and also the mood at this stage, given the fact that the voting percentage would be crucial for the incumbent, for the BJP, which is essentially looking at a hat-trick in the state of Assam. After a lackluster campaigning that was done in the previous elections by the Congress party, it seems this time, with a face there, it has been perhaps a high-octane campaigning that we saw by both the alliances, the NDA alliance in the state of Assam, as well as the Congress's Mahajot there. Let me go across to our reporters on the ground. Lintoy and Anirudh is joining us from Assam, Sharda and Shankar from Kerala. First, straight up, let's go to the east. That's Anirudh and Lintoy. Anirudh, what's the sense that you're getting? Because this time, unlike what we saw in the previous 2021 election, it was undoubtedly a high-octane campaigning that has taken place. Give us a sense, the mood, and also perhaps someone who's covered the Assam elections in the last few weeks. You've spoken to almost all the key leaders, the key fights that are essentially taking place. Give us a sense of the key fights that we're really looking at from the state of Assam.
Yes, Awan, definitely these elections are very interesting in Assam, and as we are at the Dispur polling station here at the capital seat, just 100 meters away from the capital seat, the Assam Legislative Assembly, here you can see long queue has been already formed by the voters to cast their vote. Assam has been religiously witnessing a very high voter turnout. Remember, in the last assembly elections, that is in 2021, we witnessed a voter turnout of almost 82.43%, which is very much unprecedented. And this time also it is being expected that a very high voter turnout will be witnessed in the state of Assam. As far as the key fights are concerned, in these elections, the key seats that everyone is looking up to is obviously the Jalukbari constituency, from where Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma is contesting. Then the Dispur seat is one of the most prestigious seats of Assam. Here also a very high octane campaign has been witnessed. A very high volt contest has been witnessed between Pradyut Bordoloi and Meera Borthakur. Remember, Pradyut Bordoloi happens to be the Congress leader who abandoned the Congress just a few weeks ahead of the election, and he's joined the Bharatiya Janata Party, and he is seeking a tenure as an MLA from the Dispur constituency. Apart from Dispur and Jalukbari, Jorhat is witnessing a very high vol contest between Hiten Goswami, former Speaker of the Assam Legislative Assembly, and Assam Pradesh Congress President Gaurav Gogoi. And if we talk about Sibsagar, Khoang, these are other constituencies where high volt campaigning were witnessed, high volt contest is being witnessed. But if we talk about the mood of the voters, it is very clear. As you can see, people have queued up since morning. Would like to get in a few voices. आज मतदान हो रहे हैं, मतदान पर क्या आशा है आप लोग का?
Yeah, definitely. We'll just have a look at the key constituencies where there will be a key battle also. And let's have a look at those also, Shravan, because primarily it will be a battle, especially for Himanta Biswa Sarma. In this case also, we'll show the graphics of the key contestants and the key battle. This time, definitely a tough battle for Pinarayi Vijayan, the LDF versus UDF. It's known in Kerala that there's always a change of the government, but in 2016 elections and 2021, Pinarayi Vijayan made history by coming back to elections. He was the first one to repeat, to make history in this context. All right, let's move on to the candidates of Assam. I am being told we have the graphics for Assam. All right, on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Jayanta Malabura is the close aide of CM Himanta Biswa Sarma. He is the key candidate. Now, we are talking about Nalbari in Assam. He is the key candidate for BJP. It will be a tough battle in Nalbari. Moving on in Nalbari, from the Congress party, we have Ashok Kumar, who was a former BJP MLA, and this will be going to be a tough battle because he previously won.
In fact, I just want to quickly add, as far as Nalbari is concerned and the Congress candidate, what the Congress has essentially been focusing on is that those very candidates who have not been repeated by the BJP have essentially been given tickets by the Congress party. So they've thought perhaps that is going to be swaying it in their favor, given the fact that they've been largely talking about the infighting within Assam BJP. Now, that's what the Congress has been saying. Let's also take a look at the other key candidates that is going in. Kawang is the other place. This is where you have the ally taking into the picture, AJP as well as BJP's alliance, particularly in Upper Assam, if I may say so. That's the key area. And BJP has essentially looked at two things as far as Upper Assam is concerned. One, with regards to the key candidates, where they're essentially looking at the fact that it is about ethnic Ahoms who have largely been targeted by what they say is the outsider. It's the outer thing. Let me also, I believe there is a breaking news now coming in from Kerala. Suresh Gopi.
He's speaking. Let's listen in.
Account, the political parties will have a general idea on what is the need of the people of that locality or that assembly constituency. And every manifesto there is for the whole of Kerala that if we come to power, then. But individual candidates and constituencies also will give them promises, offers, dreams that I have also done. So then when it comes to technicalities, cooperative federalism structure, fundings, allocations through budgets, all that will have an implication on whatever was made in the form of a promise or a manifesto. There should be budget allocations. The central budget pool should have spaces to contain all the needs of hundreds of or thousands of constituencies, wards, municipal wards and panchayat wards. So all this has to be contained in the central budget. So manifesto and implementation of a certain manifesto or group of manifestos will always rely on the central funding and the state funding. So we can't say about effective implementation of manifesto, but manifesto has been well kept as promised by the Narendra Modi led government at the center.
So do you think India is forming the government? What would be the number this time in Kerala?
I have no idea. Can you suggest a number? Because you've been traveling around the state. Can you put a perfect number on how much NDA is getting, how much Indi is getting? I will say only Indi. How are they in Tamil Nadu? How are they in Assam? How are they in West Bengal? How are they in Puducherry? How are they? So, Indi on one side, Indi alliance.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Character, the taste of success.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it.
Well, it's only good if you win. You know, you can only do. And we've won. Let me say, we've won. You know, you never like to say too early you won. We won. We won the bet. In the first hour, it was over. But we won.
Well, 296 seats up for grabs in the state of Assam and Kerala. For both the chief ministers, the incumbent parties, it is going to be a tough battle. Having said that, as far as Assam is concerned, the focus has largely been what the BJP has been saying. It's about development and taking care of the ethnic population in the state of Assam. Yeah. Over to you, Shivam, to quickly take our viewers through Kerala, the other big state where we are seeing a hugely contested elections this year.
Yeah, definitely a very tough battle when it comes to Pinarayi Vijayan. It is LDF versus UDF, and we'll be focusing on the key seats, the key constituencies. Sharda also is with me. Our correspondent is at the location. But first up, let's have a look at the big breaking news development that we are fetching right now. It's Prime Minister Narendra Modi who has appealed to voters in Puducherry, Kerala and Assam to participate in large numbers in the ongoing assembly elections. Now, he emphasizes the importance of youth and women voters, urging them to strengthen democracy. He says, and I quote, every vote matters in shaping the future. He says, hoping for record participation and enthusiastic voting. We also appeal to everybody, to every citizen in that constituency, in all constituencies. If it's time to vote, you should go and vote. It's your right and you should cast your vote, definitely.
Well, in fact, the Prime Minister's message comes in just as the voting has begun in 2 states and 1 union territory. We'll try and also go across to our reporters on the ground to get you a sense of the mood on the ground, with the largest team of reporters getting us a sense of what's really happening. First, let me just quickly go across to Sharda, who's joining us from Kerala. Sharda, now for the UDF as well as the LDF, now in a way, it is a do-or-die battle. And there is a third entry that we are really looking at, with the BJP, of course, being perhaps a little gung-ho with the mayor elections that has worked in their favor in Thiruvananthapuram. Give us a sense of what's really happening on the ground.
Well, today the Kerala is going into elections, and earlier, which was, as you mentioned, a two-way fight just between the UDF and the LDF. Today we have the BJP also stepping in as a third friend party. A similar situation to what's happening in Tamil Nadu, as well, as we are looking forward for the elections in the coming days, which is April 23rd in that state. For the first time, Kerala is having a three-way fight, and BJP having a stronghold in Thiruvananthapuram, with multiple leaders from the NDA had already come forward pushing Trivandrum to be the place where BJP is going to make a huge mark. So, keeping in mind that Thiruvananthapuram MLA Anthony was sacked from his position just before the elections actually started, like in the beginning of this year, 2026. Now the MLA position is empty in Trivandrum, and BJP is holding on to that position, making sure they have a strong hold here. Out of the 4 constituencies, one being LDF stronghold and other being a BJP stronghold. So Thiruvananthapuram might see a change sometime, because this time BJP in Kerala on the whole as multiple strong candidates under the NDA with their alliance, two alliance parties. So likely the Thiruvananthapuram might see a change because as I mentioned, BJP leaders have a strong hold here, including the party's president has been posted as a candidate in the Thiruvananthapuram constituency, Shaban.
Definitely. Sharda, if you can share more details about the Nimom constituency and how better BJP is placed. It's the only seat BJP won in 2016. It will definitely be a tough battle for BJP in Nimom.
Well, in Namam, it is very important because, as you mentioned, it's after 10 years that BJP is again getting onto this stronghold in the Namam constituency. The Namam constituency, as such, was under the LDA for the last 10 years, which especially with the CPIM leaders. Now, this time, likely that the campaign's taken a stronghold for the BJP in Namam constituency. Namam constituency is one of the important constituencies, as we can mention. It's not about just the key candidates, but the constituency on the whole, because it decides who on the end power will be. The winning in Namam constituency gives them an extra hand to form the government in the state of Kerala, and also moving towards the next stage of the elections. Polling has begun all 140 constituencies in Kerala, and already Congress leader V.D. Satishan has arrived. He's voting, and Congress MP Shashi Tharoor will also be voting soon. And right here from now, the BJP leaders are also going to go on the roads, checking whether all the poll battles are being fought in a proper way.
Well, I'll shift focus now back to the state of Assam. Getting us the latest details is Lintoy, who's going to join us on this broadcast. Lintoy, give us a sense of from where you are basically reporting right now. And in fact, as far as some of the key constituencies are concerned, we've seen there has been a setback just 24 hours ago for the Congress party, with some of the Congress candidates actually withdrawing.
Right now I'm in Hadguri in Nagaon district. So all eyes are on the high stakes Jagiroad Assembly constituency here in Assam. Senior BJP leader and Assam's Water Resources Minister Piyush Hazarika is in the fray, going head-to-head against Congress candidate Bugul Das. This constituency reserved for the scheduled caste category and is considered politically significant in Oregon district and falls under the Nagaon parliamentary seat. Now, Piyush Hazarika is no newcomer here. He has been a member of the Assam Legislative Assembly since 2011. First winning from Roma, then securing consecutive victories from Jagiroad in 2016 and 2021. This makes this election a real test of his political stronghold.
Lintoy, we seem to be having some trouble with your audio line. We'll try and fix that line in a short while from now. I'll take that question perhaps to Anirudh. Anirudh, perhaps a setback for the Congress in the last few weeks in the fag end of the campaigning. They essentially started off perhaps hoping that this time they've had a face with Gaurav Gogoi. I believe that's Pradyut Bardula is speaking. Let's go across.
Right. When I decided to file my nomination as a Bharatiya Janata Party candidate from Dispur, I tried last minute, but then since it didn't get transferred, so I came here to cast my vote first thing in the morning. So I've cast my vote now, so I'm heading back to Dispur. I have no comment because she's known for her foul mouth, and she says all kinds of things all the time. So I wish her well. She should do well. I never imagined that they run a dirty tricks department like this, but they did a very sloppy job actually. Whatever they tried to do, it boomeranged on them. I feel very bad for them. Thank you very much.
Well, Shravan, these are the defectors previously from the Congress party, and the main point here is that the Bharatiya Janata Party, the BJP, has given them a chance. They've chosen the defectors, those who have come from other parties. But Pradyut Bordoloi comes with a lot of experience, more than 30 years in Congress, a senior MLA more than 4 times. He was an MLA, he was an MP from Nagaon. So they're picking people who have a very good track record, who can fetch numbers, who can fetch votes. Shravan.
Well, that has also led to some discontentment within the Bharatiya Janata Party, the state of Assam. Also, these are the latest images coming in of Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. Now, where he says that taking the blessings and passing it on to the people of Assam, hoping for more development for the state. Now, as far as Himanta Biswa Sarma is concerned, he had basically carried out this entire campaigning on 2 fronts. One, it is about illegal immigration, and the fact that he says that illegal infiltration has basically led to a situation where the ethnic population has had to take a major hit. And he says that there's going to be an absolute demography change. Now, that has been one key area of focus for the Chief Minister, and the other effectively being the welfare schemes, which is exactly what we are seeing, perhaps working for the Bharatiya Janata Party, particularly in Upper Assam, where he's targeted them. He's targeted that as part of their campaigning for the Chief Minister. That has been a crucial area. The other would be quite interesting, particularly in Bodoland, because this time you do not have the kind of alliances that the Congress has seen in the past. So Bodoland is also going to be an important, crucial area that you're really looking at. And of course, the Bengali Muslim majority areas where the AIUDF plays a crucial role. This time they are not in alliance with the Congress party, unlike what they were in the past. So would that act as a setback for the Congress party, or leaning towards the Congress has been the AIUDF? How does it really change in the days to come? That is something that one will have to wait and watch.
Yeah, and definitely the manifesto, the mention of UCC, it's quite important, and also the strict action against illegal immigrants, especially the Bangladeshis, and of freeing the land from encroachment by the encroachers, by the outsiders, and protecting indigenous land, culture and heritage, the Ahomia identity. And these are the visuals, as you can see, Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma praying to God before the results, before the election is going on, the voting is going on, and is praying for victory this time. All right, we have Anirudh with us for more details. Anirudh, if you can share the key constituencies, the key battle, and how difficult it is going to be for the Congress party this time. There is Gaurav Gogoi, and there are many defectors who have left Congress party. Senior leaders who have left Congress party have joined BJP, and they have been fielded as candidates like Pradyut Bordoloi.
Yes, if we talk about the key contest this time, then that's definitely Jalukbari, Dispur, Nalbari, Jagirot, Jorhat, Sibsagar and Khwanga, some of the constituencies where the contest has been, eyes has been all fixed, though in constituencies like Jalukbari belonging to Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma and Jagirot, from where Piyush Hazarika is contesting. In these constituencies, there is almost no contest, you can say, but yes, all eyes are fixed. As far as the Congress party's campaign strategy is concerned, their campaign mostly surrounded on some of the topics like, bringing in allegations against the government, bringing in allegations against the Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's family. But however, if we look at the fallout of the Congress campaign, then there has been a drastic fallout. On the other hand, the defectors, particularly the allegations leveled by Pradyut Bordoloi and Bhupen Bora, both very senior Congress leaders who had defected from the Congress party days ahead of the election, and they have joined the Bharatiya Janata Party. They had clearly stated that Gaurav Gogoi, while he was campaigning in the state, the Congress High Command, while they were campaigning in the state, they were not actually preparing for the 2026 elections, but instead they were their target was that for the 2029 elections or the 2031 elections. So there have been many, drawbacks and loopholes as far as the campaign strategy of the Congress party is concerned. On the other hand, the aggressive push that has been put forward by the Bharatiya Janata Party as far as infiltration is concerned, as far as, eviction drive in the enclosed government land and forest land and hot row land is concerned, preserving the culture and identity of the Assamese people is concerned. These are all aspects that the people have keenly looked into as the campaign moves forward. Sawan.
Well, let me also go across to Anil Poddar, who's joining us from Dibrugarh. Anil, Upper Assam has been the key focus for the Bharatiya Janata Party. In terms of campaigning, we haven't really seen that really coming in from the Congress party. Give us a snapshot of the campaigning of the Congress party and also from the location where you're coming live to us.
Yes, Sharon. Right now we are reporting from the Khwang constituency. Khwang constituency is under Dibrugarh district, and it is important because the Assam Jatiya Parishad leader Lurinjyoti Gogoi is contesting from this seat, and this is because Congress, the opposition alliance led by the Indian National Congress and Raizor Dal and Assam Jatiya Parishad. So Lurinjyoti Gogoi is contesting from this constituency. And as we have seen that in recent past, the Congress leaders also were coming to campaign in the Upper Assam constituencies. But as we have seen that the alliance that was done with the Raizor Dal, it was too late for the opposition that they came to a conclusion for the alliance. That is why. Managed to put the
Anil, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to, a quick word as far as Raizor Dal is concerned, because they are now in alliance with the Congress party, and they were quite upbeat about the fact that this is going to change their fortunes on the ground. But does that really have much of an impact?
ജനങ്ങൾ രാവിലെ തന്നെ ജനാധിപത്യ അവകാശം വിനിയോഗിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി വരുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത് ഏറെ സന്തോഷകരമായ കാര്യമാണ്. പൊതുവെ ഇടതുപക്ഷ ജനാധിപത്യ മുന്നണിക്ക് അനുകൂലമായ സാഹചര്യമാണ്. തെരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പ് പ്രചരണത്തിൽ
Alright, so these are the visuals of Mohanlal voting. As you can see, everybody is casting vote. Today is the day to cast their vote, and live visuals coming in from that location, Kerala Assembly polls. Key constituencies on your left, and this is the time everybody is voting, casting their votes. And all right, we have Shankar with us. Shankar, if you can share more details about the key constituencies where you've placed right now, the key battles and the key candidates, Shankar, over to you.
Yes, there are actually after 48 hours of vicarious campaigning and some hours of silent campaigning in the state, the Kerala goes to polls today morning from 7 o'clock till the evening. But this time we can understand one thing clearly, that there has been a larger voter turnout to the polling stations across the state. We are standing right in front of Kabadiyar Army Salvation School, which is of Vaithilingam constituency, where the high-profile candidates of BJP are Sri Lekha and UDF's candidate K. Muralidharan and LDF's CPM candidate VK Prashant are contesting. This constituency is so special not because of the stature of the candidate, but because of the shifting trend that has been shown by the voters for the last couple of years. This particular constituency was strong bastion of UDF in the state. But in the last Lok Sabha elections, the BJP candidate R. Chandrasekharan had an upper hand by securing 53,000 votes, leaving behind the Congress candidate for the LDF candidate for UDF candidate Shashi Tharoor for just 43,000 votes. So it gives much promise to the BJP candidate in this Vatiyurkavu constituency. And after all, in the last local body elections, the BJP could secure 14 out of the 22 wards in this constituency, and the LDF had to satisfy with some less than 5 seats, and UDF just 2. So these hopes, these facts give much promise to the BJP candidate R. Srilekha, much hope, and we should understand one thing in this election. This election is so unique because of a whole number of things. As unlike the last assembly elections and Lok Sabha elections, we could see a minority vote consolidation this time, as all the communal organizations such as SDPI, Welfare Party of India, Jamaat, Islami, all have openly declared their support to the UDF and the Congress party. So they are not even contesting in any of the constituencies. Jamaat Islam is not contesting in any of the constituencies, but the Social Democratic Party of India that had a plan to contest in over 100 seats of the total 140 constituencies. But in the last moment, they changed their plan, and they're contesting only in 36 seats. When it comes to
Advantage for the UDF,
BJP had 3.
The support from SDPI, the support from Jamaat-e-Islami. Do you think it will be an advantage for the UDF or the Congress? What about the Hindu votes consolidation, which the NDA is focusing, LDF might be focusing? It will be difficult for the LDF in that case, but more difficult for the UDF. And this time, if you factor in anti-incumbency factor, it's time for the UDF now.
No, we should understand one thing that is clear. Like Kerala has a tradition of voting to power the alternative front. Like if UDF rules the state for 5 years, in the next assembly elections, the LDF would come to power. That was a tradition which is being followed for the last couple of years. But there was a change in 2016 as the LDF for the first time rewritten the history by coming to power in the second consecutive term. So this consolidation of minority votes and the resurgence of Hindutva and in Kerala is not something that happened just before the assembly polls, but there was a local body election some months back, and this LDF was taking a soft Hindutva approach by getting in touch with all Hindu communities such as SNDP, NSS and all. And this compelled the other communal organizations such as SDPI, PFI, Welfare Party and all to openly support UDF, as the LDF was aligning with these Hindu community organizations and some words of these community leaders. For example, SNDP leader Vellapalli Nadeshan had raised some comments against the Muslim community in the state while being in touch with the LDF. This annoyed this Welfare Party of India and such organizations, such Islamic organizations, and they took a unanimous decision to support the UDF across the constituencies, and it was then the decision was taken not to contest in any of the constituencies this time, and the Welfare Party, the Social Democratic Party of India was also taken decision not to contest, but in the final moment they took a decision to contest in 36 constituencies where BJP is not going to make much impact in the polls. In Thiruvananthapuram there are 14 constituencies, of which the Jamaat Islami and Welfare Party of India are not contesting in any of the seats. And the SDPI contesting in 2 seats, one in Attingal and in Nedumangad. In rest of the constituencies, even in Nemang constituency, we can see the Rajiv Chandrasekhar is a winnable candidate of BJP, where the SDPI has declared open support for the left candidate V. Shivankutty, because in the last elections, V. Shivankutty's victory was for a narrow margin, and in the election before in 2016, the BJP candidate O. Rajagopal Rajagopal won the constituency, and the old Rajagopal's constituency was the first ever victory in an assembly seat by a BJP candidate. But due to some other reason, the next election in 2021, the LDF candidate won the constituency, and this time the SDPI and Jamaat Islami and Welfare Party of India do not want to happen any such thing in favor of BJP, and they declared an open support for the LDF candidate V. Shivankuti. And here we are standing right in Manjeshwaram constituency in Kasaragod, where BJP's former president K. Surendran is contesting, and he lost the seats in the last election for just 700 votes, and in 2016 assembly polls he lost the seat only for just 78 votes. So BJP was having high hopes in that constituency, but in the last moment the SDPI withdrew its candidate. K. Mashrab, the candidate of SDPI, was withdrawn from the constituency as per a request given by this UDF leader P. Kunjalikutti, and it declared an open support in Manjeshwaram. And in the similar way, in almost all the constituencies, these communal organizations are backing behind this left and right, UDF and CPM-led Left Democratic Front and the Congress-led United Democratic Front, with a clear intention to defeat BJP wherever it has high hope.
Okay, we seem to have some problem with the audio line there. Now, as far as the key battles are concerned in the state of Kerala, we've just quickly taken you through all that is being seen as the hotly contested seats. I'll just quickly go back perhaps to Assam right now, where my colleague Anirudh is also joining us. Anirudh, the focus essentially right now has also been to keep the flock together, because there was a fear till about last evening that there could be more candidates really withdrawing from the Congress party. Has there been any further change, or are we really looking at just one Congress candidate, perhaps withdrawing from the fray?
Yes, Avan. So far it is only one Congress candidate, Suren Doimari, who has withdrawn from the contest, though his name is still there in the EVM. He has appealed the voters not to cast his vote, cast the vote in his favor, and he has also brought in some serious allegations against the Congress party, that the Congress party had betrayed him, that the Congress party has betrayed the scheduled tribe people of the state. These are the major allegations that Suren Doimari, who happens to be a leader from the tribal Bodo community, has brought in against the Congress party. And it is being also looked into as a fact that the allegation that has been leveled by Suren Doimari yesterday will have a major impact on the Congress's fortune in these elections as the state goes to poll today, Savan.
We'll continue our coverage. We'll show you all the key candidates, key constituencies. But now it's time to slip into a short commercial break. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue our coverage of the elections in Assam, in Kerala and in Puducherry. Don't go anywhere, just a short commercial break, and we'll be coming back in a short while.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Director, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Right, welcome back. I join in Shravan and Shivam on this broadcast where we are bringing to you, friends, ground reports, election coverage, voting from Assam, Kerala and Puducherry. 126 seats in Assam, 140 in Kerala and just 30 in Puducherry, the union territory, which are polling today. Remember, the first day of multi-phase polling that's being carried out in 4 states and 1 union territory. Tamil Nadu and Bengal going to be coming next, the big ones. But in these 2 states, incumbents looking to retain themselves in power. BJP in Assam, the left-led government of Pinarayi Vijayan in Kerala. And both the cases, they are looking to come back to power for the 3rd time, Shravan, right?
Well, it's the hat-trick battle, if I may say so, particularly the state of Assam. This time, Abhishek, we've undoubtedly seen high-octane campaigning that's taken place. These are latest images now coming in. We'll try and see where are they from. This is Rajiv Chandrasekhar casting his vote. In fact, for Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the man who has basically literally shifted base and has been campaigning there. There is absolutely no doubt about one fact. Whether at all they make any dent or not is a different matter altogether. But having said that, a serious attempt largely has been made by the Bharatiya Janata Party in the state of Kerala. In fact, these are the latest images now coming in. Just a quick snapshot of in terms of the campaigning that has taken place in Kerala, and then we'll of course go across to our reporters on the ground. Largest team of reporters getting us the latest updates, minute-to-minute updates that are going to take place. And the focus is also going to be on the voter turnout, because particularly what the Prime Minister has been talking about, seeking a record turnout.
Definitely. This was the appeal by Prime Minister Narendra Modi for everybody to come out and vote. And this is the Nimom constituency, very important. We must not forget that this in 2016, this was the seat that BJP won. It could not repeat the history, but definitely it's a high-stakes battle. How much of an impact will BJP be able to make in this elections? We'll have to wait and watch. But it's one of the major constituencies, the Nimom constituencies.
Okay, we have two political analysts joining us on this broadcast. We have C. Rajsekharan and we also have, all right.
നമുക്കെല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാം എല്ലാ 5 കൊല്ലം ഒരു തെരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പ് വരും. ഈ തെരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പ് ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന ഒരു അവസരമാണ്. നാടിൻ്റെ ഭാവി, നാട്ടുകാരുടെ ഭാവി, കുട്ടികളുടെ ഭാവി, നാടിൻ്റെ ദശയും തീരുമാനിക്കാൻ ഒരു അവസരമായിട്ട് ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് കിട്ടുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ എല്ലാവരോടും അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കുന്നു, ഈ ഇലക്ഷനിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കണം. എല്ലാവരും അവരുടെ വോട്ടിംഗ് ബൂത്തിൽ പോയി വോട്ട് ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് എൻ്റെ ഒരു വിനീതമായ അഭ്യർത്ഥന. അതിൻ്റെ അപ്പുറം എനിക്ക് 2 കാര്യങ്ങൾ പറയാനുണ്ട്. ഞങ്ങൾ BJP NDA കഴിഞ്ഞ കുറേ മാസമായി മുമ്പോട്ട് വയ്ക്കുന്ന ഒരു വികസിത കേരളം എന്ന കാഴ്ചപ്പാട് ആത്മാർത്ഥമായി ഞങ്ങൾ എല്ലാവരോടും പോയി സംസാരിച്ച് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ആഗ്രഹം എന്താണ്, ഞങ്ങളുടെ വിഷൻ എന്താണെന്ന് കൃത്യമായി പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇതൊരു നിർണായകമായ ഇലക്ഷനാണെന്ന് ജനങ്ങൾ ഏറ്റെടുത്തിരിക്കുന്നു. എനിക്ക് പൂർണ്ണ ആത്മവിശ്വാസമുണ്ട്. വലിയ മാറ്റം ഈ
Okay, that was Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the Kerala BJP chief voting, and he's contesting from Nimom. And now we have pictures coming in of Pinarayi Vijayan, the incumbent chief minister, contesting for the 3rd term, the octogenarian. And he's been in the midst of controversies, lots of them, Shawan, both at personal front and, of course, otherwise, if you look at the Sabarimala theft case, and clearly there seems to be an element of anti-incumbency. But it's the first time that Kerala is having a 3-cornered contest, the BJP making a serious bid. In fact, they are contesting more seats than the Congress this time, and that's really significant. I think for the first time in decades that Kerala is seeing a 3-cornered or triangular contest, as it is called, between the LDF, the Left Alliance, the UDF, the Congress Alliance, the Muslim League Alliance, and the NDA with the BJP leading there. Pinarayi Vijayan, they are voting in Kannur, and that's, I believe, in central Kerala. Can we have the Nats, please? Okay, Pinarayi Vijayan. Shawan, just day before yesterday, we had the Supreme Court full bench, a constitution bench, picking up hearing in the Sabarimala temple entry case. And that's going to be a big one, having a lot of impact on Kerala politics. In fact, even the High Court judgment has had some impact. Perhaps that's the reason why the BJP is one of the corners of this triangular contest this time. We are joined in by Uma Anandan, political analyst. We also have Mr. Pulla Rao, both joining us live from Chennai. Tamil Nadu is not voting today, but Kerala is equally significant. So let's have a conversation. Shawan, you want to go to one of our guests?
Well, in fact, Pulla Rao, if I can just bring you in, as my colleague Abhishek was pointing out, Sabarimala becomes a key talking point. In fact, the allegation that has been leveled against the Vijayan government was the fact that they've turned a blind eye to this entire thing. In fact, Abhishek, and I find this quite interesting, for a man like the Chief Minister, Pinarayi Vijayan, who's largely kept away from even communicating with the media, in the run-up to the elections, what we have essentially seen, Pulla Rao, is that attempt that has been made by Chief Minister Vijayan to see as someone who is more acceptable, more approachable. Does that give us a sign, perhaps, Abhishek, because that was sticking on to him, that he is a chief minister who's not approachable?
Pulla, how do you see this?
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
No, you must remember, to be fair to Pinarayi Vijayan, he has taken a very nuanced approach, even to Sabarimala, and they had at certain times changed their stance, which was very different. And they have survived for 50 years. CPM and left parties, in Kerala, they have a different kind of political setup, thinking, thought process, discussions, and they have survived.
Children, what is the future of the lives of our Malayalis? So this is an important opportunity. I have said all along, this is one of the most decisive and historic elections in the history of Kerala's politics. I have no doubt that the people of Kerala today will decide that the future of Kerala has to be about development, has to be about equal opportunities for all Malayalis. And that is precisely the vision for the last several months the BJP and NDA has put forth in front of the people. And we are hopeful and very confident that the people of Kerala will steer Kerala in the right direction of development and growth. We are seeking an opportunity today to enter the assembly, all 140 BJP NDA candidates, not to jump on tables, not to create confusion, not to create melees and fights in the assembly as we have seen for the last 70 years. We are doing this. We are seeking an opportunity to enter the assembly to serve our people, to guide our state, to fight for our people's problems, and usher in a new vision of Viksit Kerala. That is why I request every Malayali today to join in the celebration of democracy, not be a bystander, not be a spectator, be an active participant. By voting today, please exercise your franchise. It is your duty as well as it is your fundamental right.
Does any chance for hung assembly in Kerala, sir?
I think there is a very strong chance that both the CPM and the Congress will not get a mandate, and therefore there is a very, very strong likelihood that the BJP and the NDA will play a decisive role, that the people of Kerala will give them a decisive role in Kerala's politics going forward.
The previous battle in the previous election, 2016 BJP won, 2021 it lost, but the margin was just 4,000 votes. So this time they can definitely make an impact, but that also leaves us with the bigger question: how much of an impact will the BJP will be making in the present election? Pullarao, over to you.
Let's take this to Pullarao. Pullarao, you were talking about left. You were talking about left. Just one element to the question, adding one element to the question, which is that the BJP for the first time is contesting more seats than the Congress party.
You see, definitely, let us give it its due. BJP has made efforts in Kerala. It has grown, but grown at the pace of 1% a year, 0.5% a year, because of the peculiar and very, very unusual politics there of demography. This is a state with the largest minorities in the country, largest. And today you're having Kerala and Assam, if I may mention. This is only two states where the national parties are having a play. After today, it's a regional party show. And here there is the Congress and the left parties. And of course the BJP, I give credit that they have been growing, they have been working hard. But they have to go above that 25%, 27% to make an impact. I don't think they can do that much. The CPM is a Kerala party. The Hindus have great regard for the CPM. And because the minorities are with the Congress, everybody knows that it's a public secret. And therefore, it may make progress, but winning seats, as I heard Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, as a president, he has to be optimistic. But isn't he over-optimistic?
Pullarao,
you think they will get,
Pullarao, when the BJP was at 10%, you say, oh, they are nobodies, they are at 10%. When they are at 20%, striking distance of 20%, Lok Sabha election 17%, you're saying, oh, they have to get to 27%. You are moving the goalpost, but I think it helps the BJP. Let me take this to Uma Ananda. Uma, you think Pullarao is helping you by raising the bar and the BJP chasing that? Can you unmute yourself, Miss Uma Anandan? Can you please unmute yourself? We are not able to hear you. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yeah, I've unmuted myself.
Yeah, that's better. We were getting you now. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
See, first thing is, I think I would like to request Mr. Pullarao and all the other people to first come down to reality, have their feet on the ground, and have an unbiased view. They are not able to accept the growth of, he's giving us credit for a minute percent. The very fact that we have performed well in the corporation elections in Kerala is enough. It's just enough to show how much of the vote bank in Kerala of BJP is increasing. See, it is God's own country. We used to call it as God's own country, and it was never God's own country all these years. Now we are trying to reclaim the glory of Kerala, the God's own country, and we are going to prove it now. See, the Hindu vote bank consolidation, the Ayyappa temple row, the gold scam, everything. And you find the Hindus, and one more thing, please understand, Kerala is one state, as he says, most of the minority population. Also, the education, the literacy level of Kerala. And now you find adding to that is the consolidation of Hindu vote bank and the performance of Mr. Chandrasekhar. It's something very, very much appreciated. And
Yes.
it's rightly said that Kerala is coming towards nationalism, and it is again going to reclaim the credit, the glory. You find the Kerala Agraharam still there, the tradition that is still followed. That is why you find the entire uproar in Kerala during the Ayyappa Koil verdict. So now we have every right to claim that we are on the right path. It is not an exaggerated version of Mr. Chandrasekhar. He has every right to say with confidence that we have grown. It may be a sore point to all these people, but they have to accept the reality. We are growing, and Kerala is going to be again a God's own country. We are going to reclaim the glory, and it is on the right path. And Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan or whoever, see, you have the scams that they have been
Miss Uma,
associated with.
Miss Anandan, that if it's God's own country, it has to be BJP. The saffron swing has to be with that spin.
It's a natural order. It's a natural order.
Yeah.
All right. I believe we have Shankar, right? Shivam, you can go to him.
Shankar is also with us, but I have one question to Uma also in this case. How much of an impact do you think SDPI and the Jamaat-e-Islami going towards the UDF will make an impact? Because you spoke about the Hindu vote consolidation. Who is going to benefit? How much of an impact will the BJP will be making in this case? Is it something different this time, ma'am?
Definitely, yes. Definitely we are in for, it may be a surprise or it may be a shock, it may be a not to be accepted terms for others. But for us, it is something that Kerala is on the right track. The Saffron Brigade is going to think it is on the verge of it. I'm not going to say we are going to sweep this thing, but definitely the impact will be seen. The corporation is just enough. That one election is enough, where the entire state started turning towards the right track, and we are proud that God's own country is going to come back to the Saffron Brigade again.
Okay, we don't know really if the BJP is actually in a position to make a serious bid for power, but they are definitely in the game this time. They have a skin in the game. In fact, as Shawan was mentioning, Rajiv Chandrasekhar has moved from Karnataka to Kerala for a while and become a resident chief of the party there in the state, because the party believes that they are making a serious bid, and why not? For the first time, they are in power in one municipal corporation, which is the Thiruvananthapuram Municipal Corporation. Shankar is joining us live. Shankar, you heard Rajiv Chandrasekhar voting and then speaking for the party and saying that this is the first time they are seriously in the game insofar as Kerala politics is concerned.
Yes, this is not the first time. Like, there was a time in 2010, 11 and all, when the local body elections, Lok Sabha elections and the assembly elections were taking place in Kerala, when BJP was securing less than 10% of votes. But passing years in the last Lok Sabha elections and even the last local body elections, there were constituencies the BJP could gain a vote percentage of 40% in some constituencies, 25% in some constituencies, but on an average, BJP could expand its vote base in almost across Kerala to over 20%, and this is highly promising for the BJP. And after the arrival of Rajiv Chandrasekhar to the frame, he devised some political strategies such as the arrival of 2020 to bring the Christian to get the minority Christian votes in Central Kerala. Central Kerala was something not even the BJP has no BJP could not make much reach in central Kerala, and by bringing 2020 with the NDA, the Rajiv Chandrasekhar, it was a key strategy of Rajiv Chandrasekhar. He was trying to win some key pockets in this central Kerala, and the strategy of Rajiv Chandrasekhar was that he analyzed the assembly polls in the last 20 years, and he fielded the candidates aptly in all the constituencies, like in Kadakuttam constituency, where K. Muralidharan, V. Muralidharan is contesting. In 2016 assembly polls, Muralidharan lost the seat just for 7,000 votes. But in the assembly election in 2021, BJP made a mistake by bringing Shobha Surendran there. But this time, the vote base of BJP declined due to that, and this time Rajiv Chandrasekhar made a correction, and he brought back Muralidharan took the Kadakuttam constituency to ensure victory. The Kadakuttam is a winnable seat for BJP, as in the last local body elections. The BJP could secure 12 out of the 22 wards, and in the Lok Sabha elections, BJP candidates could secure a good number of votes in several constituencies which are under the Lok Sabha seat. And in Manjeshwaram constituency, by fielding K. Surendran to that constituency in 2016, we all know the Surendran case, BJP's former state president, lost the seat for just less than 80 votes, and in 2021 just less than 800 votes. By analyzing each and every constituency, for example, in Palakkad, Shobha Surendran was brought back to the fray, and she is a strong candidate in Palakkad, and in Punyar and Pala, where the former Janadipatya Kerala Congress members PC George and his son Sean George are contesting from Punyar and Pala constituency. This time in BJP panel, they were contesting for Janadipatya Kerala Congress in the last elections, but they were in a part of India. But this time they are contesting in a lotus symbol for BJP, and this is when it comes to Thrissur, Padmaja Venugopal, who joined recently to BJP, these are all the devices, political strategies which were devised by Rajiv Chandrasekhar, and the result was evident in the last local body polls, and even before that in the Lok Sabha elections. In the last local body polls, we could see a tremendous result for BJP, like BJP could win for the first time the Tripunithura Municipal Corporation, but in this election, by giving there was a huge criticism against Rajiv Chandrasekhar for giving the Tripunithura seat to its ally 2020. But he clarified it that we cannot give some less popular seat for our prominent ally 2020. And he knows it clear that in the central Kerala there are Christian minority votes, and in addition to the BJP votes, there could be some landmark victory for the NDA candidate Anjali Nair. She's a senior artist, and by devising these kinds of strategies in all constituencies, Rajiv Chandrasekhar was making a breakthrough in Kerala. Like in the last local body elections, BJP could win this Thiruvananthapuram Municipal Corporation. So it was BJP could win 50 out of the 100 seats, and through a decisive margin, BJP came to power in the municipal corporation. And in the last Lok Sabha elections, the Rajiv Chandrasekhar was contesting against Shashi Tharoor, and in several constituencies this time, the Vaithilingam, Kozhikode, Nemam, and these constituencies.
Shankar, I think so. You can also perhaps take a little bit of time out and perhaps reach to the candidates there, speak to them, get us a sense of what's really happening. I know, for the people of Kerala, there are several issues that they are quite vocal about. We'll get back to that in a short while from now. Let's quickly move to the other battleground state of Assam, where there is already a controversy that's brewing right now over the Congress party candidate's wife, Jumoni Devi. That's the candidate Jayanta Kaun's wife, who was caught by the public red-handed, that too, while distributing money late last night. Jayanta Kaun is Congress candidate of Ranganadi constituency. She was later released, and a written undertaking in the presence of police. Now, two back-to-back controversy. now hitting the Congress party. Now, these images that you see on your screen, this is of late last night when we are given to understand that the Congress candidate's wife was basically caught by the public there of distributing money. Now, that's the allegation that has been leveled. In fact, I believe there is a written undertaking that has been given. Now, on that same very day, Abhishek, it turns out that a key candidate of the Congress party has also withdrawn. In fact, he has actually made an appeal. He's made an appeal to the people there from his constituency not to vote for him because his name is still in the EVM. Now, that's the precarious situation for the Congress party in the state of Assam, at least, despite the kind of high-octane campaigning that we saw. Let me quickly go across to my colleague Linthoy, who's getting us the latest details. Linthoy, yet another controversy sticking to the Congress party. And now it turns out that a Congress candidate's wife was caught distributing money. Has she admitted?
Yeah, Sawan. Congress candidate Jayanta Kaur's wife, Junwani Devi Khan, was caught red-handed by public while distributing money last night. So Jayanta Khan is a Congress candidate of Roganandi constituency. She was later released after a written undertaking in the presence of police. But as of now, no confirmation has been released yet by the wife. Back to you, Sawan.
Well, that's Jumoni Devi. I will put out those pictures of Jayanta Khan's wife who was basically caught on your screens right now late last night just next to the vehicle, where it seems that there was a brief altercation that actually took place between the candidate's wife and the people who was surrounding her. In fact, as my colleague Linthoy has been pointing out, she has admitted that money was being distributed. If that's the case, it essentially shows a bit of nervousness within the Congress camp right now, with several of their own stalwarts leaving the party. Now, the key highlight, if I may say so,
including the president,
Right. That's the point that I was actually making. It all started with the campaigning where we saw that if you compare it to 2021, a lackluster campaigning, they did not have a face at that point in time. Now, they were certainly they were confident with the win that Gaurav Gogoi had in the Lok Sabha elections during Jorhat. He's now contesting once again from Jorhat itself. They were quite confident that with Gaurav Gogoi being on the ground, things are going to really change. But somehow they've missed the narrative yet again at the fag end of the campaigning, Abhishek.
But I don't know whether this is about the Congress party doubling down on Gaurav Gogoi because they see in him a fighter, or is it because they do not have options? The fact that the kind of, attacks that Gaurav Gogoi has seen from Hemanta Biswa Sarma, the Chief Minister, and the government, the kind of charges that have been made against him, the kind of details that have emerged, if they are true in some measure, then obviously that calls for, that translates into political headwinds. And despite that, if the Congress party decided that they have to bet on Gaurav Gogoi, is it a case of having no options, or is it a case of the Congress party doubling down? Is something which would be interesting. Jorhat, of course, Shawan, is the pocket borough of the Gogoi clan and the Gogoi family from the days of Gaurav Gogoi's father, Tarun Gogoi. So obviously, the fact that despite all the efforts made and the strong campaign that was that we saw during the Lok Sabha elections, Gaurav Gogoi still won from Jorhat. So I think that maybe gave the confidence to the Congress party to make him contest. But what is important is Assam has the distinction of having the largest percentage population of minority that are Muslims in the country. It's at about 35%. It's not Kerala. Kerala is about 27%. It's Assam, which is at 35%. And also the distinction of having more women voters than male voters, and that's going to have a significant play. Remember what the Prime Minister has posted in the morning. He has strongly batted for empowerment of women through their reservation in Parliament and Assembly constituencies across the country, but begin with Parliament, and a special session is being called for that on 16th, 17th, 18th of the Lok Sabha and the Raj Sabha, and that's going to be a major factor in terms of influencing the women votes. I believe at least an attempt is being made in that direction. So I think Assam is going to see BJP making a bid to come to power for the third time, Himanta for the second time, and the fact that he has been a very visible chief minister, not just in Assam but outside, also the fact that he has held those industry summits, he has tried to create a picture of governance and progress in Assam with all the infrastructure push. We saw how just a couple of months back there was inauguration of a highway on which IAF landed those fighter planes, Shawan, and that created some optics insofar as the development pitch of the BJP is concerned. And I believe we are going to go to... Okay, we continue to have our guests. So, Pullarao, Assam, your views on Assam?
You see, Assam is probably the state which is most controversial in the country, and people are looking at it. What's going to happen there? You've got 32% minorities, and Hemant Biswa Sharma's campaign has only been on that. You keep talking about development, but do you really think he gave focus to development as much as he gave to demography? Therefore, now everyone is watching him. If there is a certain section of people disenchanted, about 20% of the non-Muslims, then he is gone. It's a very tough state. He's not going to get a big majority. It's a very 126 MLAs are there. It will be a narrow fight, despite whatever he does. And
you think it's going to be a narrow fight, Pullarao?
Yes.
You really think it's going to be a narrow fight? I mean, the last time Congress had 29 seats, the BJP had 70 plus seats.
No, but percentage of votes. What is the percentage of votes? The BJP has not crossed 42, 43% of votes.
And what's the Congress vote share?
Despite all of the Congress vote share was about 37%, the union.
So that's a huge gap?
No, it's a gap, yes, but as I said, is there anti-incumbency there? Of course there's anti-incumbency there, as in all states. Just as you talk about Tamil Nadu, my friend Umaji will say DMK, there's anti-incumbency. There is anti-incumbency here. 10 years rule of BJP. We have to see how they have managed that.
Okay.
And I think, of course, the number of seats I'm not willing to say, but the percentage will be narrow. That's what you're going to be surprised. The percentage of votes will be narrow.
Okay, Pullarao thinks Assam is narrow. I mean, I don't know. I have not seen the numbers which suggest. I have seen some opinion polls, Pullarao. None of those suggest that it's going to be narrow insofar as Assam is concerned. We're one state where it seems there is absolute clarity insofar as where the political winds are. Going by opinion polls, not my opinion, going by the opinion polls that we have seen, including that of JVC Sriram, including that of Matteries, including that of PMAC. Uma Anandan, before I come to you, there is a breaking coming in from Puducherry close to you, and which is that...
Well, in fact, Abhishek, it's the Congress party members who have once again been caught distributing tokens to voters in the Bagun area. Now, these are supporters of the DMK candidate attempted to chase and catch the distributing tokens. They threw them down and fled. A complaint has now been filed with the police regarding this incident. Now, in fact, this has just happened immediately after the voting actually began around a little after 7 o'clock, and where we are given to understand that they were basically caught distributing what is being seen as cash vouchers. Now it is moved to another level. It's no longer just about cash. There are vouchers that are now also being given. At least these are the pictures on your screens right now. And
so interesting.
The distribution, the freebie distribution has already started much earlier.
Yeah, I mean, and this is NR Congress, Shawan. So it's not the INC, it's the AINRC, and they are in fact in power there, and DMK now charging them for distributing coupons. Pressure cooker, right? Is it pressure cooker coupon?
Yeah, there are some pressure cooker.
I hope it's induction, because with the kind of situation we have in Gulf. You really need to have electric.
This is the NR Congress. This is the NR.
Okay, Uma Anandan, on this front at least, freebies issue, even the BJP has really just given up, dropped it like a hot potato. I mean, it's no more the BJP that would call these reveries and freebies. The BJP is fully into it, from Kerala to, Tamil Nadu to Bengal, everywhere. The cash doles, the freebies, even the BJP has accepted them. And this NR Congress, which is an ally of yours, And in part in Puducherry, that these pictures are really evidence of that. Uma, and again you have to unmute yourself.
Before I speak about Pondicherry, I would like to, confront Mr. Pullarao on the Assam.
Yeah, you would want to do that. Assam, you are confident, that's why.
Yeah, no. See, even if we are a 70% vote percentage, still people like Pullarao ji would say there is not much, there is anti-incumbency, there is not much of an increase. So anything, the argument is only that BJP is going to lose. There is anti-incumbency for that. See him, the raves, the crowd that came to see Mr. Let me tell you, from Chennai, I wanted to give a hug to Hemanda, and I want to contact him, and he's supposed to come to Chennai. I would like to give a sisterly hug to this man to say, when am I going to get a chief minister like Hemanda in Tamil Nadu? That is the wish of so many people like me. I'd love to have Hemanda in Tamil Nadu, and it's my wish. Through you, I would like you people to contact Hemanda and tell him that there is a big fan of his, a big buck, who would like to meet him in Tamil Nadu when he comes for canvassing.
I don't know if you want to avoid talking about this Puducherry thing, but I'm coming to you, Pullarao. Let's go to Sharda. She's joining us over the phone, our correspondent there on this Puducherry development. Sharda, DMK cadres seem to have caught these posters or these coupons being distributed. Are they making a formal complaint to the Election Commission? What's happening there in Puducherry?
Well, the DMK members from the Puducherry are going to take it to the Election Commission of India, giving an official and formal complaint against the NR Congress, which is also with the BJP under the ADL, is going to state that this 1,500 rupees coupon being distributed on the day of elections in Puducherry, the DMK and the Congress, though fighting the elections against NR Congress and BJP there in Puducherry today morning, found the 1,500 rupees coupon being distributed by the NR Congress cadres to the people who are about to go and vote in the polling stations. Following this, the DMK tried to chase the NR Congress people and who then threw these coupons on the road and fled the area. So now, taking these coupons, they'll be submitting it to the Election Commission of India and filing an official formal complaint against the NR Congress.
Okay, thank you, Sharda. We'll come back to you and for more on what's happening in Puducherry. Okay, we go to Shankar now in Kerala before I come back to Pullarao. Shawan, Shankar is, I believe, there with some voters there. He's interacting with them. Can we hear some vox pops from Kerala? What's the sentiment there on the ground? Let's go to Shankar.
Yes, sir. So we have already sent the TT of film director Shaji Kailas. So, and this time we can see a huge number of voters here. Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead, Shankar.
So,
please go ahead.
Could you please say, is there any speciality? Yes, is there any speciality this time in the political landscape of Kerala? Any kind of speciality?
Okay, it will be a tough task for CPM to win third time.
Okay.
And BJP got a lot of hope based on the municipal elections.
Okay.
And Congress side definitely must be trying to get back at the home. So it's an interesting contest.
Yes, it's interesting because is there any anti-incumbency wave this time against the left?
It will be there, but definitely communists will be highlighting some of the achievements they have got. And whether that, because basically the difference between winning and losing is a small percentage. If that can get that small percentage, they will again win.
Yes, as you said, BJP could win some municipalities and even the Thiruvananthapuram City Corporation, they could win. So this time the BJP is expecting over 10 seats across the state. And how many seats do you expect to get for BJP?
10 is a large number. My view is maybe 3 to 6.
3 to 6. And when the BJP is expanding the vote base, we could see in this assembly polls, these Islamic organizations such as SDPI, Jamaat Islami, Welfare Party of India, all are supporting LDF and UDF unconditionally, especially UDF. So will this be a setback for BJP in this election?
No, I don't think so. That will not make much difference.
Will not make much difference. Okay. So yes, sir, we have another voter. So Can you comment on this?
What is it actually?
Sorry, who will come to power this time?
I think people are out now. We will know in another 2 to 3 weeks' time.
How is the political situation in Kerala? Is there any anti-incumbency wave?
So they have been in power for 10 years now. So we will know. We will come to know.
Come to know. So there must be a change. People think of a change.
I am not sure. We will come to know about it.
Okay. So, sir, you came to vote. You have been voting for so many years, and this time LDF has been in power for the last 10 years, and the BJP is in a UDF is in a do or die game to come into power. And at the same time, BJP is trying to expand its vote base. So, how is the political situation?
It is fluid. Till the last election, it was bipolar. This time, almost it is tripolar. Yes.
Yes, almost all voters in one way says there has to be a change as the LDF has been in power for the last 10 years, and the BJP, with the arrival of BJP in the scene and expanding its vote base and seats, the voters say against the bipolar politics in the state, the scenario has completely changed to tripolar and a three-cornered fight everywhere. And this time there is an anti-incumbency wave in some places, and some people say only.
Shankar.
Yes.
You know, Abhishek, at least what Shankar has been able to give us, though it's, of extremely small sample size, but having said that, what has been largely spoken about, that can there be a three-cornered fight, that seems to be playing in the minds, at least, they've registered. The fact of the matter is that about 5 years ago, you wouldn't have really had this kind of registering,
K.C. Venugopal is casting his vote, and he's the political guru in the present circumstances of Rahul Gandhi. And he, along with Ramesh Chennithala and V.D. Satishan, are in a close triangular contest within the Congress to be Chief Minister.
In fact, V.D. Satishan, when he spoke this morning, he says, and a question was basically asked about the Chief Minister's face, because a lot of speculations doing the round who exactly is going to take over, if at all they are voted to power. But having said that, now what you see on your screens right now, this man who's a close confidant of Rahul Gandhi, who's literally been running the show for the Congress party, has, perhaps many say that he's got chief ministerial aspirations.
Let's ask Pullarao. Shravan was saying the sample size was small. Every sample has to have two elements, the size and the randomization. So I think it was a very random sample, even if the size was small. And clearly those three people said it's a triangular contest. One of them said BJP is in the game. I mean, the thing that we were discussing in the studio. Pullarao, Congress with the jousting that's happening for leadership. We saw K.C. Venugopal there. Before that, we had V.D. Satishan, who has been the leader of opposition. And then, of course, Ramesh Chennithala looking for an outside chance. Congress has a lot at stake, given the fact that the Gandhis for the last 6-7 years have represented Kerala in the Lok Sabha from the state, So how do you see this sample size?
Abhishek, when the Congress says, let's settle the scores, I think so that's what they said a short while back. Let's settle the scores.
Yeah, what's that? Let's settling the scores actually, Pullarao.
Yeah. You see, whatever anti-incumbency will be there in that small sample size, random sample size, it will go to the Congress, because there's no chance of the BJP coming to power. Unless you're a very committed BJP voter, you won't vote for the BJP, because that's why the BJP is finding it difficult to grow in Kerala, unless you show chances of victory. As far as the Congress is concerned, it has kept its alliance intact. All the anti-incumbency vote of the left front after 10 years, I believe, will go to the Congress. Look at the last parliament elections. They swept the polls. They got 17 out of 20 seats. The one before also. And they've been working very hard because they want to make one of these 5 states a Congress state this time, to get immense publicity across the country. And I don't know how it's going to stop, how it's going to be stopped. After all, the BJP will be taking away the left front's votes, not the Congress votes, the left front's votes. So there'll be, it is the percentage of votes, BJP and left front may get more than the Congress, but victory, this is one state one can safely predict that the Congress party will form the government. Very safely predict. Come what may. Cadre, that, this, all of those are words, hackneyed words. because that's the way it's going. 10 years anti-incumbency, and in 10 years, the electorate has changed 35%, 40%. It's not the same electorate. And this is the last stronghold of the CPM. They're making an effort. But, if they had given more good governance, maybe they can hold on. So I don't see any fight here, actually. Now, they're jubilant on the Congress side. Already they are talking about it. And I don't think Mr. Venugopal will come to Kerala. He's too valuable a player in Delhi. He'll be one of the local leaders. It's already been decided, I would say. All these Congress leaders
You
are
are leaning towards the leader of
years.
opposition, V.D. Satishan, in that case, is it?
My guess it will be him, because he's a new face, he's leader of the opposition. And, it will not be Venugopal in any measure, because he is too much, as you have said, he is too much in running the center there, helping run the center, whatever it is. So I don't foresee any big thing. And, the victory is kind of assured. The anti-incumbency, the minority vote bank, and the efforts they're putting in, and the division of votes, between the BJP and the CPM. The Hindu votes. Hindu votes are still in the majority there, but they're divided. They're divided three ways. Therefore, it will be a very key battle. If the left loses this time, to come back,
what you have done?
Easy.
Between your first and second interjection, you have actually admitted that BJP is a force this time in Kerala and is going to affect the dynamics in a manner that it's going to help the Congress party. Earlier you were saying they are not good enough. Now they are saying you're good enough to be helping the Congress because they divide the Hindu vote.
No, when you get 15% of the vote, or 17%, in analysis, you have to admit it. It's not something you can close your eyes to. It's a big percentage of vote. They grow at the rate of 0.5%, 1% a year. As they did in UP, as they did in Bihar. There's no leap. Assam.
Can I take to Ms. Anandan? Can I take this to Ms. Anandan? Ms. Anandan, the thesis that Pullarao is pushing is, and in some measure, perhaps I would agree, that if the BJP grows and manages to retain the 20% vote share that they had in the Lok Sabha elections, typically in assembly they would go down, but if they manage to retain that because they have recently won some local body polls, is it going to be at the detriment of the left and hence actually help the Congress and the UDF to come back to power on the anti-incumbency wave? Uma Anandan?
Mr. Pulla's argument is, Pullarao's argument is what I would call, he is not able to accept. See, Wayne, another thing I would like to contradict is, he says Mr. K.C. Venugopal is very important in Delhi. He has a lot of work to do in Delhi. And he has been like a guru to Rahul Gandhi. I think it's a gross insult to Mr. Venugopal if he says he remains a guru of Rahul Gandhi. And we know in which direction Mr. Rahul Gandhi is growing. So that way I wouldn't like to insult Mr. K.C. Venugopal, and he has a lot of work in Delhi, he says. I would like to ask Mr. Pullarao what sort of a work in Delhi? Is there Congress ruling in so many states that his presence is inevitable in Delhi? Second, coming to this point, don't forget that love jihad in Kerala. We have the Christians along with us, and they were also standing in the roads in protest against the increasing love jihad, which was affecting their community also. So this is another factor, and it was only we were affected, we thought. But in Kerala, we saw the Christians coming out openly and talking about love jihad and also protesting against that. To whom does that go? He says the split of the votes, the Hindu votes are split, it won't go and all that. He is entitled to his opinion. But at least I would like Mr. Pullarao to come back to reality and accept, even if he doesn't like it, to give the devil its due. Let him give BJP the credit that we are growing at an admirable pace. He himself, as you told, was contradictory, and we are a force to reckon with. Kerala elections can no more. We have arrived. We are growing. BJP is growing. BJP has arrived in the political scenario of Kerala. You cannot dismiss us no more as a nota case or a 0 or a 0.1%, growing at the rate of 0.5%, all that. I think that itself shows our presence, and the results will show. From 0 to 10, is that good? Or from 70 to 50 is good? 70 to down 50 or 40, is that growth? Or from 0 to 10 is growth? I think I leave it to Mr. Pullarao to decide for himself what it is. Whether he likes it or not, let him grudgingly at least accept.
Ms. Anandan, but you did not answer my question earlier that I had asked.
Yes, tell me.
Okay, I'm coming to you. I believe we have to go to Shankar on the ground.
I think the case of
What was the question I didn't answer?
I'm coming to you, Miss Anand. Just hold on.
I believe there are live visuals now coming in from Thiruvananthapuram. Let's go across to K.C. Venugopal, who's speaking there.
Yeah.
പിന്നെ UDF-ന്റെ ഏറ്റവും ശക്തമായ ജനങ്ങളെ സ്വാധീനിക്കുന്ന ഗ്യാരണ്ടികൾ പാവപ്പെട്ടവർക്ക് സാധാരണക്കാർക്ക് അവരെ ചേർത്ത് പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നമ്മുടെ സഹോദരിമാരെ ചേർത്ത് പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട്
The five guarantees of Rahul Gandhi. The Congress is supporting young women, youngsters by giving subsidized loans. So these guarantees will sing votes in favor of the UDF in the state. And he is criticizing BJP for allegedly for distributing money to candidates, to voters to get votes. He criticizes Shobha Surendran, BJP candidate. He says the BJP is trying to buy Kerala using money. This election will be a setback for BJP. A category seat is Palakkad. So where BJP distributed money to buy votes. These all happened in North India, but now it has come to southern states as well. And the people in Kerala are not fools to vote for BJP by receiving money. Election Commission of India told a party in West Bengal that you are not going to win in this poll. A complaint was given in this regard. Such an allegation should not have come from Election Commission of India. BJP cannot buy Kerala. Kerala is not a suitable soil for you. You keep your money and all in your hand. Kerala cannot be bought for money.
Well, in fact, K.C. Venugopal at least makes one admission about the entry of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Not much that he has essentially spoken about the CPM and the fact that it is about a direct contest with the CPM. But it is largely what, Abhishek, it turns out that BJP has almost become like an irritant for the Congress party in the state of Kerala. Even if it is a rise of about a 0.5% that you're really looking at by every possible year, it is certainly becoming an irritant for the Congress party, because they were hoping that this is going to be a direct two-way contest. It's no longer a two-way contest, making things far more difficult for the Congress party, who was hoping to ride on an anti-incumbency wave.
Yeah, we saw that in the statement that was made by Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge Shawan just a couple of days back, when he, equated the BJP RSS with the snakes and said that they need to be defanged, and the kind of language that was used has been objected to by the party. The kind of spin that was sought to be given to it, because it was a certain community rally or community-specific rally from where the Congress president was speaking. Okay, we have...
it's the Prime Minister's Nari Shakti push.
Yeah.
In fact, on 16th of this month, when there is going to be a special session in the Parliament. Now, this is with regards to the Women Reservation Bill. And we're talking, interestingly, for a state where the women voters play a very crucial role. The Prime Minister, once again, speaking about the efforts that are largely being made to bring in women representation in politics, and the fact that this is going to transcend beyond politics also is what the indication has been given here, that Nari Shakti, which has been largely a major plank for the party also. And we have seen in the entire electioning, campaigning that has been at least in 2 states, one in Kerala as well as in Assam, there has been this urge and this push that has been given as far as women voters are concerned. They're quite crucial in both these states.
Yeah. Prime Minister, in fact, is making a strong push ahead of the special session of Parliament, which is going to be held between 16th and 18th of this month, where the government of Prime Minister is bringing in special legislation for reserving 1/3 of seats for women in the expanded Parliament. The southern states have been, or the opposition in the southern states has been opposing this on the grounds that the expansion of Parliament, which is being clubbed with this women's reservation issue, Shawan, is something which is going to weaken the political weight of the southern states, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, in the restructured Parliament in 2029. And Uma Anandan, you wanted to weigh in on this, and you have to answer my question about the BJP also pivoting to freebies as freely as opposition parties.
See, definitely, yes, we have started, but there is a distinct difference between the freebies that we have announced and the others. We are not saying that we will give you TV, we will give you this, we'll give you that. It is more, already you have Mr. Modi, who has taken the developmental programs like Mudra Loan or Nari Shakti, as you were talking about. He is, from the day that he assumed office, he has always been women-centric, and see, first building toilets for women, would you consider that as a freebie? Would you consider that as a freebie? Portions like this and schemes
no, but giving
like
free
this,
cylinders is a freebie.
To them.
Giving
Yes,
free
toilet
cylinders
is
is
not
a freebie. Giving cash dole of 2,000 or 4,000 rupees is a freebie.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. See, cash down for poor widows or for even the Tamil Nadu government has started. And I myself have got that scheme for so many deserving candidates. A widow or a young woman or even a father without a wife, but he has a mentally challenged child. But he is also not only woman, he also deserves that 1,000 rupees or 2,000 rupees, which is going towards his maintenance for that child or his or her. And again, parents who are retired, who do not get any pension, but who are staying with their son, but just because they have a son or a daughter, they are not entitled for that. I think these sort of a thing, I myself have personally taken to the attention of Mr. Stalin, and I have got a few of them the benefits, and there are some more on the
Miss Anandan.
So, there is a distinct difference between freebies that are doled out like 6,000 rupees. I'll put 10,000 rupees.
Miss
and
Anandan.
let me tell you, the NR Congress that you were talking about.
This is a brave defense. This is a brave defense of the BJP side of the freebie promises. But the fact is, as a culture, it has seeped down to all the political parties. BJP was acting as a bulwark against it, but somehow it has also, caved in. We have seen over the last few elections from Madhya Pradesh to Maharashtra to Tamil Nadu to Kerala. Even the BJP manifestos have been promising freebies. It's been flagged by the Supreme Court, and the deleterious consequences of freebies we are seeing on the state finances, irrespective of which political party is in power. So whether the BJP in Madhya Pradesh, they are struggling. Even in Maharashtra, there are struggles with the Ladki Behan Yojana and its consequence and its impact on the fiscal situation of the state. Maybe Maharashtra can bear it because it is a rich state, but other states cannot. But the fact is that that's really not good for the country, irrespective of whether the Congress delivers on freebies or fails to deliver, or the BJP does that. Pulla Rao, I have to slip into a short break, I believe, but we continue this conversation on the other side. We also have a conversation with Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the state BJP president of Kerala, and we'll play the English soundbite of KC Venugopal. Right, Shawan?
Right.
Just in a bit after a short break.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom.
हेलो लेडीज, आपके लिए है ये कंफर्टेबल सोफा, गर्मा गर्म चाय और वाईफाई। आराम फरमाइए, क्योंकि हमारा लेटेस्ट लिनन फैब्रिक कलेक्शन है ही ऐसा। वो क्या है ना, इन्हें देखने में और दिखाने में थोड़ा वक्त लगेगा। बंदों को लिनन पसंद है तो पसंद है। लिनन बाय अरविंद।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Well, 296 seats up for grabs in 2 states and 1 union territory. Heavily contested elections in the state of Assam and Kerala. In fact, what we have seen in the run-up to the elections, there was this high-pitched campaigning that has been done by both sides. Now, it is certainly a do-or-die battle for the Congress party, at least in both the states are concerned, be it in Assam or for that matter in Puducherry. For the Bharatiya Janata Party, it's almost like a hat-trick in the state of Assam. And whether at all, Himanta Biswa Sarma's polarized campaigning as well as what he's been talking about, welfare-oriented development that has taken place in the Assam, does that really change everything for Himanta Biswa Sarma? And what really happens to the future of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, Abhishek?
Well, yes. I would say there is a little more anti-incumbency in Kerala, and I can't see any in the case of Assam. And we have more pictures from across the 2 states. Mohanlal, the actor, he voted earlier. We have Rajiv Chandrasekhar. He also voted in Trivandrum. Thiruvananthapuram earlier, the state BJP president there. George Kurian of the BJP in the central Kerala. V.D. Satishan, the leader of opposition of the Congress, there in the picture. Sunny Joseph of the Congress. And Mohammad Riaz, CPI. He's, of course, the son-in-law of Pinarayi Vijayan, voting, and that's why we have him there in the pictures. We are joined in by Ratan Sharda, RSS-leaning political analyst, and we have Sharda live with us on Puducherry, I believe. Yes, so can I go to Sharda first before I go to Mr. Ratan Sharda?
She's in Kerala.
Okay. Sharda is in Kerala, and let's go to Sharda first. Sharda, I believe you are reporting from Thiruvananthapuram, and please tell us, we just a while back saw pictures of Rajiv Chandrasekhar voting. We saw KC Venugopal voting. KC Venugopal saying that this is not a suitable soil for the BJP, but this is the first time that BJP is making a sort of contest in Kerala for itself and making it triangular. Do you get that sense on the ground?
Well, Rajiv Chandrasekhar voting from his constituency in Thiruvananthapuram, where not the soil for the BJP. BJP has other thoughts where they say the LDF and the UDF has not done good for the people of the Kerala, and that BJP this time as NDA has standing for the people of Kerala and focused on the welfare education programs that will be taking the lead for Kerala. So BJP is very confident on not just winning in Thiruvananthapuram but also in most of the majority of constituencies as a single-hand person. So while asking about the three-cornered fight in the Kerala state, BJP is very confident that LDF and the UDF put together cannot match to the BJP. However, we also had KC Venugopal saying it otherwise. Right now, here in Thiruvananthapuram constituency, here we have the Congress leaders also coming and voting in a few minutes. The governor of the state, Vishwanath Arlekar, will also be voting from here, Abhishek.
Yeah, we also have Shankar. He's reporting from Vattiyurakavu, and Shankar, in fact, spoke to some of those voters in the queue. Shankar, do you have a sense of what kind of voting percentage we have already seen? It's been a couple of hours now in Kerala. Is it brisk voting? Is it a good percentage of voting? Typically, in first couple of hours, we see 8 to 10% people coming out and voting. What's the sense on the ground there in Kerala as of now?
Yes, ever since the polling started in the morning at 7 a.m., the people, the voters have been turning up in large numbers to cast their franchisee from 7 a.m. in the morning. When we came to the polling stations in Vattiyurakavu and Kedakuttam and Nemam constituencies, we could see a large line of voters queuing in front of polling stations. So this time it shows clearly that the people in Kerala have taken a decision to either to vote LDF or vote BJP to power. It's a predetermined trend that is being shown from polling stations. Like the voters are turning up in large numbers. Unlike in the past elections, there was a voting percentage of 74.2%. This time, even just passing 2 hours after the polling started, the voting percentage has reached already 10%, and in all the constituencies, we could see a large queue, a large line of people queuing in front of the polling stations to vote. And we were speaking to the voters. They all say, some people say there is an anti-incumbency factor across the state. Some deny it. We can assume that they are the supporters. There could be the supporters of LDF or some others. Those who claim that there is no anti-incumbency factor, they may be supporters of UDF or even the BJP-led NTA. But for the last 10 years, the LDF has been in power in the state, rewriting the history of the political landscape of Kerala. The LDF came to power again for the second consecutive term in 2021. So Kerala, every time Kerala has a tradition of voting either UDF or LDF to power. If UDF rules the state for 5 years, in the very next assembly election, the opposition would come to power. But but this trend was broken in 2016. 2021, as the LDF came to power again for the second consecutive time, and this time the LDF is fighting for the third time, and the UDF has been remaining without power for the last two terms, and this time this is the third time. If they fail in this election, if the UDF fails in this polls, they will be out of power for the three consecutive time. And when it comes to BJP-led NDA, they are expanding their vote base and number of seats in the local body elections by winning a number of municipalities, panchayats, and even the municipal corporation in Thiruvananthapuram. BJP has been expanding its presence across the state, and this time for UDF it's a do-or-die game. And the manifestos which were released by all these fronts, both UDF and LDF and even the BJP-led NDA, were very promising. Like the NTA's manifesto was something much pleasing for the people in Kerala. Like the BJP offered a Bhaksha Suraksha card of providing rupees 2,500 per month to BPL families, and a social security pension of rupees 3,000 for people over 60 years of age, and some other projects such as developing Thrissur district as a cultural and heritage hub, and a number of projects, a handful of projects that impress the people in Kerala, and the BJP is hopeful of seeing the voters in favor of them. And at the same time, the LDF was projecting its developmental agendas that has been taking place in the last 10 years, and they were promising of continuing the same developmental agenda of LDF if they vote again to power. But the UDF was giving some other promises like the 5 guarantees of Rahul Gandhi. They were also seeking votes in Kerala, in the state of Kerala.
Right. Okay. In fact, Abhishek, let's turn our focus to the state of Assam, where we have seen since in the last 24 hours, multiple controversies really brewing within the Congress camp also. In fact, Linthoy and Anirudh is also joining us. Anirudh, in fact, is, I believe, is joining us from the Chief Minister's constituency, if I'm not wrong, from Jalukbari. If we can go across to...
We can cut to Assam pictures. We are getting Anirudh live. These are pictures from Kerala. And now are we getting pictures of Assam? Okay, before we get Anirudh and Linthoy live from Assam and speak to them about the Assam politics, just quick comments, because we are still getting these pictures from Kerala of Pinarayi Vijayan, and before that Rajiv Chandrasekhar and KC Venugopal. If I can go to Ratan Sharda first. Ratan Sharda, first time perhaps BJP a serious player in Kerala, of course, not in striking distance of power, but do you think vote consolidation is going to happen, BJP managing 20% of vote share?
Well, Abhishek, I think we have to look at it, I would look at it in a different manner. Kerala has been bipolar. Communists win on the basis of Hindu votes, and UDF wins on the basis of Muslim votes. And for the first time, Hindus feel they have got a choice. In Kerala, Congress failed itself by not getting elected the last time. So this election for Congress is very important. So Rahul Gandhi is not dumped. It is very important for CPM because this is the only state where they're working. They have a government, and everywhere else they're out. So politically, it's very important for Communist Party to not just remain an idea, but be a party on the ground. So for each of them, it's fight for survival. As far as BJP is concerned, it used to be a poor cousin. अच्छा है बच्चा है लेकिन जीत नहीं सकता. अच्छा भाई है जीत नहीं सकता. From there, the panchayat elections, the Lok Sabha election has shown that BJP can win. This confidence that BJP can win will put a lot of votes back on BJP, which were not there because they had good support, but then it came to election day, the voter would choose one of the two alternatives. BJP is trying to create a foothold in Kerala. For the first time, there is a leader who is recognizable, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, and earlier it was just a RSS cadre and BJP were as good as parallel. But now that base is expanding hugely, and there are minorities with BJP, there are more people with BJP, different societies. So if BJP is able to gain a foothold for it, that's good enough. And because once they get the foothold, people will have confidence, and next time one of the two parties will suffer heavily. Because if you look at BJP's role in Goa, it was a third cousin. it became the most dominant force. In Karnataka, it was somewhere behind two Janata Dal and Congress. Now it's the most dominant party.
Yeah.
So same in Telangana, where it has nearly disappeared, now become the alternative to Congress. So once BJP gets a foothold, it's very difficult to dislodge it, and people get confidence and they vote. So for BJP, if it is able to come to good figure in Kerala and shake the total balance of Kerala politics, you can see a huge change in the coming times. Because Kerala needs reset. The kind of development model that they have, where money comes from outside and you just spend it, that will not work for long.
Okay, Mr. Sharda, you know, there is this conundrum in Kerala politics that it's the left or the CPM, which is the Hindu party, the Congress, the Muslim party. So if the BJP is creating a foothold, as you say, it's going to be at the expense of CPM, which means the rise of the BJP is going to contribute to the, anti-incumbency and hence help the Congress perhaps. So Sri Rajshekharan, you see that like that?
No, I totally disagree with Mr. Ratan Sharda for the simple reason. It is not polarization of votes in Kerala, neither in Tamil Nadu, Puducherry, and wherever in the southern part of the country. Because fact of the matter is, here Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Dalits especially are together. They don't divide themselves in the name of caste or religion. But BJP is desperately trying to divide in the name of religion and caste, which will not work.
I thought you would welcome it in Kerala, Mr. Rajshekharan, because it helps the Congress.
No, I'll tell you, very simple. See, you are branding Congress as a Muslim vote bank, which is untrue and not at all acceptable for the simple reason. Congress, all the majority leaders are from a hardcore Hindu background. Mr. Ramesh Chinitala, Mr. K.C. Venugopal, all these people. So you are trying to paint Congress with a Muslim tag and minority tag, which is not at all true.
I mean, what's Wayanad?
It's about, it's also about, Mr. Rajshekharan, what about the Jamaat? What about the Jamaat? This tango with the Jamaat, can that, it's not about an individual political leader from the party. It's about the intentions that they've essentially had. The Jamaat plays a very important role.
You cannot go with the exceptions. One Wayanad, you cannot say that the whole state is polarized with the
at least in Wayanad, you admit?
No. See, come on. Be fair. When you are...
At least for Wayanad, you admitted that, yes, Congress is a Muslim party. I mean, we have seen Muslim League flags in Congress rally, Rahul Gandhi's rally. What more?
See, first and foremost, you should understand politics in a different perspective, not with a closed eye formula. Like how my dear friend Ratan Sharda is trying to project. It is not true. See, this will be applicable in UP, you can apply it in Bihar, but not in the southern part of the country. The South India is always anti-BJP for this simple reason. They are anti-minority, anti-Muslims, anti-Christians, anti-Hindus also. Because they want only votes from Hindus, not anything. They don't give it to Tamil Nadu, they don't give it to Kerala. And they give it, whatever they get it from Tamil Nadu, they give it in UP. So they want to exploit the southern states and take it to northern states and central states for their own benefits. If you vote for BJP, we will give you. This is the attitude of the central BJP and the right-wing supporters.
Okay, quick rebuttal from Ratan Sharda, because I have to go to Assam because we have reporters joining in. Ratan Sharda, quick rebuttal.
Yeah, quick. See, the person who says we don't divide Hindus or any other community, he says Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Dalits. But Dalit kaun hai? Who are these Dalits, Mr. Rajshekharan? Dalits are Hindus. So when you divide them into Dalit, it proves that actually you are trying to divide the Hindu society, while BJP says every Hindu is same. That is the problem. Don't shake your head, because you said just now, you said Hindu, Muslim, Christian, Dalit. Secondly, I didn't speak. Rajshekharan, behave yourself, please. I didn't speak when you were throwing all these tantrums. Let me speak. Okay. Now they say, who said Muslim League a secular party? Who gave that tag to Muslim League after partition? Congress party. Who has alliance with Muslim League? Congress party. And Rahul Gandhi gave it a certificate, Muslim League, a secular party. So this is when you say we are secular, we get everybody's support, we are not unifying Muslims, we are not getting Muslim vote back. If you have guts, if Congress has guts fight the election with the SDPI and Muslim League support, then I will vote for Congress party.
Okay, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you, Mr. Rajshekharan. I'll come back to you. We have to get our reporters from Assam. In fact, Assam is one state where Muslims constitute the highest number of percentage-wise minority at 35%. The chief minister there claims they are already 40%. Assam, we have Aniruddha joining us from Jorhat, from Jalukbari, I believe, and we have Lintoi joining us from Nagaon. I go to Aniruddha first. Aniruddha, are you in Jalukbari? Can we? Has the chief minister voted already, or are we expecting the chief minister to vote anytime soon?
Yes, Abhishek, I am right now at Gorol LP School polling station where Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma will be coming in a short while from now to cast his vote. Long queues can be seen in each and every polling station. However, due to sudden rain, the number of flow to the polling station has halted for some time. But now as the weather has cleared again, it is expected that people in large number will be coming out. Since 7 a.m. we are witnessing that people are coming out in large numbers to the polling booths. Assam has always witnessed a very high voter turnout. In the last election there was approximately 83% turnout that was recorded in 2021, and also before that also almost over 80% polling was recorded in 2016. So yes, religiously Assam has witnessed higher voter turnouts, and this time also it is being expected that the turnout will be much higher as it is being anticipated. And there are a lot of Election Commission has also taken a lot of initiatives to attract the first time voters, and also CRAS has been open so that mothers who come to the polling station, they can cast their votes in a hassle-free manner. They don't need to worry about their children while casting their votes. As many model polling station has also been set up across the state. There are 1,490 polling stations across the state, and over 5 lakh people, including security personnel, are deployed across the state to ensure that the polling takes place peacefully. For the first time again, Assam is witnessing a single-phase election. And this itself is a testimony to the peace that has been brought in to the state, on which the BJP is also banking on heavily in this election, Abhishek.
Right, absolutely. High voter turnout is something which helps in this kind of polarized situation. We also have Anil Poddar joining us from Dibrugarh. We also have Lintoi. I go to Lintoi first. Lintoi, you are in Nagaon. What kind of voting is happening? Kerala has reported 10% voting. Aniruddha was saying Assam typically votes higher percentages in the morning. What's your sense from where you are reporting in Nagaon?
Abhishek, we are waiting for the voter turnout as of now, and I'm coming live from Jagiro in Nagaon district, where polling is currently underway in this crucial SC reserve constituency, and the atmosphere here is calm, orderly, and politically charged. So importantly, voters are casting their votes peacefully with no reports of any untoward incidents so far. There is a steady turnout since morning, and people are standing in queues, exercising their democratic rights with enthusiasm. So all eyes are on BJP seating MLA Pinjus Hajarika, who had secured over 50 plus votes there in 2021 and is looking to retain his stronghold. He's being challenged by Congress candidate Bugul Das, making this a closely watched contest. On the ground, Abhishek, this is a mixed mood. Some voters are begging continuity, while others are quietly talking about change. Importantly, Pinjus Hajarika is scheduled to cast his vote at 10:30 a.m. today at Morakalung LP polling station in Ahadguri, which will be a key moment to watch. And there is also a major political controversy which has erupted in Assam, adding another layer to election narrative. So the question to that narrative is, will this impact voter sentiment in Rangasamy? Because today's voters are far more aware. An incident like distributing money could very well backfire politically instead of helping. This is not just one candidate or one party. This is about the integrity of election in Assam. Back here in Jagirod, the focus remains on whether Piyush Hazarika can retain his 50% plus vote base, or if Congress can make a dent.
Okay.
Back to you, Abhishek.
Okay, thank you, Lintoy. Piyush Hazarika is the spokesperson minister of the government of Assam, and he's going to be voting at 10:30 a.m. is what Lintoy tells us. Lintoy reporting from Nagaon. We have Anirudh reporting from Jalukbari, where the Chief Minister's constituency at Garal polling booth, and the Chief Minister is going to be coming anytime now. And we have Sankar and Sharda reporting from Kerala, and Kerala has already reported 10% voting, but interesting numbers coming in from Assam. By 9 a.m. it has already shown 17.73% turnout. These are Election Commission figures. 18% turnout already being reported from Assam. That really buttresses what Anirudh was saying, which is that we also have Anil Poddar, I believe, in the pictures. He's reporting from Dibrugarh. I can go to Anil. Anil, high voter turnout being reported from Assam, 18% already by 9 a.m. Are we going to see this trend continue through the day? And please tell us what's happening in Dibrugarh, from where you're reporting.
Yes, as we have seen that people are standing in long queues in various polling centers in Upper Assam also, because though the weather is not good here, so little bit of rain is also already there, but still we have seen that people are coming out, and it seems that it will be a high turnout at the end of the day, because last time also in Upper Assam, almost all the polling stations recorded more than 80%, 85% you can say of turnout last assembly election. So this time also you have seen that long queues are there in all polling stations, and people are coming out, and it seems that it will go more than that and breaking the previous records.
Okay, high voter turnout possibly could break earlier voting records, is what Anil Poddar says from Dibrugarh. We got a sense now of the kind of voting that's happening. Prime Minister is making a strong push for women's reservation bill that's slated to come up in the special session of Parliament beginning 16th of this month for 3 days. Let me go back to Rajshekharan. Mr. Rajshekharan, you got a sense of what's happening on the ground. High voter turnout being reported, and we were discussing that you were contesting the fact that Congress should not be seen as a Muslim party. I mean, we've discussed Wayanad. We have seen how the Congress's alliance with Jamaat and the Muslim League in Kerala has really helped the Congress sustain itself in politics in the state, and you still continue to deny. I mean, deny that Congress is the Muslim party.
Hey, Congress is the only party in the country which respects and recognizes all religions and all castes. BJP is seen, or it's said to be a Brahmin Janata party for this simple reason. Whatever may be the optics and the theatrics being created by the BJP.
Answer Ratan Sharda's charge that why are you dividing the Hindu community between Hindus and Dalits? Dalits are Hindus. That charge also there. You're dividing the Hindu community.
No, I'll explain. I'll answer that question. See, Dalits in Congress are always respected, and the dignity they enjoy in Congress cannot be compared with BJP and RSS. Though they may speak on the rallies and the podiums and wherever possible in the TV channels, that they have given so much ministers and all this is optics. But nobody is having any power to exercise or serve their own community on caste. So the party which recognizes the Dalits, be it Hindu, be it Christian, Muslim, Hindu, wherever. So that is the reason I'm saying Dalits always trust Congress and they don't trust BJP. And you know who's the Congress, Indian National Congress?
Are Dalit Hindus or not is the question, Mr. Sagar Rajshekharan, I was asking. Are Dalit Hindus or not?
say Dalits or Hindus, but they are treated as the discrimination is there. Even in the Hindu, the upper caste don't treat them with equality. But Congress does. Congress gives equal representation, respect, the dignity they enjoy in Congress, the Dalits especially, cannot be compared with BJP or any other party for that matter. So that is the reason I'm saying that. See, again, if you see who is the Congress president, the national president, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, he is a legend, he is a stalwart, a Dalit leader. So, you know what the Assam Chief Minister spoke about Mr. Kharge? It's ridiculous.
But what did Mr. Kharge speak about the RSS and BJP? That they need to be killed. I mean, that was incitement to violence, and that was in Kerala, Mr. Rajshekhar. Mr. Rajshekharan.
Please, say, I'll tell you, a Chief Minister speaking ill about a national Dalit leader in Congress cannot be compared with all these small talks done by the Karyakartas.
Asking for RSS and BJP leaders to be killed is small?
See, this is all, you cannot take this as serious because whatever your allegation is mere allegation. It's only for
No, we have the soundbite. We have the soundbite where your party president is saying, and he is speaking to a certain community. He's saying that RSS, BJP are like snakes, and you know what we need to do with the snakes. We need to kill them.
If you want me to debate on RSS, that is a different topic. You know
RSS and BJP
Gandhi,
also. Your party president called for killing of both RSS and BJP leaders.
No, I'll tell you, RSS is the mother, BJP is the child of RSS, and it is their own party, their own system. I'm not going to question their whatever their working system or pattern. But the RSS, which wields power, which enjoys the power, they only nominate people. And majority of them, who calls the shot in RSS and BJP? You answer me. But here in Congress, Mr. Kharge, the president of Congress.
I mean, Ratan Sharda might disagree with you, Mr. Rajshekharan, that RSS enjoys power in the BJP. But, I have this question on the conundrum insofar as Kerala is concerned, Mr. Sharda, that while the RSS has been very active, visible on the ground in Kerala for decades, in fact, the BJP could never create a space for itself. For the first time, perhaps, you are seeing a visible BJP to the extent that they are contesting more seats than the Congress, and they are contesting more seats than the CPM. So something clearly has changed on the ground in Kerala.
Before I go to that, I pity Rajshekharan. He's getting so excited, getting cuff and all because he is defending something which is indefensible. Sitaram Kesari, dhoti nikal ke bathroom mein band kiya. Jagjivan Ram never given the due. Ambedkar never allowed to win. So don't tell me about all Dalit and all that. And you also said Dalit Christians and Muslims. If you say you are not casteist and you believe that there is casteism only in Hindus and Dalits are product of Hindu casteism and that's why they convert to Christianity and they convert to Islam, then how can they be Dalit? That means they are not getting the due. Now coming to Kerala, you are right, Abhishek, that RSS has shakhas in every village, but these are cadres. So many, they cannot, even if they vote, everybody goes to vote, these votes won't count to the level that have reached now. As I said in the beginning, BJP base has increased. More members of the society, including Christians, are gravitating towards towards BJP because BJP is a political party which has got. Why are you shaking your head, my dear friend? BJP voting percentage has increased just because sitting here. Don't keep on shaking your head. See, BJP voting has increased. BJP got MP now. BJP winning panchayat elections. The problem with Kerala was so bipolar that people thought BJP cannot win. So why so-called waste your vote? Now they see that votes are not wasted. You will slowly find people gravitating towards BJP, voting more and more. And suppose this time they get into double digits, it will become a major pain for these other two parties because then people will vote. What is the development model of Kerala? Aren't we ashamed of Kerala model of development where you're using the money from the overseas Malayalis who cannot get jobs in Kerala, where industries cannot prosper, where handicraft cannot prosper, where tourism is the only income, and plus the income of these people, and where you deny jihad. Even if Christians say that there is the love jihad, you say there is no love jihad. High Court says, the Kerala Christian priests say that I have got a YouTube with them, and still you keep on supporting those jihadi elements, where ISI became very strong, where SDPI became very strong. All these elements became strong in Kerala. And you saw Rahul Gandhi's rallies in his own constituency, where there are more green flags than tricolor flags. So try to understand, you are captive of a Muslim communal politics. Unless you come out of it, you have no future. It is just a question of this year or that year, because RSS doesn't work on a small vision. BJP doesn't work on a small vision. I opened my remarks that once it gets a foothold, people have faith, and then it takes over the politics of all those states, whether it was third party or no party at all. So rather than being dismissive, be more careful, learn something, and see to it they are not wiped out. You lost last election despite the Kerala record, which shows that Congress has a weak position. You could not even an election, you could not win election despite giving on a platter. And this time also you are struggling because left is fighting, you are fighting, but you could not get last election, which everywhere alternative win the election, because you are losing confidence of the people, because you are into just rhetorics and no results. Kerala by all means is succeeding only because of expat money, and which is a tragedy, because where you charge money for looking at luggage while it is being removed, and where unions have killed every industry, you don't say that's a development model. It's a welfare state running on central money or on the expat money. Is it the right model?
Okay.
That is a question that Kerala will ask.
I mean, Mr. Rajshekharan, you would not disagree with Mr. Sharda on this part, that Kerala has deficiencies insofar as development model is concerned. A lot of brain drain happened because there was no development, and because of that brain drain, there was a thriving, vibrant expat community which sent in remittances, and the remittances make Kerala look good. It's not about actual development on the ground. It's just the remittance money which is sustaining the economy there, and the Congress party substantially agrees with that, and that's been the campaign pitch.
See, where is the question of central money? When Mr. Modi was the chief minister, he was fighting tooth and nail with the then Congress leadership and the government at the center, saying that Gujarat gives tax and you are not giving. Now
that's what Pinarayi Vijayan argument.
No,
are you
no,
agreeing with the Pinarayi Vijayan argument?
Please allow me. See, it is the states which pay the center, and you are giving it back. When you give it back, you give it with a stepmother mindset and attitude. That is the only allegation made against you. When RSS wants to enjoy the state's funds through BJP, and they don't have any record of receiving any money, but they say RSS is a selfless organization, we are doing service. Congress is the only party in this country which is selfless, and then Jawaharlal, starting from as every Mr. Modi says, it's Jawaharlal Nehru for everything. Now I'm telling, it is Madam Sonia Gandhi's magnanimity that UPA 1 and 2 gave lot to the states from the central fund, and now you are trying to polarize votes, divisive politics, and divide the country in the name of caste and religion, which will not work in South India forever. You take it from me, you will not win even a single seat in Tamil Nadu. I can challenge. And in Kerala, I can always say, Keralites are literate people, 100% literacy in Kerala, and they will not vote for BJP. They understand the divisive politics of BJP. They understand the communal politics of RSS. They understand how they treat the OBCs and the Dalits, especially the minorities. They are waiting for an opportunity to capture the institutions in the states and bring their own agenda, which we will not allow in Tamil Nadu.
Take a breath, take a sip of water, Mr. Rajshekharan. But you have to also answer: is chopping off hands and legs of RSS
when I talk of economics, it talks of communalism.
Is love jihad, which is a word coined by a court, not communal? Is the petition by the Church of Kerala against love jihad not communal? And are you sort of not seeing in these issues on which people of Kerala would be voting today?
Say, I'll tell you, being a practicing lawyer, I cannot comment much on the court order because it may lead to contempt of court. But I'll refrain from that and I'll answer this question. See, you are taking one statement from somebody who is irrelevant. And now
you see, the phrase love jihad was not coined by the RSS or Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath. It was coined by a court. It was in response to a church petition.
No, I'll tell you, the origin of this love jihad comes from the WhatsApp universities of right-wing group.
Not really. I think I can quote you the court order which first time used the word love jihad.
The origin. I'm talking about the origin. The right-wing spreads in WhatsApp all these unruly terms, and they create as if that is the reality, which is not true. See, you what is Kerala files? What is this Kashmir files? All these are planted cinemas, movies with a narrative of saying that this happens, which is not true. The reality at the ground is not at all true. The people of Kerala know what is the truth. They understand BJP's evil intentions, that they are going to divide the state and they are going to...
why do you call it evil? It's a political party. If it wants to come to power in any state, it cannot be called evil intentions, Mr. Rajsekharan.
I must speak now. No, let me speak now. Enough is enough.
Please.
Enough is enough.
Sir, please.
I must speak now. Mr. Chandra, you have Rajsekharan said something which is contemptuous.
Divisive politics.
Let me speak now. Abhishek, allow me to speak.
The caste politics is evil. That's what I'm saying.
Abhishek, let me speak now.
Okay, Mr. Rajsekharan, Ratan Sharda gets to rebut you, and then I have to play the, a Prime Minister has made a pitch for women's reservation bill. He has given a soundbite. He has shared it for the masses. I have to go to that. Ratan Sharda, quick rebuttal before I play that.
I kept smiling as long as blabbering about Kerala, about communal politics, and all the time he turned to Kashmir saying it's a propaganda, nothing like happened. Like, I'm very sick, I'm angry, I'm sad. There are documented files of hundreds of women being raped, murdered, and Kashmiris thrown out of Kashmir, 5 lakh people out on the roads, and they never spoke about it. Now he says it's a propaganda. You should admit, Rajsekharan, you are not even India if you say this. You have no shame at all. They are laughing at people's tragedy who suffered for ages together, who were living in open tents and made their life somehow, and you say that nothing happened there. You should be ashamed. You had never rebutted one story of Kashmir file, nor one story of Kerala love jihad stories, but you will keep on blabbering here. Now coming to the economic issues, which is said that the largest and all that, because he is trying to vitiate the debate, let me come back to economics. He said that the state doesn't give money, it is my money, you are taking and give back money. What is the definition of deficit, Mr. Rajsekharan? You are an educated person, you are a lawyer. Please tell me what is the definition of deficit budget. Can you tell me? In Kerala, the GSDP management debt is 38.2% GSDP. In 2023, it is rising. What is deficit? What is deficit of 38.2%? It is, my dear friend, for the education of the people. It is the money which you don't own. You borrow from the banks, from the RBI, over and above what is your contribution which is given back by the center, which is much more than your Madam Sonia gave at earlier time through GST. And when you go above board, when you don't repay the loan, it becomes debt. If you don't understand, don't come here and blabber about economics. Stick to your caste politics.
Mr. Sharda, that's a very substantive argument you have made. We will continue it on the other side of this soundbite of Prime Minister Modi, where he has highlighted the importance of women's reservation bill. In fact, he has, in this video message, said that it's an imperative that we pass this law in the upcoming special session of Parliament if we have to continue our march towards Viksit Bharat by 2047. Let's take a listen to Prime Minister Modi on women's reservation bill.
मैं माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों से एक बात करना चाहता हूं। भारत ने तय किया है कि 2047 में जब हमारी आजादी के 100 साल होंगे, तब तक हमने विकसित भारत बना के रहना है। लेकिन मेरे 2-2.5 दशक के सरकार के मुखिया के रूप में जो मेरे अनुभव है, उस अनुभव के आधार से मैं कह सकता हूं कि हमें विकसित भारत का लक्ष्य हासिल करना है तो हमें हमारी मातृशक्ति को, हमारी नारी शक्ति को, उनके पूर्ण सामर्थ्य का राष्ट्र के विकास में जोड़ना ही होगा। हमने कुछ वर्ष पहले नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम पारित किया था और सभी राजनीतिक दलों ने सहमति से किया था और सबकी इच्छा है कि 2029 में जब लोकसभा के चुनाव होंगे तब हमारे देश की नारी शक्ति को जनप्रतिनिधि के रूप में लोकसभा में, विधानसभाओं में 33% स्थान मिलना ही चाहिए। पिछले कुछ दिनों से हम सभी राजनीतिक दलों से बातचीत कर रहे हैं। ज्यादातर दलों ने समर्थन भी दिया है। एक बहुत ही सकारात्मक माहौल दिख रहा है। इन्हीं विषयों को लेकर के मैंने आज अखबारों में एक लेख लिखा है। मेरे अपने विचार मैंने साझा किए हैं, लेकिन मैं आज आपसे आग्रह करता हूं, आप इस लेख को जरूर पढ़ें, औरों को भी पढ़ने के लिए प्रेरित करें और हम सभी राजनीतिक दलों को प्रेरित करें, उनका उत्साहवर्धन करें कि वो उमंग के साथ 16, 17, 18 संसद में इस विशेष काम के लिए जब हम मिल रहे हैं तो इसको पारित करें और सब मिल करके इसका जश्न मनाएं। चलिए, मैं ज्यादा समय नहीं लेता हूं। लेख पढ़ने के बाद आपके कमेंट जरूर मुझे मिलेंगे।
All right, friends, that was Prime Minister Modi pitching in for the Women's Reservation Bill, which is all set to come up in the special session of Parliament with the aim and objective of reserving 1/3 of seats in the Parliament for women first, and then, of course, legislative assemblies across the states. But there are a lot of developments. Niranjan joins me in the studio, and we are continuing our rolling coverage of elections happening in Kerala and Assam and Puducherry. But remember, despite the ceasefire, it's still not all calm on the Western Front for us, which means in West Asia. In fact, Iran has said that they are going to back off the ceasefire if Israel does not stop its missile attacks in Lebanon, and vice versa. And we have now a comment coming in from President Trump, where he has said that all US ships, aircraft and military personnel with additional ammunition, weaponry and anything else that is appropriate and necessary for the lethal prosecution and destruction of an already substantially degraded enemy will remain in place in and around Iran until such time as the real agreement in caps is reached and is complied with. So I think we are seeing a lot of saber rattling continuing, Niranjan, right? And this does not bode well for a long-lasting ceasefire in the Middle East as we see these developments, both from the side of Iran and from the side of the United States. On the side of Iran by the IRGC, on the side of United States by President Trump himself. A lot of posturing happening. Where's the ceasefire? Let's go for details to Shivam. He's joining us live from the newsroom, even as Niranjan gets mic'd up. Shivam, over to you. Please tell us, what's the statement? Is it a soundbite? Is it a post by President Trump? And what's been the Iranian response?
Yeah, it's a very big statement by Donald Trump. He's again threatening. He's back to square one as usual. That's the style of Donald Trump, as you know. And he's warning that the strikes in the future will be bigger and better and stronger than anyone has ever seen before. So that's his style of saying, that's his way of warning Iran once again that if Iran violates the ceasefire, then there will be US strikes against Iran, and this will be bigger. He's warning that all US ships, aircrafts and military personnel with additional ammunition, weaponry and anything else that is required, is appropriate and necessary for lethal prosecution, necessary and for destruction of an already substantially degraded enemy, will remain in place in and around Iran until such a time that a real agreement is reached in and is complied with. So the big point here, the major point here, that it is not yet a complete ceasefire. It is a 2-week pause that has been achieved by both the parties, but clearly Israel does not seem to be complying with that. It was continuing its strike against Lebanon. There was a Lebanon mention in the 10-point plan, which was mentioned by the Iranian regime, and the control of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, it will be very difficult. It's just a 2-week ceasefire, a 2-week pause as we speak, but Trump goes on threatening Iran. Now, he wants diplomacy, but he wants diplomacy with threats. He's threatening Iran. This is, again, a big threat. They should have not come, because when a dialogue is happening, you should not be threatening the other country. But he's warning that the other strikes, the future strikes, if you don't comply with the terms and conditions of the temporary 2-week pause, that the ceasefire, then there will be bigger strikes, which clearly indicates that the military, the placement of the military and the maneuvers will be in and around that region. We already know that they have increased their deployment of troops in the Middle Eastern region, the commandos, the 82nd Airborne Division. So they are prepared for any future target, for any future action, for ground invasion and something of that sort. So this is a warning by Donald Trump. He wants to talk, he wants the ceasefire to be in place, but he's also threatening that if you don't comply with what Donald Trump has said, what we have said, then we will take action. Yeah.
All right.
In fact, Hina is also with me. Hina, again, he's back to square one. He's doing what he's usually known for.
Absolutely, Shivam. This is after a ceasefire, in fact, was declared. But the ceasefire is crumbling, because in the ceasefire, in the 10 points which were mentioned by Iran also, there was a mention that none of the proxies of Iran will be attacked. But we are seeing attacks taking place in Lebanon, and it has been happening. It has been intensifying, in fact, and we are seeing multiple explosions taking place in Beirut, the capital city of Lebanon. And Trump, in the recent tweet, has in fact written a very stringent warning to Iran, saying that if the ceasefire is not put in place and it's not continuing, we will continue to attack. And as also in fact mentioned that the US troops will continue to be in and around Iran. So this is a warning by Trump that nobody is going to withdraw from the region. The tensions will continue to be in place. In fact, will escalate in the coming days, it seems, because Donald Trump is also in fact not only talking about US forces in and around Iran, but also talking about shooting more people if the deal is broken. So of course, this is a new post by Donald Trump. We were, in fact, thinking about that it will de-escalate the situation, but it continues to be so.
But that's Donald Trump's style of exaggeration. That is his way of putting things. He wants diplomacy, but he's again warning. But this threat will definitely be taken seriously. We'll wait for a response. We try to gather more inputs from the IRGs or from the Iranian regime. But as of now, there is a temporary ceasefire that is in place. But it also explains that Iran is not completely complying with, and also as per the experts also, because the Israeli opposition leader in the parliament, he clearly conveyed that the entire terms that have been put forward, the 10-point plan, it's completely favoring Iran. It is not favoring Israel. It is not favoring US. The mention of the control over the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran can go on to toll the ships in that region, and the specific mention of Hezbollah in Lebanon, and Israel says that Hezbollah is not a part of the ceasefire plan. So Iran definitely is not happy with that, and there will be trouble in the near future. Abhishek, over to you.
Niranjan, President Trump is more mercurial than Juhi Chawla of Kabhi Haan Kabhi Na, and that seems to be the case. But we have to slip into a short break, and we come back on the other side with more on what's happening in West Asia and more on what's happening in Guwahati and Trivandrum.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either
हेलो लेडीज, आपके लिए है ये कंफर्टेबल सोफा, गर्मा गर्म चाय और वाईफाई। आराम फरमाइए, क्योंकि हमारा लेटेस्ट लिनन फैब्रिक कलेक्शन है ही ऐसा। वो क्या है ना, इन्हें देखने में और दिखाने में थोड़ा वक्त लगेगा। बंदों को लिनन पसंद है तो पसंद है। लिनन बाय अरविंद।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Director, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use by.
Where is he? 4 घंटे से वेट कर रही हूँ उसका. कहाँ है वो?
अब भी गया.
Let's continue with the shirt.
Sure. बंदे को लिनन पसंद है तो पसंद है. बोलो आप क्या बनवाओगे? लिनन बाय अरविंद.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से. MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से.
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MTH.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा.
राजा आर प्योर मसाला. Okay, getting in a breaking news update, ladies and gentlemen. We always knew that Pakistan was used by America, and this is something that we've been saying for the last 24 hours. We told you that Shehbaz Sharif was only the postman, and the tweets and the posts of the ceasefire, the entire effort was being done by Trump. Trump was controlling, pulling the strings, and even the US media is now confirming what we've been saying, that all the tweets, all the posts that were put out were in fact vetted by Donald Trump and the White House. White House knew about Pakistan's ceasefire post even before it was sent. The US media confirming that the Pakistan Prime Minister and is posting a public plea on X for Trump to extend his Tuesday evening deadline for Iran was scripted, and the White House was directly involved in shaping that message. The White House had already signed off on the statement before Shehbaz Sharif posted it. This is what even the US media is saying. Let's go across to Shivam joining us in the newsroom with more details.
The way the post was made, and there was also an edited version, the draft version, which was also shared, the screenshot of which was shared. So definitely the Pakistani Prime Minister is on the payroll, not just him, but also the Army Chief of Pakistan, Asim Munir, is on the payroll. They were just used as a medium. They were just used as postmen for posting the message, for conveying the message, because the war was getting too much difficult for the United States of America. Now, it clearly mentions, these are reports, this has been confirmed, that Pakistan was indeed used by America to convey that message, and it was completely a copy-paste. And another message, he said that with great humility, I would like to share that there is a ceasefire has been achieved and both have agreed, but he should indeed write that with great, not humility, but with great humiliation, because humiliation is what Pakistan is getting right now. So officially, it has been confirmed as per the latest reports. Hina also joins me in the newsroom that Pakistan was used by America. Hina.
Absolutely, Shivam, an embarrassment, total embarrassment of Pakistan on the global stage. As we earlier reported how when Shehbaz Sharif posted about the ceasefire that took place between United States and Iran, he in fact by mistake posted a draft line which read Pakistan PM's message on X, which clearly indicated to all of us that it was given by United States, it was vetted by United States, it was vetted by White House, and then only it was posted by Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. And now we are getting reports, Shivam, that in fact White House was the one who vetted the message, and then only Shehbaz Sharif posted it. It clearly shows how the ropes are controlled by White House of Pakistan, and in fact these mediation talks that Pakistan has been boasting about since day one has fallen flat, because we are seeing continuous attacks taking place in Lebanon. So this is in fact Pakistan falling flat on its face, as we are confirming reports now that White House in fact vetted, and then only Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif posted this ceasefire post, which talked about how Pakistan mediated between the United States and Iran, and then the ceasefire was concluded. So an absolute embarrassment, Shivam, on the part of Pakistan on global stage.
Yeah, definitely an absolute embarrassment for Pakistan, because clearly the message shows, he edited the message, but it clearly showed a draft Pakistan's PM message on X. Earlier we thought maybe that he might be using AI because of lack of knowledge or the right knowledge of how to use proper English in this case, but now it has been confirmed by the latest reports that we are fetching, the American reports, that he indeed was told to do what he did, which is exactly the copy-paste what he was supposed to do. So it's clearly a standard case of bootlicking by the Pakistan Prime Minister, helping Donald Trump in a war that was too much difficult, a war which was miscalculated by Donald Trump, and he needed an exit plan. And where else do you get an exit plan? He used Pakistan as a medium, and Pakistan was used as a medium because there was no other country which could have otherwise brokered peace. Pakistan being on a payroll and getting aid from United States of America was the one who initiated, but had no other option, and copy-pasted the message. And indeed, this is now confirmed as per the reports that he was used, and he just forwarded the message which was he was told to do, what he was told to do. And the message was to initiate a ceasefire, because Iran was continuing its strikes against the military assets of America in the entire Middle Eastern region. It was firing missiles which had range in the language of Donald Trump that nobody has ever seen before. So Iran was getting powerful, and it was striking very hard. It was not backing down, and Donald Trump needed an exit, and Pakistan Prime Minister came to the rescue, and he copy-pasted the message and forwarded it.
Yes, and Shivam, from day one, we have been seeing that Pakistan has been on a very tight spot as far as this war is concerned. We have seen multiple ships, in fact, taking U-turn in the Strait of Hormuz. The economic condition of Pakistan is also not good. We've also seen reports how Pakistan could come to the rescue of Saudi Arabia with the help of the comprehensive defense agreement that both the countries signed last year. So, of course, Pakistan was not in a very easy position as far as this war war is concerned, though it was trying to leverage its relationship with Iran and United States and try to broker. In fact, in the latest, Shivam, we are also seeing a statement by the Iranian regime, who is in fact saying that there will be no talks happening in Islamabad in case the ceasefire in Lebanon is not continuing. So a big statement there as well this morning, when Iran is clearly saying that there'll be no talks happening in Islamabad. We have been seeing that how J.D. Vance is all due to, in fact, visit Islamabad to carry out these talks. And Donald Trump's latest warning is also indicating that the ceasefire is only going to collapse. And in fact, collapsed in Lebanon. We are seeing continuous strikes taking place since yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. Israel is not following the ceasefire plan, and also the kind of reaction that was the opposition leader of in Israel they were giving. So that clearly clearly explains that the ceasefire doesn't seem to work out as of now. Over to you, Niranjan.
Okay, you know, markets are reacting to this, a very unstable ceasefire. In fact, we're getting in some more details. In fact, it's not just in India, but across the world, markets are seeing the impact of this very unsteady, unstable, fragile ceasefire. Sensex down almost 800 points this morning, and almost 1%. That's down 1% from the gains that it saw yesterday after the ceasefire. Gains seen yesterday, and all of the gains, or not all, but gains are being lost today over the very, very unsteady ceasefire. Pranav is joining us live. Pranav, I don't think there is a ceasefire, and most countries are talking about why this is not going to last, given how Lebanon is being bombed.
Well, absolutely. In fact, the Iranian regime has already started saying that the U.S.-Israel coalition has breached three, the terms of the ceasefire, one of them being Lebanon, and the second also being the fact that apparently two versions of the same ceasefire agreement were passed on to America and Iranian authorities. So there seem to be disagreements, as a result of which we're seeing oil prices climb once again. As we speak, oil is up about 3%, Brent is up about 2%, and that is what is exactly getting reflected across global markets. And as you rightly said, after about between 2 to 6% gains within one day yesterday, we are again seeing all the markets tumble. Asian markets are all down about between 0.1 to 2%. So yes, and Indian markets are following that exact trajectory. So we're seeing the ceasefire coming down and the ripples of that being felt on the Indian markets.
Well, it doesn't appear that this is going to be a truce that will last, given the bombing in Lebanon, given Donald Trump's latest tweet. So we're back to square one, isn't it? How do you see this play out in the near term, Pranav?
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. In fact, we are seeing that yesterday itself, Israel carried out one of the biggest bombings in Lebanon. Iran has already said that if Israel continues to bomb Lebanon, it will close a Strait of Hormuz. And Russia, in fact, said yesterday that Iran's nuclear weapon is the closure of Strait of Hormuz. So we are literally seeing that kind of an impact being felt on the markets. Oil prices, premiums of the ships passing are likely to expect. So market participants are right now confused as to whether Strait of Hormuz is open or closed, because only 4 ships have passed through the strait ever since the ceasefire, so-called ceasefire, came into effect. Iran and US are also talking about imposing a toll. Trump saying collective toll on the ships. So market participants are weighing this as whether or not there is military action. It is likely that oil will continue to suffer. If there is toll, oil will suffer. If there is bombing, oil will suffer. And if oil continues to suffer, as we are seeing once again right now, it is unlikely that the markets will gain steam in the near term. Niranjan.
Okay. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Let's cut out of the war for a bit. We have elections going on in 2 states, 1 union territory in India. So we'll pay attention to that for a bit and come back to the world at war updates. It's not going to be a ceasefire. It doesn't seem like a ceasefire that will stick. Ladies and gentlemen, Assam and Kerala going to polls today, along with Puducherry, 30 seats in Puducherry, 140 and 126 seats respectively in Kerala and Assam. And let's go across straight to the pictures coming in. We've had the first set of voter turnout numbers that have come in, and looking steady as of this minute in both the states of Assam and Kerala, both recording over 16 to 17% of polling in the first 1 hour and getting in responses. The key reactions from the battleground states. The BJP claims it has a chance in Kerala. They claim they're going to play a decisive role, unlikely given what most pollsters are saying. And in Assam, of course, Himanta Biswa Sarma looking for what could be BJP's hat-trick. Those are pictures coming in. Live pictures from Assam. Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Chief Minister, the incumbent Chief Minister, who also put out a video this morning of praying, saying that this was an election for the future. And ladies and gentlemen, those are the voter turnout numbers on your screen. Kerala, voter turnout of 16.23% until 9 a.m., 140 seats on offer today. And in Assam, 17.87 voter turnout till 9 a.m. That's Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Assam Chief Minister, looking to get another term. Very popular among the masses. There has been wild campaigning, taking on the Congress head-on. People like Pawan Kheda, whom he calls Pawan Peda, is on the run. Pawan Kheda literally on the run a day before elections. The Congress has gone into this elections, Abhishek, completely on the back foot. In fact, nobody knows where Pawan Kheda is, and he has made more allegations. But Himanta, most pollsters showing that Himanta is steady and Himanta is on track. If all goes well, he could win another term. That's a Kamakya temple, by the way, in Assam. One of the most revered sites in India, one of the most famous temples in the world. And in Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma there, along with his wife Riniki, who was also subject to personal attacks by the Congress party in the last few days. Both of them, the couple, praying on polling day. Abhishek.
Well, yes. So religious imagery there has, been the most prominent factor, visible factor in Himanto's campaigning. In fact, early in the morning, we saw pictures of him praying at his home temple when he posted about elections. And now we are seeing him at the Kamakya temple, one of the major Shakti Peeths of the country. And he has gone there with family. And we have also seen Himanto. Remember, this is a very important election for him, a re-election for him. The fact that this is the first time after one full complete term of 5 years that he is heading into hustings, and he has practiced a certain kind of politics over the last couple of years. Himanta Biswa Sarma there, which has been variously called as polarizing. And but what is important is this aspect of Assam politics goes back to the 1970s and 80s from the Assam movement onwards. And I was recently in Assam, and a lot of people said that the original objectives of Assam movement are still. In Assam? Yes, yes, I was there in Assam for last month actually.
Oh yeah, you went for the summit. Okay.
Yeah, and there was the sentiment that a lot of objectives of the Assam movement are yet to be fulfilled, and Himanto's politics of the last couple of years has to be seen in that backdrop. From the outside, it seems like he's targeting Muslims when he says Mias, but those are
He's
actually
also popular among the minority community. Lots actually.
Yeah, so that's the differentiation. So Assam is the state with highest proportion of Muslim majority in the country or minority in the country, and his charge against the Mias was essentially that they are not indigenous Assamese Muslims, but they are Bengali outside of Assam Muslim, the outsider Muslims, and that's been the pivot of his politics over the last couple of years.
Yeah. Should we just get in over these pictures? We'll stay with these pictures because that's the election color, isn't it? One of the, this is very difficult, and you got to stand in line. It's a long line to get into the Kamakya temple. Of course, the Chief Minister doesn't have to wait in a line, but he's gone there. And the crowd on polling day, I must say, people go there from across the country. And let me also, while we stay on these pictures, go to Karan Verma. Karan Verma joining us on the broadcast as we stay on the pictures. Karan, good morning. Balan also joining us. S. Balan is from Karnataka, left-leaning, Congress-leaning. And Karan Verma, of course, leans towards the NDA. In this case, is it going to be smooth sailing for Himanta this time, Karan? At least going by, I don't know, pollsters often get it wrong. But what is your sense?
I think it is going to be smooth sailing. Let's understand this. Here is an unapologetic CM, and the last few days, if anything to go by, that unapologetic aspect of his was visible out there. He took Pawan Khera literally to the cleaners. And that's what Assam actually stands for. Look, we've had a history in Assam where they really suffered because of the illegal immigration, because of the IMDT Act, which was brought in by the Indira Gandhi. And it was BJP's Sarbanand Sonowal who actually won that case in 2005. And since then, there has been no looking back in terms of getting a hold on this illegal immigration. And I think Hemanta symbolizes that iron fist against this illegal immigration. So that is one of the burning issues. And he's also made sure that governance has gone hand in hand. Look at the kind of work he's done for the health infrastructure there, for the digitization of the land records there, crackdown on cattle smuggling. So I think he's the man for the job, extremely popular, wears his intention on his sleeve and is unapologetic. So I think it's going to be smooth sailing. He's going to be the CM for the third straight time.
Okay. Balan, Congress not so sure, at least in Assam.
See,
yeah. Sure. Go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, my reaction is... Yeah. See, Hemanta is a Congress product injected into BJP with communal venom. He is the most corruptive chief minister known in India, mega corruption. And it's not smooth sailing, you know, his governance was bad. It is one-sided, communal, it's only hate politics. People of Assam are capable of understanding this. So no infrastructure development, poverty elevation, then the gas issue, LPG gas issue also will hardly hit the election in Assam. It cannot be smooth sailing. I feel that he will be defeated in his own constituency because his track record is bad.
Okay, his track record is back. This is the second time the BJP, he has brought the BJP to power in the first term. This is his completion of second term, and he's looking at a third term for the BJP and for himself also, I believe. But what is important is that we have Arnab now joining us live. It's a high voter turnout election as it is shaping up in Assam, 18% already by about 9 a.m. And we are now looking at 10, 15, 10, 18 a.m., which means more voting would have taken place. Anirudh, any updates you have on how's the scene like and how long before the Chief Minister comes out of the Kamakhya temple and goes for his vote?
Yes, Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma has already left from his residence. He is now visiting Kamakhya temple, and from the Kamakhya temple he will be going to the Dol Gobind temple, from where he will be coming to this particular polling station in Goral to cast his vote. As far as the voting percentage is concerned, Abhishek, as you have pointed out, that high voter turnout has been recorded, and 17.87% of polling has been recorded in the first 2 hours. The percentage has gone up yet again, and we are expecting that the polling percentage, which will reflect at 11 a.m., will be much higher than what it was recorded in the first 2 hours. And as we continue to report from Guwahati, here long queues can be seen in each and every polling booth. People are coming out in large numbers to cast their vote. This is not something that unprecedented, but yes, in Assam it has been always recorded a high voter turnout. In the last election also, almost close to 84% of polling was recorded, and in 2016 also similar numbers were reflected. So yes, you can say that in this election also a high voter turnout is expected. And as you were saying, that there are several factors which are playing a crucial role in this election, be it the infiltration factor, be it the encroachment of government land, Hotro land is concerned, saving the cultural identity of the state is concerned. These are all factors that the people of the state are concerned about. Apart from that, we have also interacted with several first-time voters in Guwahati, and also over the last few days of time, in the last few days, we have interacted with several first-time voters across the state, and they have also opined that, you know, they want to see development, they want peace and stability in the state, they want the infrastructure growth to continue. So these are the factors that will play a crucial role as far as the mandate is concerned, which will reflect on 4th of May. But yes, for today, high voter turnout is expected, and everyone is coming out in large number to cast their vote, be it octogenarian, nonagenarian, or a first-time voter, Abhishek.
You know, Jalukbari is not a Congress seat or a BJP seat. It's a Hemanta Biswa Sarma seat. He has been MLA representing Jalukbari since 2001. This is the first time we are seeing Gaurav Gogoi contesting assembly elections, despite the fact that he's a sitting member of parliament. What does that show about the Congress party? Are they short on options? Or is it that with the kind of charges that have been made against Gaurav Gogoi vis-a-vis his wife's Pakistan connections, the Congress party thought that using this electoral mandate might be the best possible way out of those charges, even as an investigation continues?
Yes, Abhishek, as we, during the campaign trial, we also accompanied Gaurav Gogoi on a campaign trial, and all based on the interaction that we had with him that during the campaign trial, it is very clear that the Congress is trying to test the waters after the major allegations of involvement with his ISI involvement and the Pakistani links came up, and those were alleged by the Assam Chief Minister also. And after that, being the president of the Assam Pradesh Congress Committee, the Congress leadership actually wanted to test the waters, and that is why they have fielded him from Jorhat constituency. But however, Jorhat is not going to be a smooth sail for Gaurav Gogoi or the Congress party either, and unlike the last Lok Sabha election where Gaurav won the Jorhat seat with a large margin, in this particular election, that is the Assam Legislative Assembly Elections of 2026, Gaurav Gogoi is facing a very tough contest, and it is going to be a head-on contest between the BJP's Arnab Goswami, who is known for his integrity, who is known for his soft nature, versus Gaurav Gogoi. So this is going to be a very, very tough contest. As far as Jalukbari constituency is concerned, Jalukbari constituency is one particular constituency in the state where opposition is nowhere to be seen. Opposition is nowhere to be seen, absolutely nowhere in Jalukbari constituency. Though the Congress party has fielded a candidate here this time, the chances are very bleak that she will be able to give any contest to the incumbent Chief Minister or the incumbent MLA of this constituency, Hemanta Biswa Sarma. Abhishek.
Okay, let's you know, we have some responses coming in from both Assam and Kerala. I'd like to get those responses in. Candidates speaking to Republic TV on Polling Day Live.
Kerala is going oaths. Is it a three-corner fight, and how is the NDA going to fight against the LDF and the UDF?
No, NDA is already fighting against the LDF UDF, and our fight is not against the LDF and UDF. Our fight is for the people of Kerala, for a better future for our state, and we have been for the last several months outlining our vision of Viksit Kerala.
But in our hearts also, let us propagate that, let us manifest that duty of democracy. That's all. Namaste. Nanni.
Thank you. Please. Okay, that's the Kerala governor there speaking in battleground Kerala as he goes to cast his vote. Interesting, most pollsters giving Congress the edge in Kerala. A comment that came in from the BJP that they will play a decisive role now, not so sure. Yes, they have made a headway, right? Karan, yes, they have made a headway in Kerala, but will that really translate into a victory? Nobody knows.
So, you know, unfortunately in Kerala, I would continue saying this, that people really don't have an option. I mean, at one end, you have a government that's taken Kerala to abysmal depths in terms of debt. I'm talking about the left. They come out of the Supreme Court and they say, oh, the center isn't giving us our due. Though in the Supreme Court, they prostrate and say, oh, we are not able to run our finances, we need help. They've literally taken Kerala down immensely. I mean, you look at any of the figures, whether it's the debt to GSDP ratio, whether it's anything, the amount of loot that is happening in the name of temple management, it's unbelievable. So I really don't see them doing any good. The Congress on the other side, their alliance, we see what they're doing in all the states, whether it's Himachal, whether it's Telangana or Karnataka. So unfortunately for Kerala, there's no option. BJP has not been able to increase its footprint there. I hope they are able to do a little better this time, but they're not really in contention to form a government there, from where I see. So it's going to be tough for the state, despite being one of the most literate states, despite having so much potential. It's suffered, unfortunately, for decades together. And I don't see that changing this time either.
Okay, Mr. Balan, in which case you see the rise of the BJP helping the Congress in Kerala?
See, in Kerala, BJP has no rider. They are on their own. They will not even open their account
They
this
have
time.
20% vote.
There will be a
20%
zero
vote share.
representation in the assembly. Okay, sir. No, yes. The zero MLAs this time. See, track record of left Democratic Alliance in Kerala for the last 10 years, it is far from satisfactory. And their track record is good, infrastructure, then no communal issues, no attack on minorities culture, food, and their rights are protected, minority Christian rights are protected. Now the LPG cylinder, then people are asking Modi ji, where is LPG? And they are not addressing the interest of the people of Kerala. See, morning I have heard the voters, what they want is not the communal issue. They wanted jobs, they wanted wages, they want infrastructure, they wanted welfare state, which the left alone could able to give. What Kerala today, the progressive state, the zero
Since you asked Mr. Balan, where is the LPG by the Modi government?
Poverty.
In fact, I can tell you there is a breaking news development coming in from the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, which is that the Minister, Hardeep Puri, is going to be travelling to Qatar, and he's on a 2-day visit to Qatar, April 9 and 10, which is today and tomorrow. And this is essentially to make sure that India's LPG supplies are secured. So, and the energy supplies are secured. So, since you asked what the government is doing, I can tell you this is what the government is doing. Hardeep Puri to be visiting Qatar today and tomorrow with the award objective of securing energy supplies for the country. And I think that's a significant development, given the fact that ceasefire Niranjan has been called out just yesterday, though of course it's being practiced more in its breach than in reality. But the fact of the matter is the government is trying to be pronto and make sure that we take the opportunity of some pullback of missile launches and just get a slip in our minister and get some more LPG supplies going.
Well, yes, Abhishek, but how? With Strait of Hormuz, there's no movement. It's status quo at Strait of Hormuz. There are many reports about Iran putting a toll of ships passing through Strait of Hormuz. Now, of course, they've been kind to India. Many ships have passed through, Indian vessels that are headed to India carrying LPG and oil. And the world's #1 LPG supplier is Qatar Energy. Now, Qatar Energy holds the key to whether India gets stable supplies. I think we had, if I'm not wrong, before the war started, 50 to 60% of our LPG came from Qatar and Qatar Energy. Now, will that continue? What happens after the war? Now, that's the question. Now, what is the route to bring all this LPG to India? How soon can we further buffer our stocks? Now, these are questions, of course, so will remain. And that's why he's headed there. Now, most countries have begun mediating the Strait of Hormuz, led by European nations. You had UK saying that they're holding a meeting, and some Indian ministers and diplomats are already part of that initiative to try and open up diplomatically, find a solution to the Strait of Hormuz. And for sure, I mean, India will get some of those ships through, but I think the LPG supplies, that will be key. Abhishek, what are you hearing? Because Qatar, I'm not so sure if Qatar Energy has begun full supplies of its LPG to other countries just yet.
Well, it might take a couple of weeks, Niranjan. That's what I'm told, for the systems to be upstream again in Qatar with the kind of damage that's happened there with all the missiles and drones flying thick and fast. But the fact that Minister is traveling, the fact that the government of India is making sure that as customers and as consumers, we are there and we are securing our supplies in the soonest possible time, and that there are already existing contracts, that the force majeure is lifted and those supplies begin. And insofar as Hormuz is concerned, Niranjan, I think the choke is gone unless the ceasefire breaks to a level where the hostilities restart. And so I think the objective perhaps of the visit would be to make sure that whatever LPG supplies are available for the offtake, they are brought in before any further disruption happens, if at all. So Hina is joining us live from the newsroom for more on this. Hina, information coming in that our Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri is already in Qatar, and he's going to be there 2 days securing India's energy supplies.
Right, Abhishek. This is a 2-day visit, essentially, of Minister of Petroleum Hardeep Puri to Qatar. Now comes at a time when we are also seeing Iran putting out a statement that it is proposing an alternative route to all the countries to navigate the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, navigate all of its ships so that these energy crises that all the countries are facing can be tackled. So a very important visit by the Ministry of Petroleum. Remember, we have been seeing presses taking place from the Ministry officials, secretaries also, talking about how many ships have arrived in India amid this war. Now remember, Abhishek, the ceasefire has been announced and we are seeing a glimmer of hope there. But remember, the ceasefire is very, very volatile. We are seeing continued hostilities taking place in Lebanon. So this is an effort by the Indian government sending the Minister of Petroleum Hardeep Puri to Qatar to engage in the talks. Now what all talks will be related to, we'll have to see in the coming days. In fact, this is a 2-day visit, so we'll get to know more about it today and tomorrow, on 9th of April and on 10th of April. But essentially, the minister will going to be talking about the energy crisis here in India, and we will ensure that proper energy is secured here in India so that the citizens of the country do not face any challenges. Abhishek.
Right. Thank you so much, Hina, with those updates on energy supply. So, Mr. Balan, I hope you got your response. We have more sound bites?
No, not satisfactory response. The total fiasco is the mishandling of international affairs. People of Kerala understand international affair also. The politics is not just Kerala, it is an international affair. Why Kerala is hit, how their livelihood is snatched by the central government, privatization, codification of labor laws which hits very hard, and Prime Minister speaks about Nari Shakti, but he makes the women workers to work in the night shift also without safety. The scheme workers in India, the central government made them not to have maternity benefit also. These nurses, scheme workers, everyone understand the mispolicy of the BJP government that will really affect in this. As far as Kerala is concerned, the people of Kerala are quite mature. They have no politics. Communalization of Keralite people is impossible.
Sir, can you hear me, Mr. Balan?
They will definitely show the doors where the BJP should remain. As far as UDF is concerned, Mr. Rahul Gandhi is not addressing the people as expected from him. And
Mr. Balan, sir, can you hear me?
His address is not as statesmanship. Yeah.
Sir, I want to ask you, are you getting LPG in your home?
Yes, sir, I am.
Are you getting LPG at home?
But its LPG is in queue in Bangalore. 40,000 eateries are shut. Autos are in queues. Bangalore is in utter chaos.
Sir, everything is fine here. Sir,
6 lakh workers.
Uttar Pradesh, everything is fine. Uttar Pradesh, everything is fine. It appears because recently in Karnataka there was also a story of how
communalized
No, 1 minute. I'm not communalizing. I'm giving you facts.
Uttar Pradesh is a communalized state, not Kerala.
No, don't insult the people of Uttar Pradesh, sir. Please. No, you're insulting an entire state. Don't do that, sir. That's very irresponsible of you. I was talking about...
I'm not insulting.
You just said Uttar Pradesh. How can you say that?
Can I speak, please?
Yes, Karan Verma. Karan Verma is also offended, sir. He's responding to you.
So let me give some hard facts to him now that he's raised this communal bogey time and again. V.D. Satishan on the floor of the House during the Nilambur bypoll, by the way, took support from Jamaat-e-Islami's front here in India, the same Jamaat-e-Islami that is responsible for the genocide of Hindus in Bangladesh, a rabid communal organization. In fact, he was shown the mirror by Pinarayi Vijayan of all people. And he said, oh, they must have changed. And IUML, brazen communal politics, happens to be the second biggest partner of the UDF. I mean, to have the temerity then to preach communal harmony to others, I think you need to have a hard look at the mirror and then talk about it. Because the kind of communal politics that has panned out by the Congress, the UDF alliance, is shameful to say the least. So please think twice before giving those sermons to other states.
No, I'll tell you one more thing. They wanted India to learn a lesson from Pakistan. Pakistan se seeko, dekho Pakistan kaise kar rahe, headlines bana rahe. Not even one day, not even a few hours. I think the moment they announced the ceasefire, the same night, within a few minutes, the strikes continued on Lebanon. So it's an irony. I have, in fact, one more bit of breaking news coming in. It's not just Hardeep Singh Puri, but S. Jaishankar is also going to be visiting the UAE. These are back-to-back diplomatic visits. Jaishankar goes to UAE on the 11th and 12th. Hardeep Singh Puri already there on the 9th and 10th. That is today and tomorrow. Yeah. Abhishek, I think there's only one thing on their mind. I mean, you follow the government much closer. Is it all about the energy and nothing else?
It is absolutely about energy and nothing else because petroleum minister traveling to Qatar, which is our biggest supplier of energy needs, petroleum and gas, obviously it's about that. And the fact that, Niranjan, the ceasefire has lifted, the disruption, so to say.
Okay, I think just correct that. 11th and 12th. 11 and 12. Yeah. Just take that off, please. Yes.
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is traveling from Mauritius, first Mauritius and then UAE, and he's going to be there for a couple of days. That taken together, you can clearly see a pattern, which is that India is taking care of its energy supplies from the Gulf countries and visiting. And it's not that we have not been in touch. So the minister has been speaking to his counterparts almost 3 or 4 times over the last 1 month. And the result of which is that we have had maximum number of ships coming through the Hormuz for any country. But that's still, of course, not enough. And what has been coming, say, with a gap of 3-4 days is something which we need every day for these disruptions to end. So obviously, the government would want that we are not harmed further. Our economy is not harmed further. There are already stresses building up, underlined by the RBI monetary policy also yesterday, Niranjan. Yes. And we hope, in fact, that the ceasefire prevails and that there are no further surprises from both the sides and beginning of hostilities again, so that our energy and hence our economic progress are not hampered. But coming back to elections, brisk polling taking place in both Assam and Assam and Kerala. We move out of this.
Yeah, we had some sound bites coming of the candidates there in the battleground states of Assam and Kerala while we were on the war breakings and the updates coming in from West Asia. Live pictures of Himanta Biswa Sarma. Let's cut across live. Himanta, the man of the moment in Assam. In fact, the focus has been on him. I mean, literally, the focus has been on him. That's him. Very popular. Inside the Kamakya temple. Thousands of people there on polling day.
I can tell you, Niranjan, beautiful vibes there.
I know,
you really get good vibes at Kamakya temple.
I've been there. Yeah. It's. I mean, if anybody hasn't visited,
divinity, like you feel that sense of divinity in the temple that you sense, the sense of power that you get, and I think Himanta wants to partake some of it before he goes to vote.
Those are pictures. That's Gogoi on the right, I think. Gogoi on the right. And that's Himanta Biswa Sarma on the left. Is that Gogoi on the right? I'm just checking.
Is he doing namaz or what? Oh, he's doing...
No, Abhishek. He's with Okay, that's not Gogoi. Sorry, that's Piyush Hazarika, we are told. Wrong to assume that.
Piyush Hazarika.
Did you assume? How did you just assume that?
No, if you look at the posture.
Okay, yeah, okay. You could be praying for something.
Yeah.
And praying long, Abhishek.
Yeah.
Okay, those are pictures coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Chief Minister of Assam, meeting people, acknowledging selfies.
But the contrast would have been politically apt.
It was, absolutely it was. But you know, Abhishek, you hazarded a guess. Aniruddha's on the phone. Okay, Aniruddha. Aniruddha joining us. Yes, Aniruddha.
Yes, so here on the visuals you can see Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma at the Kamakhya temple. He has offered his obeisance to the goddess Kamakhya, and from there he has already left for the Dol Gobind temple, one of the sacred shrines dedicated to Lord Krishna, which is situated in his constituency itself, and both in fact Kamakhya temple and the Dol Gobind temple are in his constituency, and from there he will come to his polling station to cast his vote. Meanwhile, Minister Piyush Hazarika has already casted his vote in Roha in Nagaon district, and he was also accompanied by his wife Aimi Borua while casting his vote. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, meanwhile, is also by family, and you can also see how people are thronging to get the Chief Minister as he goes to the temple to seek blessings on the voting day. Niranjan.
I have a question for you, Anirudh. Even as we stay with those pictures, can we play some nats before I go back to Anirudh? Because there seem to be the bunch of supporters there with
fans also, devotees fans. Yes.
Frame.
Nats, yeah. The ambience.
Okay, Aniruddha, is the Chief Minister going to speak to the media there at the temple itself, or is he going to come to vote first and then speak to the media?
Okay, I think that's his frame, and signal is a bit weak there at the Kamakhya temple. That's Himanta Biswa Sarma and his family, the entire family of the Chief Minister there, accompanied by his, I think if I'm not wrong, that's his wife and daughter, who are also there, with the Chief Minister as he moves from one end of the temple to the next. Abhishek, the Kamakhya temple. I'm going back to Aniruddha. Kamakhya temple.
Yeah, Aniruddha, who's this contestant of the Congress party against the Chief Minister, Bidisha Niyog? Has the Congress made a contest of it or already given up?
Yes, Congress has fielded Bidisha Niyog against Himanta Biswa Sarma, but yes, there is no contest at all in Jalukbari constituency, at least if we also see the past few elections, then also it was in 1996 when Himanta Biswa Sarma lost the election to Bhrigu Phukon at that point in time, and ever since 2001, Himanta Biswa Sarma has been continuously winning from the Jalukbari constituency, and this time particularly it is very significant because after the delimitation, a major chunk of the Jalukbari constituency was also included in nearby Kamalpur and Hazu Hualkusi constituency. However, the dynamics of the voting pattern in Jalukbari hasn't changed, and that has been also reflected in the past elections, be it the Panchayat elections or the previous municipal elections and the Lok Sabha.
चुनाव का दिन माँ कामाख्या का दर्शन करने का सौभाग्य हुआ। असम का मंगल हो, असम का जनता आगे बढ़े, यही माँ का समक्ष प्रार्थना रखा। आज निर्वाचনৰ দিনা মই माँ कामाख्यार শ্ৰীচৰণত সেৱা জনালো। অসমবাসীয়ে এখন ভাল চৰকাৰ পাওক, অসম বিকাশৰ পথত আগবাঢ়ক, সকলোৰে শান্তি আৰু মংগল হওক তাৰ কামনা কৰিম।
Okay. Himanta
Okay,
Biswa Sarma.
we'll get Aniruddha in a bit. Aniruddha, if you look at the Lok Sabha elections of 2024 and look at the results assembly constituency wise, then you sort of get a picture which is in line with what the opinion polls have been saying, that the BJP is going to make a comeback. According to the Lok Sabha elections of 2024, BJP gets 75 seats, AGP gets 10 seats, UPPL, the Bodo party, gets 7 seats, and so taken together, the NDA gets 92 seats. What was the number of seats in the outgoing assembly so far as NDA is concerned?
Yes, in the outgoing, as far as NDA is concerned, in the outgoing assembly also, it is close to 90 seats that they had, and the NDA is also hopeful that the tally will go up even further in this assembly elections. As you were pointing out, in the last Lok Sabha elections, there were 3 constituencies which the Congress had been able to win. That is one in Upper Assam, that is Jorhat, owned by Gaurav Gogoi himself. The second was in Central Assam, that was in Nagaon, and the third constituency was Dhubri. Dhubri and Nagaon had a demography which is close. In Dhubri particularly, it is close to over 90% of the population is minority and Bengali-speaking Muslims in Dhubri. And in Nagaon, even after being in Central Assam, Nagaon have a demography of 70% minority voters. And Jorhat was the only constituency which, cast into aspiration and cast into votes that the Congress had been able to keep with themselves. And if we talk about other constituencies also across the state, if we break down constituency-wise in assembly segments, then also we see that in almost all the constituencies across the assembly segments, the BJP had a lead of at least 5,000 to 8,000 votes and somewhere at least up to 70,000 lead. So given this pattern of 2024 elections, and if we have a look at the current elections, even after delimitation was also done in the state, whereby, only the minority dominated seats has been controlled to an extent of only 22 seats across the state. So given all these facts and patterns that has been witnessed in the past few months all over the state, it seems to be more a cakewalk for the BJP in these elections, obviously.
We have more sound bites, more reactions coming in from the assembly polling states, I believe. And what do we have next?
We're getting in more. Shankar is live. Shankar is live, and he has an MP from the left, John Brittas, who's there with him. Shankar will be joining us live in just a bit. Okay, here are some responses coming in from Battleground, Kerala and Assam.
Kerala is going oaths. Is it a 3-corner fight, and how is the NDA going to fight against the LDF and the UDF?
NDA is already fighting against the LDF UDF, and our fight is not against the LDF and UDF. Our fight is for the people of Kerala, for a better future for our state. And we have been for the last several months outlining our vision of Viksit Kerala, a Viksit Kerala that is for every Malayali, and it is a Viksit Kerala that is heavily inspired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Viksit Bharat vision and his last 12 years of politics of performance. So we are not fighting with the LDF and UDF. We are putting forth in front of the people of Kerala our vision and requesting them to give us an opportunity, and first time opportunity, because they have given the LDF and the UDF multiple opportunities, and the LDF and UDF have failed them in the past. So we are asking them for an opportunity, and we are hopeful and confident that the people of Kerala will give us a decisive mandate and an opportunity.
Compared to other constituencies, Thiruvananthapuram looks very positive for the NDA, especially.
Across to Shankar. Shankar joining us live from Kerala. I think John Brittas is with him here.
വീണ്ടും അധികാരത്തിൽ വരാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു തെരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പ് പ്രക്രിയയാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ നടക്കുന്നത്. കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ സമഗ്ര വികസനം, സാഹോദര്യം, അതുപോലെ സാമൂഹ്യ ക്ഷേമം, ഈ മൂന്ന് പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട പ്രതലങ്ങളെ മുൻനിർത്തിയുള്ള ജനങ്ങളുടെ വിധിയെഴുത്താണ് നടക്കാൻ പോകുന്നത്. കേരളം 10 വർഷം മുമ്പുള്ള ഒരു ഇരുണ്ട കാലഘട്ടത്തിലേക്ക് മടങ്ങാൻ ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് ആഗ്രഹമില്ല. ഇപ്പം ഞാൻ വോട്ട് ചെയ്ത പോളിംഗ് ബൂത്തിൽ ഉൾപ്പെടെ ജനങ്ങൾ വളരെ ആവേശത്തിലാണ്. ഈ ഒരു ജനാധിപത്യ പ്രക്രിയയിൽ ജനങ്ങൾ സന്തോഷത്തോടുകൂടി പങ്കെടുക്കുകയാണ്. അത് കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ മുമ്പോട്ടുള്ള കുതിപ്പിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു വോട്ടായിട്ടാണ് ഞാൻ കാണുന്നത്.
നല്ല പോളിംഗ് ശതമാനമാണ്.
നല്ല പോളിംഗ് ശതമാനം.
പോളിംഗ് ശതമാനം കൂടുന്നത് എങ്ങനെയാണ്? അതിനകത്തൊരു നെഞ്ചിരിപ്പുണ്ടോ ഇടതുപക്ഷത്തിന്?
ഇല്ല, സന്തോഷത്തിന്റെ ഒരു നെഞ്ചിരിപ്പുണ്ട്.
ഇപ്പോൾ മാധ്യമങ്ങളെ കണ്ടിരുന്നു. അദ്ദേഹം 10 വർഷത്തെ ജനദ്രോഹ നടപടികൾക്ക് നിങ്ങൾ മറുപടി നൽകുമെന്നാണ് പറഞ്ഞത്.
അതെ, അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ മകനെ ബിജെപിക്ക്
CPM MP John Brittas is here with us. He was telling the larger vote percentages because of the voter participation in voting in favor of the LDF in this state, and he was criticizing even the Congress and the BJP is having a deal. He says the BJP is having a tie-up with Congress in so many constituencies. He also criticized the Congress party for having tie-up with the communal organizations like SDP and all in several constituencies. He was speaking, he was telling that the people are happily participating in the electoral process, and this larger voter turnout is in favor of LDF, and the people do not want to go to trouble and they want to vote LDF to power. That's what the John Brittas says.
പോകേണ്ടി വരും, അങ്ങനെയല്ലേ പൊതുപ്രവർത്തകരെന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. ഇന്നത്തെ ഒരു രാഷ്ട്രീയ സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ചരിത്രത്തിൽ ഇതുപോലുള്ള ഒരു തെരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പ് പ്രചരണം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. അതായത് ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഇടതുപക്ഷം ഞങ്ങൾ മുമ്പോട്ട് വെച്ചത് 10 വർഷത്തെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പെർഫോമൻസാണ്. അത് വിലയിരുത്താനാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ആവശ്യപ്പെട്ടത്, ഞങ്ങൾ അഭ്യർത്ഥിച്ചത്. ഒരു പോസിറ്റീവ് നോട്ടിലാണ്. അതേസമയം UDF പോസിറ്റീവ് നോട്ടിലുള്ള ഒരു പ്രചരണമല്ല നടത്തിയത്. വിഷലിപ്തമായ, എനിക്ക് സഹതാപം തോന്നുന്നത് വെച്ചാൽ സാധാരണഗതിയിൽ വലിയ കരാറില്ലാത്ത ഈ ദേശീയ നേതാക്കളെയൊക്കെ ഇവിടെ കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ട് അവരെ കൊണ്ട് കളവ് പറയിപ്പിച്ചു. ഇന്നലെ ആ വന്യവയോധികനായിട്ടുള്ള മല്ലികാർജുൻ ഖാർഗെ മാപ്പ് പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുകയാണ് ഔദ്യോഗികമായി. അദ്ദേഹത്തിനെ മാപ്പ് പറയിപ്പിക്കേണ്ട ഒരു സാഹചര്യം ഉണ്ടാക്കിയത് ഈ കോൺഗ്രസ്സുകാർ എഴുതി കൊടുത്തൊരു തിരക്കഥയല്ലേ. തെലങ്കാനയിൽ ഒരു മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിയെ കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ടൊരു കോമാളി വേഷം കെട്ടിച്ചു. ഇതൊക്കെയല്ലേ അവർ ചെയ്തത്. അപ്പോൾ 10 വർഷം അധികാരത്തിൽ നിന്ന് മാറി നിന്നതിൻ്റെ ഒരു വിഭ്രാന്തി ഈ കഴിഞ്ഞ ഏതാനും ദിവസത്തെ പ്രചരണത്തിലുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ പ്രചരണത്തിൻ്റെ അവസാന ലാപ്പിൽ കോൺഗ്രസിൻ്റെ പിടിപ്പുകേടും കൊള്ളയും തട്ടിപ്പും എല്ലാം പുറത്തേക്ക് വന്നു. വയനാട് എന്നുള്ളത് വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു പ്രചരണ വിഷയമായി മാറി. അവർ തന്നെ വലിച്ചിഴച്ചൊരു വിഷയമാണ്, അവരുടെ നേതാക്കൾ തന്നെ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന ഒരു വിഷയമാണ്. പക്ഷെ ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് കാര്യം മനസ്സിലായി. ഇതുപോലെ ഒരു ജനങ്ങളുടെ ദുരിതത്തിന് മേൽ, അവിടെ പൊലിഞ്ഞ ഒരു ജീവൻ്റെ മേൽ പോലും ഇതുപോലെ കൊള്ള നടത്താൻ കോൺഗ്രസിന് പറ്റുമെങ്കിൽ ഭരണം കിട്ടിയാൽ ഏത് രൂപത്തിലുള്ള കൊള്ളയായിരിക്കും കേരളത്തിൽ അരങ്ങേറാൻ പോകുന്നത് എന്നുള്ളതിൻ്റെ ഒരു വ്യക്തത, ഒരു സ്പഷ്ടത ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് കിട്ടി. ഞാൻ വരാം കേട്ടോ, ഒന്നും ചോദ്യത്തിന് ഞാൻ മാറില്ല. പറഞ്ഞോളൂ.
ഈ പാലക്കാട് ഈ വോട്ടിന് പണം കൊടുക്കുന്ന ദൃശ്യങ്ങളടക്കം പുറത്തു വന്നു. സാരി കൊടുക്കുന്നു, പൂഞ്ചാറിൽ പണം കൊടുക്കുന്നു. ഇത് നമ്മൾ കേരളത്തിൽ അങ്ങനെ കാണാത്തൊരു കാഴ്ചയാണ്.
ഉത്തരേന്ത്യയിലെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആന്ധ്രാപ്രദേശിലെ തെലങ്കാനയിലെ സംസ്കാരം കേരളത്തിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ വേണ്ടി BJPയും കോൺഗ്രസും ഒരുപോലെ ശ്രമിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ് യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ. മാത്രമല്ല, ഇന്ത്യയുടെ ചരിത്രത്തിൽ ഒരു ട്രക്കിൽ പണം കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നു, ആ കൊണ്ടുവരുന്ന പണം ആ പാർട്ടിക്കാർ തന്നെ കൊള്ളയടിക്കുന്ന മിഡ് നൈറ്റ് ഈസ്റ്റ് എന്നുള്ള സംഭവം കേരളത്തിലല്ലാതെ എവിടെയെങ്കിലും അരങ്ങേറിയിട്ടുണ്ടോ? അതിലെ കൊടകര കൊള്ള എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്, കുംഭകോണം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്, അതേക്കുറിച്ച് എൻഫോഴ്സ്മെന്റ് ഡയറക്ടറേറ്റോ ഏതെങ്കിലും കേന്ദ്ര അന്വേഷണ ഏജൻസികളോ അന്വേഷണം നടത്തിയോ?
All right, we continue to get you all the updates from Ground Zero, but there was also an update for you. Galgotias University is hosting the 9th edition of the SIEP e-bike challenge, bringing together over 350 participants and 23 teams from across India. The challenge promotes sustainable mobility while encouraging engineering students to develop real-world solutions addressing fuel dependency and clean energy needs. It's time for a very, very short break. We'll be right back.
The event is organized by Imperial Society of Innovative Engineers under its Skill, Innovation and Employability program. The challenge focuses on designing and developing energy-efficient electric bike prototypes, encouraging students to create practical solutions for real-world mobility. Participants are tested on innovation, performance and sustainability.
Hello, myself Isha Rakar. I'm the captain of the team Modified Auto Club. It is an all-girls team. We are from AP Shah Institute of Technology, which is in Maharashtra, Thane. So our bike is a self-manufactured bike with a 48 volt and 56 ampere battery, and our motor is of 2 kilowatt. It is a PMSM motor, which is a permanent magnet synchronized motor, which is an innovation by our alumni who is also our sponsors, that is Inertia Labs. And our driver is Mrs. Gayatri Katkar.
Team Chitrak from Bangalore, RV College of Engineering. So we are participating in self-made competition. We have manufactured and fabricated our entire vehicle, including chassis in-house. So SIEP has provided an opportunity for our students to learn. So through these competition, we have learned so many industry standards, which will be helpful for our career. And there is a gap between industry as well as the university. So through these competitions, these gaps can be closed.
The e-bike challenge provides hands-on learning and industry exposure, helping shape the next generation of innovators.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
Director, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला.
Largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Right, welcome back, friends. Elections are happening in the states of Assam and Kerala and the Union Territory of Puducherry. Brisk polling being reported. In a while from now, we will have pictures of Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma voting in the Jalukbari constituency, and we have already had Pinarayi Vijayan, the Chief Minister of Kerala, voting, as also NR Congress's Rangasamy. But another very important development which we cannot lose sight of, friends, Rakshita joins me in the broadcast, is of the ongoing situation in West Asia. There is ceasefire, but there is no ceasefire, and amidst all this, India continues to secure its energy supplies. Rakshita.
Right, and that's the update we're getting in. Latest update is that the tanker carrying 15,400 tons of LPG has arrived at the JNPA in Navi Mumbai, and that is the breaking news we have right now. This is the latest vessel to arrive. This is a tanker with LPG successfully crossing the Strait of Hormuz amid the West Asia conflict, and the Port Authority has described the development as notable in the backdrop of the war involving Iran, the US and Israel. In fact, the statement coming in, I quote the statement: today, JNPA proudly welcomed Green Asha, an India-flagged LPG vessel that has successfully crossed the Strait of Hormuz and has moored at JNPA's liquid berth operation operated by the BPCL, IOCL, unquote. So just few days back, even before the ceasefire had been in the works, we had the update of Green Asha being the hope for some relief as far as LPG crisis is concerned. So it has arrived finally today. Just now we see these are the first visuals on Republic TV. You can see the pictures coming in. My colleague Ishita joins us live in the broadcast from the newsroom. Ishita, well, we see that the movement of Indian vessels one by one has been taking place, and the latest to arrive is the Green Asha.
Right, of course, we have seen ever since the ceasefire was declared, IRGCs in fact are now helping ships to transit the Strait of Hormuz. It is providing alternative routes as well, because we have seen they have placed several mines in the area. So now we're looking at India ramping up its efforts to secure more supplies of LPG, and this time it's the vessel Asha, in fact Green Asha, which has now docked at Jawaharlal Nehru port on Thursday, carrying over 15,400 tons of LPG. Now it is surely an added more supplementary efforts as India continues to secure its stable lines in terms of LPG as well as gas. And this time another vessel in fact has docked at Jawaharlal Nehru port at Navi Mumbai. Now this vessel in fact docked on Thursday, carrying over 15,400 tons of LPG. It successfully transited the Strait of Hormuz. Now remember, even before the war was in effect, we were looking at Indian vessels one after the other trying to transit the strait successfully and safely. In fact, Indian Navy played a crucial role in that, escorting Indian vessels all throughout the contested waters of West Asia. And now that ceasefire has come into effect, we are looking at more such vessels in fact transiting safely through Strait of Hormuz. This time it is an Indian vessel which has in fact docked now at GNPA port in Navi Mumbai on Thursday, carrying over 15,400 tons of LPG. So we are looking at more and more efforts by New Delhi to secure more supplies amid this crisis of energy. We are looking at S. Shankar also traveling to United Arab Emirates. You also have our petroleum minister, in fact, going to Qatar to secure more supplies. And amid those high energy efforts by New Delhi, we're looking at more and more vessels now coming and docking at Indian ports, carrying over more LPG, in fact.
Many thanks, Ishita, for joining us with those details coming in, viewers. So, this is the latest vessel, the Indian vessel that's arriving with the LPG in Navi Mumbai. Several more vessels still stranded, Abhishek, in the Strait of Hormuz. Of course, India is awaiting their arrival as well. But yes, this is the LPG tanker as India grapples with the situation as the war continues to have its own impact, even with that ceasefire. That is the not a stable ceasefire. We have some more updates coming in right now. We have breaking news right now. This is again coming in as per reports that IRGC has announced alternative routes. These are Hormuz alternative routes. In fact, Iranian state media citing the statement or the information coming in from the IRGC that the ships must coordinate their transit. And IRGC says that it has announced some alternative routes. This is the IRGC Navy saying alternative Strait of Hormuz routes have been announced to help ships avoid mines. Ships should coordinate with the IRGC Navy in the Strait of Hormuz and take alternative routes for transiting the Strait of Hormuz until further notice. So, because of the mines, for the safety purpose, IRGC Navy has said that there are some alternative routes and the IRGC Navy should be contacted, coordinated with for these alternative routes so as to avoid the mines, and all this until a further notice. So it's not really a very free way right now, the Strait of Hormuz, and we see that the IRGC Navy has announced that there are some alternative routes set up to bypass these mines. So as we see, the status quo is right now intact at the Strait of Hormuz, but there are alternative routes which is being suggested for the safe passage of the ships, of the vessels. And we have some more breaking news also coming in, viewers. Now, as all the talks have been continuing, Pakistan is now reportedly known to have shared the wrong proposal with the United States. Postman Pakistan is again is up to some mischief, or has been. We see that Iran says Pakistan has deceived Iran as well, sharing wrong version from the United States. So this is another interesting detail that is coming in. Pak shared wrong proposal with the United States. Abhishek, this is Pakistan, whose job was to be a postman and trying to show itself as some mediator. Now we are getting reports that it has provided Iran with a different version from what it received from Washington, D.C.
Well, that's par for the course, perhaps, for Pakistan. And the fact that the actual post act came from United States, and the Pakistani Prime Minister did not have the sovereignty to even write his own post. And that really speaks volumes of the kind of situation Pakistan finds itself in. It is just acting as a courier, a postman. And now reports suggesting they shared a wrong proposal with the United States, which is the reason why the ceasefire is not holding, or holding rather tenuously. And the fact that Israel is not part of it, the fact that Israel is not liking their being kept out of the loop on this, the fact that Iran has threatened that if Lebanon war does not stop, they are going to walk out of the ceasefire. The fact that Trump has to post that American military remains in a state of high mobilization, and that action can happen if need arises, is all indicating towards the bungling up that has happened on the mediation front. And that's because Pakistan lacks the sovereignty and the confidence to carry out this kind of exercise, which is getting reflected in the kind of results that are coming in, with reports suggesting that wrong information or proposal was shared with the United States. That perhaps led to the confusion. Let's come out of this if we have no more breakings. Ishita is in fact joining us live for more on this from the newsroom. And Ishita, What proposal was then sent by Pakistan? Was it not the 10-point proposal from Iran, which President Trump seems to be accepting? And it was something else, and President Trump thought that something else was coming, and he ended up endorsing the 10-point proposal, which includes Iran's right to hold on to enriched uranium, among other things. And now Pakistan is going to face the heat for that?
Right, of course, we have seen ever since the ceasefire was declared, there were contrasting statements coming to light from both the sides. Iran was saying something else, while US was saying something entirely different. And now it looks like Pakistan has a role to play in that. Now, apparently, Pakistan received a different version from Iran, but it forwarded a different version to Washington and vice versa as well. It received a different version from Washington while giving something else to Iran. Now, we have seen on Lebanon also. Now, Iranian negotiators say that Lebanon was part of the deal, was part of the ceasefire, and IDF in fact had to stop its attacks all across Lebanon against Hezbollah as part of the deal, and this could in fact now be the deal breaker as well. But we had seen the statement coming in from the US Vice President J.D. Vance, who said this was a legitimate misunderstanding on the part of Iranian negotiators. He says that Lebanon was never part of the deal from the start. US never committed to Lebanon being part of the ceasefire. Now it seems it is Pakistan because of which all of this misunderstanding has been created in the first place. It seems to be forwarding different versions to both the sides as it tried to act as a negotiator. In fact, we have seen a negotiator usually is a neutral country, but Pakistan, being the puppet of the United States, just being on the payroll of Donald Trump, seems to have acted in a manner that's now creating all the confusion between the two parties, Iran and the US. And now there's so much confusion regarding which points were included in part of the deal or not, because we had seen Donald Trump just yesterday said that 10 points were workable. But those are the 10 points about uranium enrichment, about lifting of sanctions, about ending the war in Lebanon, to which Donald Trump himself yesterday said that these are not included in part of the deal. So there is a lot of confusion, a lot of confusion on both the parts that we're now witnessing, and it seems that Pakistan is the one responsible for all of this.
Well, yes, Ishita, and that seems to be creating a lot of turbulence in the ceasefire. I think we would pivot back to elections from there, evolving situation in the Middle East, and let's look at some of the voices that have come in. All right, let's first listen into Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the state BJP president of Kerala, and he spoke to Republic Media Network's Sharda Natarajan, who was there with him a while back after his voting. Listen to him.
Of our democracy, but equally importantly, this is an opportunity that is given to every voter every 5 years to decide what is the future of our state, what is the future of our children, what is the future of the lives.
All right, Pradyut Bordoloi, after casting his vote in the morning in Assam's, he spoke about the inability to transfer his voting rights in time to contest as a BJP candidate from Dispur. Listen to him.
I never imagined that they run a dirty tricks department like this, but they did a very sloppy job actually. Whatever they tried to do, it boomeranged on them. I feel very bad for them.
All right, from Assam now we move to Kerala back again, where actor turned politician Suresh Gopi emphasized the importance of the manifesto presented by political parties, which outlined promises and dreams for the people. He said that the budget allocated by the centre and state will decide if the manifestos would be fulfilled. Suresh Gopi there.
India on one side, India Alliance, and National Democratic Alliance on the other side. So we will have a pakka share a due share, a deserving share.
Not the third party.
Definitely not. Even if we are the third party, we will control.
Introduce the guest.
All right, viewers, so we continue to get you more on the elections as the voting is underway in the states. Much awaited assembly elections in Assam, in Kerala and Puducherry have kicked off today. And we have guests also joining us right now for discussion. We have Mr. Kishore Subramaniam, political analyst, joining us on the broadcast. We also have Harish Muhammad Ibrahim, political analyst, joining us from Chennai. Okay, we have John Britta speaking right now.
Process. We all, Kerala people have been all along very enthusiastic, but this time I am seeing a rejuvenated response from the part of the people. They are very happy to endorse the left front government's performance last 10 years, and this time left front has been focusing on the performance of the government, whatever we have achieved, whatever we have accomplished, and anything and everything we have accomplished is for the people to see, because it's there in front of their eyes. So we feel happy that people have noted, acknowledged the development that we have seen, and which cannot even match with any time. Is unmatchable, unparalleled performance of the left-front government.
So the UDF says 100 seats, and the BJP today has said that it will be a hung assembly, and BJP will decide who will govern.
Anybody and everybody in this country have the prerogative right to dream. So BJP will dream of having a hung assembly, which they feel that would be a field day for them to hijack MLAs from Congress, which they used to do in other states. So when they infer about a hung assembly, they mean that they can buy over the Congress MLAs as retail or wholesale. When UDF dream about 100 means already VD Sadishan, the opposition leader, has committed that, or rather he has stated that if he doesn't get 100 seats, he will go for Vanavas. What is one English in Vanavas? Political exile, but that doesn't suit with. Your media friends needs to pick up a apt forest for him to go and have that exile.
Sir, also on that today that PM Narendra Modi wrote in the X that together let us empower our Nari Shakti. Reservation for women in legislative bodies is the need of the hour. This will make our democracies even more vibrant and participative. Any delay in bringing this reservation will be deeply unfortunate. Expressed my thoughts on the issue on this.
Left has been in the forefront, champion of women reservation. And if you look at the records of the parliament, both the houses, we have been championing for this women reservation. And the Prime Minister should contemplate and introspect that the delay has happened because of his haphazard act. The bill that was passed last time had a lot of shortcomings. Now he intends to rectify it. Otherwise, we would not have had a women reservation even for the 2029 elections. Now they want to rectify that, that's all. So he has no reason to be a champion of the Nari Shakti.
And one more question, sir. The Jamaat Islami, SDPI, Welfare Party of India, and all these political parties are aligning behind UDF and in some constituencies behind left as well. So the real fight is happening between BJP and these such organizations.
No, see, RSS, Jamaat Islami and all these extreme communal organizations work in tandem. There is absolutely no difference between RSS and Jamaat Islami, because both of them are exponents of, say, religious theocratic governance and state. And both of them clap their hands together to ensure there is a polarization. So it is their design. But people of Kerala will not fall into the trap.
Thank you, sir.
All right, that's John Brittas of the CPIM, Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament, once an advisor to Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, accusing the Congress and the BJP surprising to be working together. Kishore Subramaniam joins us live on this broadcast, as also Harish Muhammad Ibrahim introduced earlier. I go to Kishore. So first, Kishore, interesting that the CPIM is saying that the Congress and BJP are sort of helping each other in Kerala. Kishore, you unmute yourself.
Yeah, unmuted. That is the perspective POV of the CPI. But to be honest enough, let me tell you one thing for sure, that Kerala, unfortunately, is not going to give BJP any hope or chance to form a government. It will be the last. But the part that Congress is trying to salvage some sensibility into its life by winning, and the UDF is somehow trying to scrape through. But what it shows, as far as the poll predictions is concerned, it's going to be a very tight contest, and I believe the LDF most probably will scrape it through, and Congress will again end up having egg on its face. That's my personal take. But I'm more concerned about the National Party BJP in terms of what its footprints are. If they are able to open their score, it will be great. But I really don't know what will be the numbers. I'm not very hopeful of Kerala, to be honest.
Okay, Harish Mohammed Ibrahim, your ally in Tamil Nadu and elsewhere, but opponent in Kerala. The CPM says that the Congress party is working in cahoots with the BJP.
People of Kerala don't like BJP. Their ideology.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
The CM of Tamil Nadu, Mr. N.K. Stalin, have categorically said that Tamil Nadu, along with Congress coalition, is for the state autonomy, where we have the coalition with the central is different of nature. So coming here to the Kerala part, yes, of course, there has been a discrepancies even in the UDF government for the last 2 consecutive terms, which they have made sure to rectify, and we are hoping that the Congress heading UDF will have a thumping majority and form the government. And even having said that, the LDF have not done any good things to the people of Kerala, is what the UDF is being screaming about. And that is the truth, in fact, because BJP has roots starting from its gaining the Thiruvananthapuram constituency in the municipal election, shows that how weakened the LDF had made sure the Kerala politics is to be. I'm not saying that the BJP shouldn't come. It is the part and parcel of politics. But having said that, when it comes to Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra and Karnataka, BJP's dominance getting into these literate states and making sure the divisive politics work in Kerala kind of nature is a highly alarming, and the LDF have made sure to put the red carpet for that, which is not going to happen in Tamil Nadu for whatever the reasons may be. But having said that, the LDF is going to be decimated, or I'm not going to say it is a decimated contest. It is going to be a tight contest, but the UDF will have a higher majority. The UDF will have the thickening majority to form the government, is what my prediction is all about.
Your allies, come on, Harish, irrespective of what happens in Kerala, at least the CPI continue to have some kind of support system going with the DMK. In fact, Shankar is joining us. I'll come to you in a bit, Kishore and Harris. Just hold on to your thoughts. We have Lintoy and Shankar joining us live, reporters on the ground. Lintoy in Assam and Shankar in Kerala. Shankar, I believe you were speaking to some of those voters earlier. What's your sense and how much of polling? Kerala also voted about 33% by 11 a.m., 35% now. Is that a good voting percentage by Kerala standards?
Yes, the 33% voting till a few minutes back is a record, not record polling. It's a fair percentage of voting when compared to the previous year. By this time, in the last year, when examining the records of the Election Commission, it was found that the voting percentage at this time, exactly in the last assembly polls, was less than 30%. But this time it crossed 30 mark and reached 33%. And last year, in the last assembly polls, the polling was 74.6%. This time it is expected to go high. When the polling rate shows an upward trend, all the political parties in CPM-led LDF government, Congress-led UDF, and the BJP-led NTA are confident of having an upper hand in this election. The CPM leaders say the the hike in voting percentage is due to the reason that the more people are reaching the polling station to vote the LDF to power again for the third consecutive time. But the UDF at the same time says the hike in voting percentage is due to due to the reasons that they want a change in regime. As for the last 10 years, the LDF has been ruling. The people in Kerala are fed up with the ruling of the LDF government. But at the same time, the BJP-led NDA is hopeful that there has been a majority vote consolidation. More people, like more minority votes, are consolidating in favor of the BJP. That is the reason why this voting percentage is high, and it crossed over 30% at this shorter time. Still, there are more hours remaining for the final percentages to be known, and it will take at around 6 or over 6 to know the exact voting percentage. But the other side of the coin is that the Islamic organizations such as the Jamaat-e-Islami and its political arm, so Welfare Party of India, and the banned organization Popular Front of India and its political arm Social Democratic Party of India, they all held a massive, vociferous, vigorous campaign across Kerala with an intention to defeat BJP in all constituencies where the BJP was hopeful of having a victory. So these Islamic community, Islamic organizations, they went to each and every households and voted for and called for a vote against the BJP, and convinced them and told them, and also there were preaching across the state, like preaching of this prominent Muslim League leader in Kasargod went viral on social media, in which she was requesting all people in the Muslim community to vote for the benefit of the society. She was hinting at the need to vote against the BJP and vote the UDF to power. That was the message these organizations, as DPI, Popular Front of India, and this Welfare Party of India, were giving to the Muslim communities in the Kerala to vote the UDF to power. And there are constituencies where the chance of UDF towards victory is very grim, and in those constituencies these communal-based organizations sought the support of SDPI to defeat BJP. So these organizations devised strategies which are independent to each and every constituencies. They devised strategies months before the assembly polls in all the 140 constituencies, and they made tie-ups with either the UDF or the LDF to defeat the BJP. And even in Perambra, we could see where this Indian Union Muslim League candidate, the woman is contesting, and she was openly sought the vote of this Jamaat Islami, and the Jamaat Islami held a convention in that constituency seeking vote for this IUML candidate, and it went viral on social media, and some complaints were moved to the Election Commission. And
yes.
this is a scenario in the state
Absolutely.
of Kerala.
We will come back to you as well, but we have to go across to our reporters elsewhere as well. We have Anuruddha joining us. We have Lintoy from Nagaon, and we also have Sharda joining us from Kerala. So we will be just going across to Lintoy. For Lintoy, well, you're in Nagaon right now. We just got visuals from the voting booth where we saw Pradyut Bordoloi, who was casting his vote. What is the sentiment like? A lot of, in Assam, we've seen there are a lot of young faces also being introduced, but the key rivalry is a very familiar one. A lot of focus on women voters as well. We've seen a lot of popularity amongst the women voters as far as the BJP is concerned. As far as Himanta Biswa Sarma is concerned, is Himanta looking at this hat-trick for the BJP?
Assam has increased a lot of youth candidates, yeah. So, but the thing is that in Jagiroad, BJP leader and sitting MLA Piyush Hajarika arrived at Morakolong LP polling station in Hatguri and has cast his vote. He was seen interacting briefly with voters and polling officials, and the entire process was conducted smoothly under tight security arrangement. Meanwhile, the overall atmosphere here continues. Here continues to remain calm, with voters casting their vote peacefully across polling booths. As per the latest figure, Assam has recorded 38% voter turnout as of 11 a.m., indicating a steady and encouraging start to the day. Now, politically, Rakshita, this is the moment Puducherry Hazarika has secured around 51% vote share, and 2021 is seeking to retain his stronghold, and his early voting today also signals confidence on the ground. And speaking to Republic, Puducherry Hazarika also condemned the barbaric act of the Jayanta Khan's wife, which she allegedly distributed money on last night. However, the contest is not without. However, the contest is not without challenges, with Congress candidate Gugul Das trying to mount a serious fight by focusing on local issues and anti-incumbency narratives. At the same time, the broader political atmosphere in Assam has been impacted by recent controversies, including the elite caste distribution linked to Congress candidate Jayanta Khan's family, which has triggered a debate on electoral integrity.
Right.
And also talking about the Congress allegations on BJP regarding the anti-Muslim movement, Puducherry Hazarika has maintained that BJP did not stand against Muslims, but they stand against the Bangladeshi Muslims who are entering and who are settling in Assam, but they are not against the Assamese Muslims. Back to you, Rakshita.
Absolutely. I'll just go across to Jalukbari, where my colleague Aniruddha is closely tracking. Of course, we've seen this has been back-to-back wins for Himanta Biswa Sarma, 6 straight wins. And what are we looking at right now? Himanta remains one of the most popular figures there for the BJP for these elections. But what are the factors? If you could just give us a bit of a lowdown as far as the strengths and the weaknesses, bit of a SWOT analysis, if you can just tell us from Jalukbari right now. Aniruddha.
Yes, Rakshita, we are now waiting for the Assam Chief Minister to arrive at his polling station. He will be casting his vote in this particular polling station, where already a long queue of people can be seen. And in a short while from now, we are expecting Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma to arrive here and cast his vote along with his family. He has already went to the Kamakhya temple for darshan in the morning, and thereafter he also went to the Dol Govinda temple, and from there he is now on his way to this particular polling station in Jalukbari constituency, where he will be casting his vote. As far as these elections are concerned, as I was telling you earlier, that in this election there are several factors that have come to play. This also include the infiltrator issue, and apart from the infiltrator issue, the issue of safeguarding the Assamese culture and identity has been on the top agenda of the BJP as well as of the voters. The electors are also equally concerned when it comes to encroachment of government land, forest land and hotro land, and hence they have been open support in favor of the eviction drive that has been carried out by the state government over the last 5 years. And if we also talk about the BJP's agenda, that they have also promised the uniform civil code this time in the state if voted to power, and that is something that the people have looked up to. And also the major threat that has been posed in the state by rapid demographic pattern shift in many constituencies across the state, which has raised and concern among the public has raised a concern among the indigenous population, the scheduled tribe communities, the scheduled caste communities, as well as the T tribes and the other caste Hindu groups as well. So all these factors given, there is an aids for the BJP in Assam, which is being expected, and the massive voter turnout that has been witnessed today is also a clear indication of the fact that people are coming out in large number to cast their vote. In the last elections also we have witnessed massive voter turnout, and in this election also we are expecting a very high voter turnout. And overall, right now we are getting latest figure till 11 a.m. 38.92% polling has been recorded in the state. I repeat, 38.92 turnout has been recorded in the state.
Okay, thank you so much, Anirudh. In fact, this was in Assam only that Prime Minister went and picked up some tea leaves along with the women tea pluckers there at the Manohari Tea Estate, I believe, in Dibrugarh. And that was a message from the Prime Minister that he's there with all segments of society insofar as Assam is concerned, campaigning there. I'll come back to you again, Anirudh, in a bit. Stay with us, because this is the first election happening in Assam after the delimitation exercise, and that's going to have consequences for the mandate and the verdict. But let me go to Sharda once. She's in Kerala, she's in Thiruvananthapuram. She earlier spoke to Rajiv Chandrasekhar. She has been there for a while on the ground. Sharda, not as brisk polling happening as in Assam, but Kerala also keeping pace with about 35% voting by 11:30 a.m. What's your sense on the ground? What kind of mobilization of voters has happened on all the sides in Kerala?
Well, if we take Kerala on the whole, 35% of polling has already been completed, especially 18% and 16%, especially in the hilly regions of Munnar and Wayanad. These mountain regions have also have special affiliations done because of the landslides that recently happened there, and almost 18% is already done in the hill station as well. However, if you consider Thiruvananthapuram, the voting is still slow. It's at 12% now. The voting started at 7 a.m. today, and until 11 it continues to be under 12% in Thiruvananthapuram. Only now people are starting to come out to vote in Thiruvananthapuram, whereas other parts of the state have been seeing busy votes coming in, and on the ground it's either the LDF or the UDF having a strong fight, except for Thiruvananthapuram where BJP is continuing to take on a stronghold. There are voices for the BJP, there are people voicing out for the BJP, there are people who are also commenting on how BJP won the council election 4 months back, and that they would like for a change vote for another party instead of an LDF and an UDF. Meanwhile, LDF and UDF still continues to play a stronghold in Kerala as such as we speak now. All the party leaders, especially the Congress leader, continue to state that it is UDF that will come back to power after 10 years. Meanwhile, the LDF leaders who continue to say that it would be their third time to power. So keeping in mind the people's decision that is going to be taken today by the end of the day with the polling, it's likely that Kerala might see a certain change in Thiruvananthapuram, especially the ground here is kindly shifting towards the NDA more than the LDF and the UDF. As we speak to people, we get to know that the councillor elections was a huge win for BJP, and it's likely that the BJP is focusing on keeping Trivandrum the strong pulse.
Sharda, I'll come to you for Puducherry also, but before that, I think there is an important development in connection with the Middle East situation, which is that US President Donald Trump, we're coming out of these pictures. Can we come out of these pictures before we go to the war breaking? I'll go to Sharda in a bit on Puducherry, but okay, we have to come out of this, yes.
Right, just getting that. President Donald Trump has slammed Western media on the 10-point ceasefire agreement, saying, and I quote, "The failing New York Times and fake news CNN each reported a totally fake 10-point plan on the Iran negotiations, which was meant to discredit the people involved in the peace process. All 10 points were a made-up hoax. Evil loses, unquote." Trump being Trump, we've seen him targeting the media time and again. But this is, Abhishek, about the 10-point ceasefire plan that was much in talk since yesterday.
Well, you see, this seems like dangerous and escalatory, because it seems Trump is completely disowning his own post where he was seen as endorsing the Iranian proposal, which has come to them via the Pakistanis. If the Pakistanis have placed some mischief and Trump does not want to annoy his new friend, Assam Munir wants him on his side. That's why I think finding scapegoats in CNN and New York Times. But what is important is that if he is completely disowning the 10-point proposal, then where is the ceasefire? What's the ceasefire about? Is it about the American proposal which the Iranians had already completely rejected? And if Lebanon is not part of it, as was underscored by Shehbaz Sharif himself, which was in turn a post endorsed by President Trump or the White House itself, then this is complete undoing of the ceasefire plan. And that's the reason perhaps why earlier he posted that the American military remains in a high mobilized state. That's the reason why perhaps Israel continues to pound southern Lebanon. Is the reason why perhaps Iran has also said that they are going to withdraw from the ceasefire. I believe Shivam is joining us live for more on this, as also Ishita, both from the newsroom. To Shivam first and then Ishita. Are we seeing a complete undoing of the ceasefire plan with these posts by President Trump, Shivam?
Yeah, question. Yeah, definitely it's a very big development, because the 10 points which every channel showed, that Donald Trump is now saying that those plans, the 10 points are fake, because there were 15 points that were given by the US administration, and there were 10 points which were allegedly given by the Iranian regime. Now Trump has outrightly rejected the 10 points, Ishita, which is a clear mention where the inclusion of Hezbollah was also there in the 10 points.
Right, of course, Shivam, we have been talking about this ever since that ceasefire was declared. What Donald Trump said, the 15 points that US gave out and the 10 points that Iran gave out, those stand in complete contradiction to each other. So how will they reconcile these points? Now, that was the point of discussion that we have been, discussing since yesterday. And now Donald Trump has also come out. Now, there was confusion caused by Pakistan, who in fact apparently forwarded different versions to both the negotiators on this side. First Iran and then US. And now Donald Trump seems to be deflecting this blame from Pakistan and putting it on Western media, saying that all those 10 points, now also telling our viewers that those 10 points talked about withdrawal of US troops, upliftment of primary and secondary sanctions from Iran, inclusion of Lebanon in part of the ceasefire deal, non-aggression by US, all these crucial points. And also they talked about right of uranium enrichment. These are all the points that Donald Trump has certainly not agreed upon. So now trying to deflect the blame from Pakistan, which in the first place caused the confusion, he now says blaming the Western media that all the 10 points presented by the Western media are in fact fake.
Yeah, definitely, because it goes on to add, because Iran had claimed victory, and it had claimed that the United States has accepted the 10-point plan, according to the statement from Iran's Supreme National Security Council, which was reported by Iranian state media. Now, both the plans stand in contradiction. While the Iranian regime, they wanted a complete ceasefire, and the plan which was given by Donald Trump by the American government, it mentioned a 30-day ceasefire, so there was no mention of that, but also the mentioning of Hormuz and the uranium, the mention of uranium, because Iran wanted to continue the enrichment of uranium. So that temporarily or totally goes against what the United States of America wants. Now, this is the war which was being fought because America knew that Iran possessed nuclear arsenal of a level, uranium to a level which could have been enriched to a level that they could have made weapons.
Right, of course, and this may more precarious in West Asia, where peace is still holding much more fragile. Back to you, Abhishek.
Thank you so much. In fact, this seems like the Israelis got angry and President Trump has to walk back. So he's blaming the NYT and the CNN so that he can somehow squeeze himself out of this. Okay, more breaking. J.D. Vance, he has spoken on the ceasefire plan. Let's listen to him.
J.D. Vance is saying that Iranian negotiators appear to believe the US-Iran ceasefire included Lebanon, but Washington had not agreed to that. He calls it a legitimate misunderstanding. He says, and I quote, "I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just did not." This comes as Israel we've seen that backs the ceasefire, has not stopped its attacks against Hezbollah. In fact, Vance also said that that it would be dumb on Iranians' part to, if they do think that Lebanon was part of the deal. But Ishita, what we see that it contradicts what Shehbaz Sharif was saying. He said that the truce would include Lebanon, and now there's a legitimate misunderstanding that Vance is saying that the Lebanon ceasefire was never a part of the deal.
Right, of course, just 24 hours since the ceasefire was declared, and now it seems to be, the entire deal seems to be unraveling as Donald Trump's administration has come out with J.D. Vance clarifying that Lebanon was never part of the ceasefire deal, contrary to what Iran is claiming, contrary to what Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif was also claiming. Now, this could be the deal breaker for both of them, because Iran is almost on the verge of pulling out of the ceasefire deal, because it says that Lebanon was in fact part of the deal, but US administration clearly saying that this is a misunderstanding, legitimate misunderstanding on the part of the Iranian negotiators. Lebanon was never part of the deal, in fact. Back to studio.
Right. I think we have a soundbite of J.D. Vance, in fact, and that seems like, again, yet another attempt from the Americans to sort of please the Israelis, putting the blame on NYT and CNN, even in this case, putting the blame on Shehbaz Sharif. What happens to the Pakistanis is the question next, but let's listen to J.D. Vance.
And there's a lot of bad faith negotiation and a lot of bad faith, propaganda going on. I think this comes from a legitimate misunderstanding. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case. What we said is that the ceasefire would be focused on Iran, and the ceasefire would be focused on America's allies, both Israel and the Gulf Arab states.
On this and much more, viewers closely tracking the elections as the polling is underway. We'll get you more on that, but first, a very short break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here onwards, either things could escalate beyond control, or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom. But the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created...
ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Director, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, to show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not surrendering. Iran told him simply, you may be finished, we are not, and we will continue to fight. And don't give us through Pakistan a set of terms of surrender. Lay down your arms, give us your nuclear material, dismantle your own missile arsenal, make yourself totally helpless and dependent so that we can enjoy bombing you anytime we want some diversion or some sport. You know, that is the kind of language that he has used. You expect such a ceasefire offer to be accepted? You must be out of your mind. The simple fact is that Iran said an absolute blunt no. You may be finished, we are not. That is the clear implication of what Iran has said. Now, is Donald Trump prepared to go on?
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Correct. The taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From herein onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, to show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not surrendering. Iran told him simply, you may be finished, we are not, and we will continue to fight. And don't give us through Pakistan a set of terms of surrender. Lay down your arms.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
और व्यापार को मजबूती देता था, उसी बंगाल को टीएमसी विकास के सभी पैरामीटर्स में इतना नीचे लाई है, इतना नीचे लाई है। साथियों, इस स्थिति को मेदिनीपुर, तामलुक, हल्दिया से बेहतर और कौन जानता है। सदियों पहले भी ऐतिहासिक ताम्रलिप्त एक फलती फूलती पोर्ट सिटी थी। दुनिया भर के साथ यहां से व्यापार कारोबार होता था। हल्दिया आधुनिक भारत के बड़े औद्योगिक केंद्रों में से एक था, लेकिन बीते दशकों में हल्दिया की फैक्ट्रियों में सिर्फ ताले ही लटक रहे हैं, ताले। कभी देश भर से लोग हल्दिया काम के लिए आते थे, आज यहां से नौजवान अंडमान जा रहे हैं, उड़ीसा जा रहे हैं, काम की तलाश में दूसरे राज्यों की तरफ पलायन कर रहे हैं। टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार में सिर्फ और सिर्फ घुसपैठियों की फैक्ट्री फली फूली है, दंगाइयों और अपराधियों की दुकानें फली फूली है। टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार ने फर्जी डॉक्यूमेंट बनाना और पशुओं की तस्करी, यही इंडस्ट्री डेवलप की है। साथियों, ये इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि टीएमसी की राजनीति भय पर आधारित है। उनकी राजनीति का एक ही केंद्र बिंदु है, भय। डर दिखाओ, भय पैदा करो। फैक्ट्रियां, कारखाने, निवेश, ये सब भय से नहीं, भरोसे से चलते हैं, भरोसे से। टीएमसी ने सिंडिकेट का गुंडा राज चलाया है, जहां कटमनी और कमीशन के बिना कुछ नहीं चलता। फैक्ट्रियां भी सिंडिकेट के गुंडा राज से नहीं, सिंडिकेट के भय से नहीं, अगर चलेगी तो सिर्फ और सिर्फ भरोसे से चल सकती है। और ये भरोसा कौन दे सकता है? ये भरोसा सिर्फ और सिर्फ बीजेपी ही दे सकती है। जिन जिन राज्यों में बीजेपी की सरकार है, वहां का विकास इस बात का भरोसा पैदा करता है कि बंगाल में भी हम ऐसा ही विकास करके दिखाएंगे और भरोसे के आधार पर करके दिखाएंगे, भय को विदाई देके रहेंगे। साथियों, तृणमूल की सरकार ने बंगाल के युवाओं के साथ जो किया, इसका पाप वो अगले 100 साल में भी नहीं धो पाएगी। टीएमसी ने बंगाल के युवाओं को डबल धोखा दिया है। यहां प्राइवेट सेक्टर का नामो निशान मिटा दिया। प्राइवेट सेक्टर में नौकरियां नहीं है, और थोड़ी बहुत है तो घुसपैठियों के हवाले कर दी और सरकारी भर्तियों को टीएमसी के मंत्री लूट रहे हैं। टीएमसी के भ्रष्टाचारियों ने हजारों युवाओं के, उनके परिवारों के सपनों को कुचल दिया है। इससे भी ज्यादा इसने उन लाखों नौजवानों के मन में शक पैदा कर दिया है जो अभी परीक्षा दे रहे हैं या परीक्षा की तैयारियां कर रहे हैं। साथियों, टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार बंगाल के युवाओं को एक और धोखा दे रही है। टीएमसी अपने वोट बैंक को खुश करने के लिए धर्म के आधार पर आरक्षण देने में जुटी है। कोर्ट बार बार इस साजिश को खारिज करता है, लेकिन तुष्टीकरण की बीमारी ऐसी है कि ये कोर्ट तक को नहीं मानते, संविधान को नहीं मानते। ये कब से टीएमसी सरकार से एक मांग कर रहे हैं, लेकिन टीएमसी को माहिष्य समाज की डिमांड को पूरा करने के बजाय बहाने बताती रहती है, क्योंकि माहिष्य समाज टीएमसी का वोट बैंक नहीं है। साथियों, मैं आज आपको भरोसा देता हूं, बीजेपी सरकार संविधान के अनुसार काम करेगी। जिसका जो हक है वो हक उसे दिलाया जाएगा, और ये मोदी की गारंटी है। टीएमसी की चीट और चीटिंग वाली दुर्नीति, ये सब बीजेपी बंद करके ही रहने वाली है। सरकारी भर्तियां टाइम से हो, उनका एक कैलेंडर हो और हर भर्ती ट्रांसपेरेंट हो, कोई बिचौलिया नहीं, कोई कट कमीशन नहीं, कोई मेरा पराया नहीं, सब कुछ ट्रांसपेरेंट, ये पक्का किया जाएगा। साथियों, बीजेपी एनडीए की जहां भी सरकारें हैं, वहां रोजगार मेले आयोजित होते हैं। यहां आप लोग जब बीजेपी सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं, तो मैं आपको वादा करता हूं, बीजेपी सरकार बनने के बाद यहां भी रोजगार मेले शुरू कर दिए जाएंगे, ताकि नौजवानों को रोजगार मिले, ताकि हजारों की संख्या में जो सरकारी वैकेंसीज हैं उनको टाइम बाउंड तरीके से भरा जा सके। साथियों, पश्चिम बंगाल में एक और बड़ी संभावना मछली पालन में है, फिशरीज में है, सी फूड में है। मेदिनीपुर की तो ये बहुत बड़ी ताकत रही है, लेकिन स्थिति क्या है, ये जानकर आपको बहुत हैरानी होगी। यहां बंगाल में मछली की इतनी डिमांड है, लेकिन बंगाल मछली पालन में अब तक आत्मनिर्भर नहीं है। आज भी बंगाल अपनी जरूरत के लिए मछली दूसरे राज्यों से मंगानी पड़ती है। अपने 15 साल के शासन में भी टीएमसी आपको मछली तक नहीं दे पाई है, वो भी बाहर से लानी पड़ रही है। और ये टीएमसी की दुर्नीति का उदाहरण है। साथियों, पिछले 11 वर्ष में ये याद रखिए आप लोग और लोगों को बताइए, पिछले 11 वर्ष में भारत का मछली उत्पादन डबल हुआ है। भारत का सी फूड एक्सपोर्ट डबल हुआ है। लेकिन बंगाल में टीएमसी सरकार की वजह से जो देश में हुआ, सफलतापूर्वक हुआ, बंगाल में नहीं हुआ। टीएमसी के पापों के कारण नहीं हुआ। जबकि यहां बीजेपी या एनडीए सरकार जहां जहां है, वहां मछली उत्पादन तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। आपके पड़ोस में बिहार भी कभी दूसरे राज्यों से मछली मंगाता था, लेकिन बीजेपी सरकार की नीतियों का नतीजा है कि बिहार में मछली उत्पादन करीब करीब 2 गुना हो गया। आज बिहार बाहर से मछली नहीं मंगवाता, बिहार की मछली बाहर भेजने के लिए वो ताकतवर बन गया है। आज बिहार दूसरे राज्यों को मछली भेजने लगा है। 10 साल पहले असम भी दूसरे राज्यों से फिश इंपोर्ट करता था, मछली मंगवाता था। बीते दशक में वहां भी फिश प्रोडक्शन डबल हुआ, 2 गुना हुआ। आज असम भी अपनी फिश की रिक्वायरमेंट तो पूरी करता है, दूसरे राज्यों को भी फिश एक्सपोर्ट करता है। साथियों, देश में फिश प्रोडक्शन, श्रिम्प प्रोडक्शन इतना बढ़ा, तो इसमें बड़ी भूमिका पीएम मत्स्य संपदा स्कीम की है। इस स्कीम में क्योंकि पीएम शब्द आता है, ये अहंकारी टीएमसी को पसंद नहीं है। ये भारत के संविधान का अपमान कर रही है। इसलिए मछुआरों के फायदे की योजना को ठीक से लागू नहीं किया जा रहा है। इनको पीएम शब्द से इतनी नफरत है कि पीएम नाम से जुड़ी हर स्कीम का या तो नाम बदल देते हैं या लागू ही नहीं करते हैं। जैसे गरीबों के घर की योजना है पीएम आवास, इसका नाम बदल दिया और उसमें से असली गरीबों, असली हकदारों के नाम ही काट दिए। ऐसे ही आयुष्मान भारत, पीएम जन आरोग्य योजना है, इससे हर गरीब परिवार को, 70 वर्ष से ऊपर के हर बुजुर्ग को मुफ्त इलाज मिलता है। क्योंकि इसमें पीएम लिखा हुआ है, तो ये योजना भी टीएमसी वाले बंगाल में लागू नहीं होने देते। मैं मानता हूं कि टीएमसी के बड़े नेताओं को मुझसे नफरत है, लेकिन इस नफरत में इन्होंने पीएम शब्द को भी नहीं छोड़ा। ये तो संविधान का दिया हुआ शब्द है, देश की जनता ने दिया हुआ शब्द है। ये जन्म से मैं लेकर के नहीं आया हूं। इस वजह से नुकसान बंगाल के गरीब का, बुजुर्ग मां बाप का हो रहा है, आप सभी का हो रहा है। साथियों, बंगाल का फायदा पीएम से नफरत में नहीं है, पीएम और सीएम दोनों मिलकर काम करें, इसमें लोगों का लाभ है। इसलिए बंगाल में बीजेपी की डबल इंजन सरकार बहुत जरूरी है। डबल इंजन सरकार बंगाल को फिशरीज में, सी फूड में आत्मनिर्भर बनाएगी। साथियों, मछुआरों को जो पहले कभी नहीं मिलता था, वो बीजेपी सरकार ने दिलाया है। फिर फिशरीज का अलग मंत्रालय बीजेपी ने बनाया। आजादी के इतने दशकों के बाद फिशरमैन परिवार, ब्लू इकोनॉमी, इन सब के लिए दशकों बाद पहली बार हमारी सरकार ने फिशरीज मंत्रालय अलग बनाया, मिनिस्ट्री बनाई। इतना ही नहीं, अलग बजट, रिकॉर्ड बजट दिया है बीजेपी ने। मछुआरों के लिए किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड, केसीसी बीजेपी ने दिया। मछुआरों के लिए 5 लाख रुपए तक का बीमा बीजेपी ने दिया। लाखों मछुआरे साथी इसका फायदा उठा चुके हैं। साथियों, बीजेपी की सरकार बनने से केंद्र की हर स्कीम यहां तेजी से लागू होगी। इससे धान किसानों को, आलू किसानों को, पान किसानों को, सब किसानों को फायदा ही फायदा होगा। साथियों, बीजेपी की डबल इंजन सरकार हल्दिया को पोर्ट लेड डेवलपमेंट का, ब्लू इकोनॉमी का भी बड़ा केंद्र बनाएगी। अभी यहां हल्दिया पोर्ट पर, हल्दिया से बनारस तक, गंगा जी पर बन रहे वाटरवे पर केंद्र सरकार बहुत बड़ा निवेश कर रही है। डबल इंजन सरकार बनने से ये सारे काम और तेजी से पूरे होंगे। साथियों, ये मातंगिनी हाजरा जी की धरती है। उन्होंने वंदे मातरम का नारा बुलंद करते हुए देश के लिए अपना जीवन दे दिया था। लेकिन टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार ने माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों का जीवन संकट में डाल रखा है। टीएमसी के 15 वर्षों में पश्चिम बंगाल में महिलाओं के खिलाफ क्राइम का ग्राफ ऊपर ही जा रहा है और जो दोषी हैं उनको सजा दिलाने में टीएमसी सरकार का रिकॉर्ड निचले स्तर पर है। टीएमसी के राज में बेटियां सड़क पर सुरक्षित नहीं, स्कूल में रैप होते हैं, डॉक्टर बने तो बेटी सुरक्षित नहीं है, बेटी वकील बनने जाए तो उसके साथ अत्याचार होते हैं। ऐसा इसलिए है क्योंकि टीएमसी सरकार गुंडों और अपराधियों को संरक्षण देती है, क्योंकि वही लोग टीएमसी को वोट दिलवाते हैं, वो वोट के ठेकेदार हैं। मैं पश्चिम बंगाल की हर माता, बहन, बेटी से एक ही विनती करना चाहता हूं, जान और मान सम्मान से ऊपर कुछ नहीं है। और ये गारंटी सिर्फ और सिर्फ बीजेपी दे सकती है। बीजेपी वेलफेयर भी देती है, लखपति दीदी भी बनाती है, लेकिन बीजेपी जहां भी है बहनों बेटियों को सुरक्षा और सम्मान का जीवन देती है। आपका प्यार मेरे सरोखों पर, वो माता जी इस आयु में भी मुझे आशीर्वाद देने के लिए इतनी मेहनत कर रही है। माता जी आप कहीं चोट न लग जाए आपको। मुझे आपका आशीर्वाद मिल गया माता जी, कहीं आपको चोट न लग जाए, आप गिर न जाए। मैं आपका बहुत आभारी हूं। आप इतनी बारिश में भी यहां और इतना ऊंचा खड़े होकर के मुझे आशीर्वाद दे रही है। मैं ये बंगाल का प्यार भूल नहीं सकता हूं। ये प्यार मैं कभी भूल नहीं सकता हूं। साथियों, हम हर मां बहन बेटी को सम्मान देना चाहते हैं। यही हम बंगाल में करना चाहते हैं। इसलिए हर बहन बेटी का मैं आज आशीर्वाद मांगने आया हूं। मैं आज आपके पास कुछ मांगने आया हूं। मुझे आशीर्वाद दीजिए, मेरे इन साथियों को आशीर्वाद दीजिए। साथियों, गुलामी के कालखंड में सतीश चंद्र सामंता जी ने, ताम्रलिप्त जातीय सरकार ने अंग्रेजों की सत्ता हिला दी थी। आज इसी धरती से मैं पश्चिम बंगाल को 6 गारंटियां देता हूं। मोदी की पहली गारंटी, टीएमसी ने भय फैलाया, सरकार और सरकारी सिस्टम को भय का माध्यम बनाया। आज बात बात पर लोगों को कोर्ट से न्याय मांगना पड़ता है। बीजेपी सरकार भय की जगह भरोसा कायम करेगी, कानून पर भरोसा लौटाएगी। मोदी की दूसरी गारंटी, बीजेपी सरकार में सरकारी सिस्टम जनता की सेवा के लिए जवाबदेह होगा, अकाउंटेबल होगा। मोदी की तीसरी गारंटी, हर घोटाले, हर करप्शन और बेटियों के साथ हुए हर अन्याय, हर रेप केस की फाइलें खुलेगी। मोदी की चौथी गारंटी, टीएमसी के राज में जिसने भी करप्शन किया है उसकी जगह जेल में होगी। मंत्री हो या संतरी, कानून सबका हिसाब करेगा। टीएमसी का कोई गुंडा अब कानून से बचने वाला नहीं है। मोदी टीएमसी को जनता जनार्दन का पैसा नहीं खाने देगा, पैसा नहीं खाने देगा। मोदी की पांचवी गारंटी, जो शरणार्थी हैं उन्हें संविधान के तहत हर हक मिलेगा, लेकिन जो घुसपैठिए हैं उनको खदेड़ा जाएगा, उनको भारत में नहीं रहने दिया जाएगा। साथियों, मोदी की छठी गारंटी, बंगाल के सभी सरकारी कर्मचारियों, सभी शिक्षकों और अन्य सेवाओं में जुटे साथियों के लिए आपको इतने वर्षों तक ये निर्मम सरकार ने भयभीत करके रखा है। मोदी आपके साथ खड़ा है, बीजेपी आपके साथ खड़ी है। आप कमल छाप पर बटन दबाइए, बीजेपी सरकार बनते ही यहां 7th पे कमीशन लागू करवाएंगे, ये हमारी गारंटी है। साथियों, इन्हीं गारंटियों को ध्यान में रखते हुए 23 अप्रैल को भारी मतदान करना है। हर बूथ पर बीजेपी के इन सभी साथियों को विजयी बनाना है। और साथियों, जहां तक बंगाल की धरती है, मैं साफ साफ कहना चाहता हूं, हमारा सिद्धांत है, हमारा मंत्र है, सबका साथ सबका विकास। हम इसके प्रति प्रतिबद्ध है। लेकिन बंगाल में मैं एक और वादा करता हूं, सबका साथ सबका विकास। और जिन्होंने बंगाल को लूटा है, सबका हिसाब होगा, सबका हिसाब होगा। और इसलिए सबका साथ सबका विकास और बंगाल में लुटेरों का सबका हिसाब होगा। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
ধন্যবাদ জানাই আমাদের প্রধানমন্ত্রীকে। আমরা অভিভূত, আমরা
critical saying that sabka hisab hoga, saying they will take stock when they come to power. An indirect warning to the Trinamool Congress. Taking a break, back with the live coverage of the war and the elections underway.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control, or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, to show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not surrendering. Iran told him simply, you may be finished, we are not. And we will continue to fight. And don't give us through Pakistan a set of terms of surrender. Lay down your arms, give us your nuclear material, dismantle your own missile arsenal, make yourself totally helpless.
Voting underway in Kerala and Assam. Over 30% voter turnout recorded till 11 a.m. in both states. Polling underway for 126 seats in Assam. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma says he's hopeful of returning to power for a third term. Polling underway also in 140 seats of Kerala. Pinarayi Vijayan-led LDF battles incumbency seeking a third term. UDF banking strong on its 2024 gains. Pakistan mediated ceasefire now in jeopardy. Iran says no mediation talks unless Israel stops bombing Lebanon. Huge American U-turn on Lebanon. Vice President J.D. Vance says US never made a promise of ceasefire in Lebanon, despite Donald Trump mentioning that in his tweet. US media exposes the role of Pakistan. They claim White House saw and signed off on Shehbaz Sharif's post on X on the ceasefire. So they were puppets playing America's game all along. All right, getting in visuals now from Puducherry as the elections continue. There's been a minor clash between BJP Congress workers near a school, which was also a polling station. This is the video that came in where BJP and Congress fought it out and then got lathi charged by the cops. It's a very dramatic 3-minute video. Let's play the full video, please. 3-minute video. Take a look. Okay, those were the pictures. Sharda joining us live. Sharda, how's it going in Puducherry? What happened here between the BJP and the Congress party?
Well, the Puducherry elections is underway. Percentage of people already voted. And what happened?
Poor audio there, poor audio there. We have a poor audio. Why don't you just fix that mic? We'll fix that mic and go back to Sharda. That's the video that came in from Puducherry. In Puducherry, a clash that took place between the BJP and Congress. It is also, very interestingly, Puducherry is going to be the first test for Vijay, TVK. Madhuvanti is joining us live. Madhuvanti is a political analyst. Madhuvanti, any surprises in Puducherry this time?
Hi, Niranjan, and thank you for having me. Absolutely no surprises. We know that the NDA is going to win in Puducherry. And this will be the election where Vijay's true colors are going to be shown. And you will see what happens. And this will be the trailer for the main picture in Tamil Nadu with regards Vijay. He's not going to win even the deposit back. You wait and watch the fun. And you will understand what it is to actually go into the ground and do politics as against, jumping out of a caravan and doing politics. So this will prove many points. And on May 4th, we will have the answers to all these dramatics and all these narratives as well.
Yeah. Okay. And we had some word also coming from Kerala. In fact, in Kerala, the Congress is extremely confident. The BJP says they will have some role to do, though it's very unlikely. You think the BJP is being overconfident in Kerala?
No, the BJP is extremely confident that we will make some inroads in Kerala. We are not saying we are going to form a government in Kerala. I don't think the BJP unit in Kerala has ever said that. But if you look at the mayor elections, especially in Thiruvananthapuram and some of the other areas, we have made inroads. And we have sent an MP who has become a minister all the way from Kerala to the parliament. So Kerala is changing for the good, changing for the right reasons, right pun intended. So BJP will definitely make inroads in Kerala. There's no two ways about it. But I am sure that the anti-incumbency against the Pinarayi Vijayan government is huge. So that is also going to add to the advantage of the BJP as far as Kerala is concerned.
Okay, just to tell our viewers. So you can see the lathi charge there. So screen, that's the visual coming in from Mannadipet in Puducherry, and this is in fact poll violence. But can the BJP? We're talking about different states right now, and we will continue to get you more updates from Ground Zero. These are live visuals, latest visuals coming in first on Republic TV from Puducherry. We continue to speak to our guests and reporters on ground as well. And we will be speaking to our guest as well on that.
Okay, getting in some more updates. In fact, Himanta Biswa Sarma spoke to Republic TV. We were live cutting across from different election states, from Puducherry to Assam to Kerala, getting in different updates now. And in Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma is confident of getting a third term. And we are getting you the live pictures from all three states. Let's keep moving between Puducherry and Kerala and Assam. Our contestants speaking to Republic TV. Some of them spoke to Republic TV this morning. We've been live since 7 a.m. Let's play out the sound bites and get you some reports from the battleground states. Kerala, Assam and Puducherry. Shubrasta is also joining us live, so we'll take a question with Shubrasta and then get in the reports there. Himanta Biswa Sarma there, extremely confident. Shubrasta, you have connections to Assam. He's confident. Most pollsters say that it is going to be easy, but it isn't that easy if you look at the demography of Assam, isn't it?
I think no election is easy, and for sure after 10 years of anti-incumbency against the BJP, this is not going to be as easy as it was the last time, for instance. However, having said that, if we look at the trajectory of how the elections have unfolded in Assam this time, it's a classic problem of Congress still trying to, scrounge for issues. They have not been able to build a narrative. And BJP, not just Himanta Biswa Sharma, but BJP in general, has had a hawk's eye on Assam for a really long time, because Assam, winning Assam, retaining Assam is important for the BJP, because that is really the key to the rest of the Northeast states as well. We have seen that it's not been a very calm ride for the BJP for the past 5-7 years, with respect to the kind of incidents that happened in Manipur. So it's very important for the BJP to retain Assam. Of course, Himanta Biswa Sharma is a huge, strategist, and he has always ensured that he has parallel teams in place who work for him for the governance initiatives and for political initiatives. All of that is really going to play a lot, especially if you put this against how the Congress and the other political parties have fought elections in Assam. So I clearly see an advantage for the BJP. I clearly see where the confidence is coming from, not just from Himanta Biswa Sharma, but the others in the party as well.
So Sharda, she's joining us live from Kerala. Getting in a quick update from Kerala as well. She's in Thiruvananthapuram, has been reporting from there. Sharda, most parties giving, most pollsters, I beg your pardon, giving Congress and UDF the edge. What's your sense from the reporting this morning?
Well, both the LDF and the UDF are going on strong from the ground, while BJP has a different stance, saying that Thiruvananthapuram showed a change 4 months back, how BJP made a huge win by making a comeback after 20 years in the constitutional election. They expect that Trivandrum will again speak for the state elections. However, the LDF and the UDF point out that BJP stands no ground in the state of Kerala. Meanwhile, BJP states that the LDF and the UDF go hand in hand. It's very simple statement made, saying that only inside Kerala is the Congress and the communists fighting, whereas under the India Alliance in Tamil Nadu, in Andhra, in Karnataka, and even in the parliament, the communists and the Congress all go together. And with the ground reality that is happening in Kerala right now, the votes are equally split, especially in the Trivandrum constituency, under the 4 locations that we've been to from today morning, under the 4 important main constituencies that's been happening, especially where the political leaders are also voting from. We can see that the ground is divided into 2, where one is supporting LDF and UDF, and also another part of the crowd of the people voting for the BJP, showing that this particular elections is a 3-cornered fight for Kerala, breaking the barriers of the traditional method, where it was always only Congress versus communists in the Kerala constituency.
Get more updates, and we will be going to the other sound bites that we've also received from the areas from the voting stations as well, the polling stations as well. We can go across to some of the reactions. We can just play out those reactions that have come in, different leaders, important leaders. You can see the shots that have come in from Kerala today. Suresh Gopi, the Union Minister, also there. You can see casting his vote. Just play out some reports, some exclusive interviews that we have in fact recorded today.
Kerala is going votes. Is it a 3-corner fight, and how is the NDA going to fight against the LDF and the UDF?
NDA is already fighting against the LDF UDF, and our fight is not against the LDF and UDF. Our fight is for the people of Kerala, for a better future for our state. And we have been for the last several months outlining our vision of Viksit Kerala, a Viksit Kerala that is for every Malayali, and it is a Viksit Kerala that is heavily inspired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's Viksit Bharat vision and his last 12 years of politics of performance. So we are not fighting with the LDF and UDF. We are putting forth in front of the people of Kerala our vision and requesting them to give us an opportunity, and first time opportunity, because they have given the LDF and the UDF multiple opportunities, and the LDF and UDF have failed them in the past. So we are asking them for an opportunity, and we are hopeful and confident that the people of Kerala will give us a decisive mandate and an opportunity.
So Compared to other constituencies, Thiruvananthapuram looks very positive for the NDA, especially the BJP. And after 2016, 10 years later, is BJP going to be the stronghold? The Thiruvananthapuram will be the stronghold.
You will be surprised. I don't think it's only about Thiruvananthapuram. Across the state, whether it is in the north or in Alappuzha or in Kollam or Thrissur or Palakkad, every district is seeing an upsurge of support. Not just for the BJP NDA, but an upsurge of support for the call for change and a call for development. So because this state has been denied, children are being denied opportunity, children are being forced to go outside even to study, forget about jobs. So people are generally fed up, and so therefore they are saying, look, let's give BJP NDA a chance.
No, see, we will get minimum 100 seats. So we will come back. There's a huge queue here also. The first time I am standing with half an hour for the queue. First time. So that means that there is heavy polling in all parts of Kerala. So that's a good signal. We will come back.
Sir, but BJP is very sure on telling that they'll be winning this particular state elections. They are very strong that Thiruvananthapuram is a stronghold.
See, you can see it on 4th of May. 100 seats UDF will come back. 100 seats means including my constituency, Vaithilingam.
All right, we'll continue to get you more updates as the polling is underway. But right now, we go back to the update coming in on the war. And Iran and US deal seems to be on the verge of collapse. Hanging by a thread as the Iranian army now says it issues a warning, strong warning, saying that the Americans, especially Trump, have proven that they are utterly untrustworthy. So our finger is on the trigger, and we await the leadership's orders. Iranian army's strong warning, big statement coming in saying that the Americans are utterly untrustworthy, as we see that Lebanon continues to see strikes from Israel as well. And J.D. Vance said that there was no mention about the Lebanon ceasefire as opposed to what Shehbaz Sharif had in fact said. Even Iran says that, and the Iranian army now says that finger is on the trigger, Niranjan.
Yes, expected this. In fact, one aspect of the entire so-called ceasefire has been how all sides were celebrating their own victory. And for Iran, that victory meant that there would be no sanctions. They would continue to get nuclear enrichment done. And they claimed Lebanon was part of the deal. And even Donald Trump, in fact, put out a post saying that ceasefire, including in Lebanon. So Donald Trump and J.D. Vance can't do a U-turn now and lie that that Lebanon was nowhere part of the deal, because it was very much part of the deal. And most countries are now waking up to the reality that there was never a ceasefire, there was never a peace plan, there was never an agreement. Did Pakistan play mischief here and confuse all sides? Because that's what one Iranian official has said, that the actual message from Iran never reached Washington and the actual message from Washington never reached Iran. So there seems to be an element of mischief that is now being reported. And this entire PR stunt of Pakistan is falling flat. Iran has also warned other countries, regional countries, and they're talking about the Middle East, to adhere to the agreement, asking Washington to urge allies, that is, their allies, to do the same. Middle Eastern countries, Gulf nations, saying the Israeli strikes in Lebanon are a serious violation of the ceasefire. They're referring to Israel. It's a warning to Israel. I don't think this is getting any better, because we heard that there were at least 300 people killed just yesterday. So that's almost 2,000 people since the war began. And for a small country like Lebanon, that is a huge, even one life lost is a huge setback. And if 300 people have died in one day, it tells you the scale of the attack by Israel. We have Gesu joining us, I think, live from the newsroom, and Ishita as well. Over to you.
Right, of course, Niranjan, we are looking at a major trust deficit that still exists between Iran and the US, and this ceasefire, 2-week pause that has come in, military pause, seems now on the verge of collapse, because we are looking at a major statement coming in from the Iranian army, which says our fingers are on the trigger, which means we're just awaiting orders from the top leadership, and in case there is any action by the US army in this case, we will pull the trigger, which means we could be looking at some military action. Now, there is, of course, a major disagreement disagreement on whether or not Lebanon was part of this deal, whether or not Iran will retain its right to enrich uranium, and of course, who maintains control over the Strait of Hormuz. So these are certain areas of disagreement, Kesu.
Yeah, definitely. And also the fact that, this is not the first time that the Iranian army is saying this. Even on the day that they were celebrating the ceasefire, they were raising slogans. They were talking about how the American military, Donald Trump especially, they said, is an untrustworthy contender in this entire truce or no truce scenario. And not just that, since then also, the bombing campaigns in Lebanon have continued. Iranian oil refinery in Lavan was also hit. So what the Iranians are thinking might possibly also be true. In fact, global analysts also just speaking about this, whether or not the truce will hold, and if so, how long will it hold on, and whether or not this is just a temporary pause, or is this an actual end to the war and the escalations in West Asia. Now, also very important to remember, yesterday Iran also launched retaliatory strikes across Gulf countries. It included Kuwait, it included Bahrain, it included UAE also. So whether or not this truce exists is a question in itself. On top of it, the Iranians have also resounded their resolve that they will continue to remain in full military readiness in case there is an incursion or an attempt from either of the enemy allies, Israel or the United States. Niranjan.
The irony is there is no large-scale American-Israeli attack over Iran. There is no Iran retaliation, but the Strait of Hormuz is closed, which means it's status quo. Lebanon is still being attacked, status quo. And the US says the 10 points it actually agreed to were completely different from what it was given. There are live pictures coming in. Let's go across to those live pictures.
We're going to, I think, Himanta Biswa Sarma. We're going back to the elections. We have the Chief Minister of Assam right now. He's cast his vote. I think we are just going across. We can just straight away cut live. Yes. Okay. There is Himanta Biswa Sarma at the polling station along with his family. And Jalukbari is his constituency, stronghold. Himanta Biswa Sarma for years, for decades, and looking to lead BJP to a hat trick.
To the polling station. Remember, he used to cast his vote in Amingaon, but after delimitation, his vote has been transferred to this particular polling station in Jalukbari constituency, close to the airport. And here, now today, he is going to cast his vote from this polling station for the first time. Reporting for Republic Media Network from Guwahati with video journalist Asok, I am Anuruddha Bhakat.
Okay, we'll see if there is a reaction that comes from Himanta Biswa Sarma. This is his constituency, and of course we have many more reactions that are lined up. Assam, of course, we see the BJP likely having an edge. It has been consistently performing as far as Assam is concerned. And while it's a very familiar rivalry that we are witnessing in Assam once again, a lot of new contenders also this time around, a lot of young faces, also Bidisha Neog of the Congress, the Gen Z faces being fielded this time from different parties. The key battle, Jalukbari. Aniruddha joins us back. Aniruddha, Himanta Biswa Sarma there with his family in Jalukbari. And what is he saying? He's been exuding confidence. His wife has been also campaigning. We just saw her in the visuals right now.
Yes, Himanta Biswa Sarma has entered the polling booth along with his wife, Riniki Bhuya Sarma, and his son and daughter. Though he has not made any comments so far, after casting his vote, he will interact with the media outside the polling booth. Now he is on his way to enter the polling booth to cast his vote. Remember, as we have said that before coming to the polling station, he also went to the Kamakhya temple, and from Kamakhya temple he visited two other temples, and now he has just entered the polling station. People are taking selfies with him as Himanta Biswa Sarma and his family joined the queue to cast their vote in the Goral Primary School polling station in Jalukbari constituency. delimitation has also affected his polling booth area. Earlier, he used to cast his vote in Amingaon, but post-delimitation, his vote has shifted to this particular polling station close to the airport in Jalukbari constituency itself. And today, for the first time, he is casting his vote from this particular polling station. And he has not yet interacted with the media, but yes, before coming to the polling station while visiting the Kamakhya temple, he did interact with the media, where he said that he has come to seek the blessings of Goddess Kamakhya before casting the vote, and after that he went to 2 different temples, and now he is here to cast his vote. Studio.
Thanks so much, Aniruddha. We'll come back to you as the polling continues in Assam. Viewers, we have to slip into a very, very short break, but we'll be right back with more updates coming in as the verdict.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Correct. The taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it.
Well, it's only good if you win. You know, you can only do. And we've won. Let me tell you, we've won. You know, you never like to say too early you won. We won. We won the bet. In the first hour, it was over. But we won.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Right, we will start with headlines. Voting underway in Kerala and Assam, with 30% of voter turnout recorded till 11 a.m. in both the states. Polling underway for 126 seats in Assam. Chief Minister Hemanta says hopeful for returning in power for a third term. Polling underway on 140 seats in Kerala. Vijayan led LDF battles incumbency, anti-incumbency, seeking a third term. UDF banking on strong 2024 Lok Sabha gains. Pak so-called mediated ceasefire claims in jeopardy. Iran says no mediation talks unless Israel stops bombing Lebanon. America's U-turn on Lebanon. Vice President J.D. Vance says U.S. never made the promise of a ceasefire in Lebanon. And U.S. media reports expose Pakistan. Reports suggest White House saw and signed off Sharif's post on X. All right, so there's more embarrassment loading for Pakistan now. Iranian ambassador deletes comment about negotiating team. Iranian ambassador to Pakistan deletes comment about the negotiating team. Iran's ambassador to Pakistan has deleted an online post saying that Tehran's negotiating team would arrive tonight in Islamabad. Reza Amiri Mohaddam makes this initial comment on X without identifying who was on the Iranian team, and then he deletes it without a comment. So more embarrassment coming in, viewers. And Iranian ambassador to Pakistan deleted the post on Islamabad talks. He goes back on delegation heading. It has is retracted that statement, deleted that statement on a delegation coming to Pakistan for talks. And now we understand that Iran's team visiting Pakistan for talks is unlikely. So envoy had earlier said that delegation is going to reach Pakistan tonight for talks, but now it has gotten deleted. Why? We do not know. But what does it mean? It's not going to happen. Probably it's not going to happen. No likelihood. It's not going to happen. And there is some confusion, just like the confusion of the terms of the ceasefire, the Lebanon ceasefire, Pakistan once again being mischievous and wrong information being passed over by the postman Pakistan, and now Iranian ambassador to Pakistan also goes back. He deletes that post on Islamabad holding or talks to be held in Islamabad, that there is an Iranian delegation coming to Pakistan tonight. Ishita and Gesu are back with us from the newsroom. Ishita and Gesu, well, we see that Pakistan has been trying hard to posture as some mediator. It remains a postman, but I think it cannot do that job also very much properly. First, there's so much of legitimate confusion, as J.D. Vance says, on the terms of ceasefire. Now, we see Iranian envoy deleting a post on Pakistan visit of Iranian delegation.
Right, Rakshita. In fact, Iranian ambassador to Islamabad, Reza Amiri Mogda has now deleted a post on X, like you also pointed out. Now that post specifically, even Ishita spoke about the Iranian delegation arriving at Islamabad just tonight for peace negotiations to come to a round table with the United States and see what the ceasefire is going to look like going forward in the West Asia escalations. And now that post has been deleted. Two pertinent questions that, arise right after this deletion. First, where do the peace talks stand now? Has Iran now pulled out of peace or truce talks with the United States? Remember, this could have been the first direct confrontation, the first direct talks between Iran and the United States. Like they've been claiming that there were no direct talks until now between the two warring parties. And the second question is about Islamabad's legitimacy as a mediator in this entire war. Now, Islamabad had been campaigning, they had been time and again making desperate attempts to call both the United States and Iran on a round table. They in fact also took the entire credit for the mediation over a ceasefire, which specifically belongs more so to China and other international players. But that has also now raised questions about Islamabad's legitimacy. And in fact, remember, this comes slowly after Islamabad also has been reeling under, accusations of being meddled by foreign forces, by external forces when it comes to media.
Murray, as
हम लोग तो आगे जाएगा ना, तो भाभी और बच्चा लोगों को गाड़ी में बैठा दो।
दादा क्या कहेंगे? दादा पिछले जाओ।
আজি অসম বিধানসভাৰ নিৰ্বাচনৰ ভোট গ্ৰহণৰ দিন। আজি অসম বিধানসভাৰ নিৰ্বাচনৰ ভোট গ্ৰহণৰ দিন। প্ৰতিজন নাগৰিকৰ দৰে ভোটদান দিয়া মোৰো এক কৰ্তব্য। মই মোৰ ভোট কেন্দ্ৰত আহি ভোটদান কৰিলোঁ। অসমৰ বিকাশৰ বাবে, অসমৰ কল্যাণৰ বাবে আৰু প্ৰতিগৰাকী অসমবাসীৰ মংগল সন্মুখত ৰাখি আমি ভোটদান কৰিছিলোঁ। মই অসমবাসী ৰাইজকো আহ্বান জনাম যে আজিৰ দিনটোত আমি লোৱা সিদ্ধান্তই অহা 5 বছৰত ৰাজ্যৰ ভৱিষ্যতৰ দিশ নিৰ্ণয় কৰিব। ৰাজ্যখনৰ বাবে, অসমৰ বাবে আৰু অসমৰ সৰ্বাংগীন কল্যাণৰ বাবে সকলোকে ভোট দিবলৈ মই আহ্বান জনাম।
One should essentially vote for the future of the state of Assam. In the last 5 years, we have worked very hard to bring in more development for the state.
4 মাহ ধৰি অজস্ৰ মৰম দিছে, আশীৰ্বাদ দিছে। মই অসমবাসী ৰাইজক কৃতজ্ঞতা জনাইছোঁ। জালুকবাৰী সমষ্টিত মই এইবাৰ প্ৰচাৰ তেনেকৈ কৰিব পৰা নাই।
This time I was unable to carry out a lot of campaigning in the constituency of Jalukbari.
পাৰ্টিৰ দায়িত্বত আছে সকলোৱে।
I had much more responsibilities. It is only the people of Jalukbari who have campaigned for me. I have not been able to come a lot during the voting process or during the campaigning, but I will ensure that I come back after we're voted to power.
মইতো নাভাবোঁ এই শব্দবিলাকৰ মই কোনো মূল্য বুজি নাপাওঁ আৰু আপুনিনো কিয় প্ৰশ্নটো কৰিছে চব দেখাৰ পিছত সেইটোও মই বুজি নাপাওঁ খালি এটাই কথা সকলো অসমবাসী ৰাইজৰ মই মংগল আৰু কল্যাণ আজিৰ দিনটোত কামনা কৰিছোঁ
I have prayed for the well-being of every citizen, every person in the state of Assam.
मांग कर रहा है ये लोग মই সমষ্টিটোত যাব খোজা নাই কাৰণ ঘূৰি থাকিলে অলপ প্ৰভাৱো পৰে নিৰ্বাচনত গতিকে ঘৰত গৈ ধুনীয়া কৰি ইটো খিটুক ফোন কৰি নিৰ্বাচনৰ খবৰ লৈ থাকিম
I will now be going back to my home and take stock of the situation and how the voting process is going on. There was a bit of a fear that because of the bad weather, whether the voting percentage will basically go down, but it now seems that this morning it has been much better. The rains have stopped.
আজি ইস্যু কোৱাৰ দিন নহয় আজি মাত্ৰ ৰাইজৰ মংগল কামনা কৰাৰ দিন
Today is not a day to talk about issues. Today is a day where we are supposed to talk about the future of the state of Assam.
মই ভাবোঁ যে আজিৰ দিনটোত ইলেকশ্যনত কিমান ভোট পাম কি পাম কোৱা কথা নহয়
Today is not a day where we are supposed to talk about how much vote are we getting and what is going to be our future.
কিন্তু আজি মই ইলেকশ্যন চলি থকা সময়ত 5টা বজালৈকে মই কি হ'ব কাক ভোট দিব নিৰ্বাচনী আয়োগৰ নিয়মখিনি মই ভাঙিব খোজা নাই
I will not be breaking any rules by speaking about the process and all that I would be requesting is that people should come out and vote in large numbers and that is what going to be my main focus.
আপোনালোকক এটাই ক'লো ইলেকশ্যন আৰু ৰিজাল্টৰ দিশে মই আজি কথা ক'ব খোজা নাই
Today is not a day when I'm going to speak about the results of the election.
কোৰ্টত গৈ থাকিব লাগিব গতিকে যি ক'ব লাগে 5টা বজাৰ পিছত ক'ম
Whatever I have to say I will be saying after 5 o'clock.
हिंदी में अंग्रेजी में पूछे
सीएम सर पोल डेट के ठीक एक दिन पहले आप पर कांग्रेस पार्टी ने
आप कहाँ है कोई ये सब कहाँ का कांग्रेस पार्टी है कहाँ रहता है ये पार्टी कहाँ है ये कांग्रेस क्या पार्टी है ये मैं तो नाम भी नहीं सुना हूँ क्या चीज बताइए तो थोड़ा
ठीक है पवन खेड़ा ने बोला कि
कौन सा पवन खेड़ा वो तो भगोड़ा है उनका रिप्लाई में क्यों देना है कोई भी अरे बोलने से अलग बात है हम जैसा लोग हो ना हम लोग आ ही जाता हूँ बोलने वाला तो टीवी मिलने से फकत में फ्री में बोलने वाला तो बहुत लोग होगा करना अलग बात है
किस सीट के लिए आप कॉन्फिडेंट हैं इस इलेक्शन में
अभी मेरा लगता है आप लोग इतना दिन असम में घूमा फिर मुझे ही पूछ रहा है मतलब आप लोग कुछ नहीं देखा
मिस्टर सीएम आपको लगता है कि इस पूरे कैंपेन के लास्ट ट्रेल में आपकी लैंग्वेज सीएम हिमंता बिस्वा शर्मा की लैंग्वेज अनपार्लियामेंट्री हुई क्योंकि ये सब चीजें
मेरा लैंग्वेज लालन तब से हमेशा अच्छा होता है अच्छा नहीं मुझे भी आपसे सर्टिफिकेट नहीं चाहिए तो क्यों आप सवाल पूछते हैं लोगों को नहीं आप एक मिनट आप मुझे से अपॉइंटमेंट लिया
नहीं सर यहाँ पे
नहीं आप ऐसा मत करो मैं आपको कोई प्रेस वार्ता में बुलाया नहीं हूँ
मैं नहीं आया
तो आप मत करो अभी क्यों कर रहे हैं
यहाँ पे लोग खड़े
नहीं आप क्यों मुझे क्वेश्चन पूछेगा
बस मैं इतना पूछा
आप तो मैं भी देखो आप मुझे मैं टीवी में आपको देख के मुझे लगा आपका लैंग्वेज बहुत खराब है
कोई बात नहीं सर
मैं भी
पार्टी से किसी नेता से
अच्छा मैं देखिए मैं आपसे बात करना नहीं चाहता हूँ किस लिए मैं लालन तब क्या है वही नहीं जानता हूँ क्या है ये चीज क्या है मैं ये चीज क्या है ये सीज क्या है? ये नहीं, ये लालन तब सीज क्या है? लालन तब का मीनिंग क्या है? मैं तो सोचा नहीं, इंडिया टुडे देखा हूँ, रिपब्लिक देखा हूँ, ये क्या है? मैं तो कभी नहीं देखा हूँ, मैं नहीं देखा। आप जाके दूसरा से कनेक्शन लीजिए, मुझसे नहीं। लालन तब का मीनिंग क्या है? लालन तब का मीनिंग क्या है? नहीं, लालन तब का मीनिंग क्या है? लालन तब का मीनिंग क्या है? मैं तो हिंदी भाषा से ये भी नहीं देखा हूँ। लालन तब का मीनिंग क्या है? देखिए, हमें जो कॉलेज में हिंदी सिखाया गया है उसमें कोई लालन तब वर्ड ही नहीं था।
Very high voter turnout has been recorded as expected. How do you would like to say it will signify these elections?
I think people are going to give a decisive mandate for the development of Assam.
दादा एक यूसीसी को लेकर के कांग्रेस पार्टी आरोप लगाती रही।
आप लोग देखिए, प्रेस का लोगों को मैं एक रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूँ। आप लोग क्वेश्चन करते हैं, जवाब नहीं देने से खराब पाते हो, लेकिन 5 बजे तक चुनाव आयोग का रूल है कि कैंपेन बंद हो चुका है। आप लोग मुझे उसी क्वेश्चन को आंसर देने के लिए करते हो, फिर मेरा ऊपर 2 FIR दर्ज हो जाएगा। जो भी पूछना है 5 बजे घर में आइए, आराम से बैठ के पूछिए। एक ही क्वेश्चन 5 बजे का बाद भी तो हम पूछ सकता हूँ। जो चुनाव आयोग का एक नियम बना हुआ है कि प्रसार होने का बाद स्टार कैंपेनर चुनाव का ऊपर कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करेगा। तो अगर मैं अभी कुछ बोलो, आप लोग सलाह देगा, कोई भी मेरा ऊपर FIR दे सकता है। और एक देश का, प्रदेश का CM को कानून नहीं तोड़ना चाहिए ना। तो 5 बजे का बाद आप लोग जो भी मुझे क्वेश्चन करे, मेरा रिप्लाई देने में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, लेकिन 5 बजे का पहले कानून इसका इजाजत नहीं देते। इतना ही सिंपल बात, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। 5 बजे आइए, मेरा घर में चाय पीजिए। 5 बजे का बाद जो भी पूछना है एक एक करके पूछिए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। लेकिन ये करने में क्या है, टीवी का आप लोग चैनल में लगा देगा, समय देखेगा, फिर 10 FIR मेरा ऊपर बेकार का दर्ज हो जाएगा। समझ गया ना? यही बात है बस।
All right, there, Himanta Biswa Sarma there speaking to the media right now. And also going to hold a press conference later on, but he cast his vote and he is speaking to the media and saying that people are going to make a decisive mandate, talking about the campaigning and saying that he will be now ensuring that that the elections are conducted smoothly. That is what Himanta Biswa Sarma was saying right now. And this is from Jalukbari. He was speaking to Republic TV as well, telling Republic TV that people are going to make decisive mandate. Earlier, he also spoke about the controversy surrounding Pawan Khera, saying, who is Pawan Khera? What is the Congress? I have never heard what party is the Congress party. Not heard the name of Pawan Khera. He is an absconder. He's someone who just ran away. And he continued to train his guns on Pawan Khera. As we saw that it was, there were a lot of war of words, high voltage war of words that had unfolded surrounding Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife's passport. And now, as this is the voting day in Assam, we see Himanta Biswa Sarma continuing to exude confidence on the NDA's victory there, BJP's win there in Assam. Roll. Get you more inputs coming in from Assam. Assam Minister Piyush Hazarika also spoke exclusively to Republic TV ahead of the Assam elections. In fact, he spoke about the unprecedented mandate that NDA, he says, is going to achieve this time. He also touched upon how the fight is on to protect Assamese culture. And also the opposition has no supporters in the state. Listen in.
See, definitely Assam should be infiltration free. It is the sentiment of Assamese people. It is the sentiment of Assamese people. Agitation for 6 years, Assam witnessed. 860 Assamese youth had been died. Not died, actually killed. So Assamese sentiment is Assam should be a infiltration-free Assam. Assam should be a Guspetya-free Assam. So we are working on that. We will work on that.
And as far as eviction drives are concerned, your Chief Minister and you have been also repeatedly saying that eviction drive will continue.
Yes, eviction drive will be continued. Illegal occupation will not be tolerated. 1.5 lakhs bighas, it means if you calculate in acre, it is almost 50,000 acre has been, we have bring back. Right, we have brought, recovered. We have recovered all these land, 50,000 acres of land. We have been recovered, but another 1 lakhs 50,000 acres of land has to be recovered. We are onto it. We'll do it.
So that is the target for the next.
That is the target. 5 lakhs bigha. In Assamese we say bigha. It means 1.5 lakhs acres of land will be recovered immediately, as early as possible.
Where does the opposition stand as far as these elections are concerned?
Opposition nowhere. Opposition, if you see Rahulji's meeting, if you see Priyanka's meeting, very limited limited amount of people were gathered. Rahul Gandhiji did 2 meetings. 6,000-7,000 people were in both the meetings. Priyanka Gandhiji did 3 meetings. In one meeting, she got 1,800 people. And 5,000 to other meetings. So they were nothing, I believe.
To the West Asia war, and now Israeli military claims that it has eliminated Lebanon's Hezbollah chief Naim Qassem. Big claim made by the IDF. Hezbollah chief eliminated by Israel as we see IDF launching the largest airstrikes on Hezbollah, killing more than 200 people in a day. Hezbollah chief has been eliminated by Israel as claimed by the Israeli Defense Forces. This is Naim Qassem, the leader of Iran-backed Lebanese group Hezbollah, that he was killed in the overnight strikes. That's been claimed by the IDF. And his death has not been confirmed by the Hezbollah yet, but it could be another big blow to Hezbollah and to Tehran, of course, as it is the key ally of Iran in West Asia. In fact, we've seen that Hezbollah entered the war this time, attacking Israel on the 2nd of March, 2 days after US and Israel had begun its strikes in Iran. And Hezbollah had attacked Israel after Khamenei was killed. And we see that it has been incessant strikes from the IDF. Even ground operations continue in Lebanon, particularly southern Lebanon, and even in Beirut we see that there have been incessant strikes from IDF. And we have defense expert Major Samar Paltu joining us on the broadcast. Major Tur, well, Israel Defense Forces are making a big claim that they have eliminated the Hezbollah chief.
Yes, Rakshita, this has been quite an achievement for Israel for, having peace in this overall area, because we must not forget that Hezbollah is a very effective proxy of the Iranian regime and the IRGC. And in fact, compared to Houthis, Hezbollah is, well equipped. There was a time before the war in Gaza had started that Hezbollah possessed approximately 2 lakh missiles and rockets. So you can imagine the kind of funding, the kind of support, and the kind of training that they've been getting from Iran for the number of years. And moreover, the collapse of the ceasefire, one of the main reasons for the collapse of the ceasefire, which was presented by Pakistan, is that, Iran claims that there should be cessation to all kind of bombing in Lebanon against Hezbollah. So one thing is imperative, that Hezbollah has been a very close proxy of Iran. It has been very effective. And that is one of the major reasons why Iran is, battling for them. And imagine such a sensitive ceasefire where Iran is willing to, nullify this ceasefire if violated and if the bombing in Lebanon against the Hezbollah doesn't stop. So it is a clear-cut indicator that it is a very big nexus, and I am glad that the effective leadership, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, Naim Qassem, he's been taken out, and he's a nephew of Naim Qassem. So you see, with time, like people like Ali Yusuf Kharshi, there are more on the hit list, and they will be taken out with a matter of time. I think it's a matter of weeks that Hezbollah is going to be wiped out and is going to be decimated to the core. And Iran, all it can do is it can break the ceasefire and again, start their missile attacks against Tel Aviv. That is maximum what Iran can manage to do. So this is the present scenario at the moment, Rakshita.
Right, and we've seen that how Hezbollah is one of the most heavily armed groups there. And we've seen, despite the political isolation as well, it has continued to rebuild itself. And what do you think that it's going to get weakened in the near future with what Israel is doing right now? April 9 has also been now declared as the National Mourning Day for Lebanon, as more than 200 civilians have also been killed now. Do you think that this is one of the biggest blows to Hezbollah and that it is going to only weaken from now?
You see, Rakshita, there have been videos which have come up from the Hezbollah side that, they are distributing videos of their FPV drones targeting the Merkava tanks. So you can imagine the kind of technology and the help that they are getting. It is imperative and it is 101% sure that they are being supported and funded by the Iranian regime. And most of these FPVs have the signatures of Chinese companies. So we have to look at the bigger picture that other than Iran, what is the support system for Iran? That needs to be targeted, that needs to be restricted.
Media many thanks for joining us. We have to spin to a very, very short break, viewers, but we continue to get you more updates and more reactions that have come in on what's happening in West Asia. IDF claims it has eliminated the Hezbollah chief in Beirut strikes.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, to show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not surrendering. Iran told him simply, you may be finished, we are not. And we will continue to fight. And don't give us, through Pakistan, a set of terms of surrender.
Voting underway in Kerala and Assam. Over 50% voter turnout recorded till 11 a.m. in both states. Polling underway for 126 seats in Assam. Chief Minister Himanta hopeful for another term. Polling underway on 140 seats in Kerala, while Vijayan-led LDF battles incumbency seeking a third term. UDF banking strong on 2024 gains. Pak-mediated ceasefire in jeopardy. Iran says no mediation talks unless Israel stops bombing Lebanon. US U-turn on Lebanon. Vice President J.D. Vance says US never made the promise of a ceasefire in Lebanon. US media reports expose Pakistan. Reports suggest White House saw and signed off Sharif's post on X. Viewers, starting first with a fresh breaking development that we're getting in. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces have said that they have managed to eliminate Lebanon's Hezbollah Deputy General Namassivayam, and no confirmation has arrived from the Hezbollah proxies yet. Now, this news comes amid a ceasefire remains to be precarious in terms of Lebanon. The IDF now claiming that they have managed to eliminate Lebanon's Hezbollah chief, Namassivayam. Now, we haven't received any confirmation, no statement from the Hezbollah proxies yet on the elimination of their Deputy General Namassivayam. However, the Israeli Defense Forces have continued bombing Lebanon. Now, this news comes amid a short pause between the warring parties, Iran and the United States and Israel. However, contentions are being raised over whether or not Lebanon is a part of the truce, with the US, in fact, formally clearing it yesterday that Lebanon is not a part of the truce plan. And in the latest, now the Israeli Defense Forces claim that they have eliminated Hezbollah's chief, Namassivayam. Now, joining me live with more information is my colleague Ishita. Ishita, speak to us about the details of the matter. But before we go to Ishita, we're also being joined by Major General K.K. Sinha, our defense expert. Major General Sinha, thanks very much for speaking to Republic. Lebanon continues to be battered by the Israeli Defense Forces, who have said that they are targeting southern Lebanon especially and Hezbollah hideouts. And now in the latest, they have managed to eliminate Hezbollah's Deputy General Namassivayam. What's your first take, your first comments on this?
Good afternoon and Jai Hind. In spite of there is a ceasefire in which Israel was also supposed to maintain the ceasefire, they are carrying out their operations with the Hezbollah. Their major aim is to just take over the complete buffer, area, right? It is approximately 28 kilometers on the bank of Litani River. This is what their stated goal and aim is there, and they're carrying on in spite of the fact that there is a pressure. I think the Americans are also not able to stop them. And the elimination of Qasim, Deputy Secretary of General of the of Hezbollah in Beirut, which is north of this buffer line of Litani River, they are carrying out, and number of valuable targets as per them they have eliminated. But the matter of fact is there, they have been doing it from November 2023. And they say that, after, Nasrallah was killed, they thought that, Hezbollah is going to go down. But the capacity remains intact because up north in the valley, they are not able to do it much. And because there is supply line is there from Syria side. So they keep doing it and they get the, reinforcement and other, facilities from there. So, they have to understand, because this line of Litani River, where basically Ridwan forces operate, they have destroyed all bridges on the Litani River. And from Becca Valley, if they get the, wherewithal, it will carry on. So, even the deputy, their joint chief of staff of IDF has been warning that, they will not able to do it, and the Israeli forces, IDF, is getting tired on this. How will it going to settle? Because this is the expansion they want to do it.
Yeah.
This line of Litani River, once upon a time, used to be under the control of IDF, Israel, but they were able to do it this time. Only the time will tell.
Right. Major General Sinha, in fact, also wanting to understand from you, the ceasefire in West Asia is already in fragile waters. The ceasefire was established by US President Donald Trump, but even after that, strikes continued, especially on Lebanon. Now, Iran, on one hand, says that till the time the aggression against Lebanon does not stop, no permanent ceasefire can be observed in the ongoing war between Israel, Iran, and the United States. So, what do you think? The killing of a Deputy General of Hezbollah, Proxy, definitely does make Hezbollah much weaker militarily, and also because their top brass is, being eliminated one after the other by the IDF. But where does this now leave the ceasefire, especially when Iran's demand includes that Hezbollah and Lebanon has to be stopped bombing for the ceasefire to exist?
Yeah, this is very fragile ceasefire for 14 days, which is there. The talk is starting tomorrow. In Pakistan. But the matter of fact is there, initially when it came, this ceasefire was supposed to be observed by United States of America and also by the Israel. But Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, he came publicly and said that, the ceasefire is there, but they started thereafter only. They're eliminating this type of commander, whether it is a personal secretary to the Secretary General. They did it with Nasrallah when they, and they thought that they will be able to control it. But these terrorist organization is, such that, the leadership is taken by the second rank, third rank, and they keep carrying on. And Ridwan forces, the force which basically operates in this area and they want to control it. They were not able to do it from last 2.5 years. If they want to expand the territory of Israel, which seems to be their aim, I think they are doing that. If they go up to Litani River, because they are very, very offensive, they have taken out all bridges. So their plan is there to go right up to that, for which they require 3 divisions. And this is what exactly the Joint Chief of Staff is saying to IDF and to that the people, especially IDF is tired because these 3 divisions, if they have to, again, these are all reservists. They have to put it there, put in the actions, and thereafter they have to hold. So they are stretching it. This is the dichotomy between, their plan and holding. If they want to carry on, the Israel carries on. Initially, they did it after the 23rd, that 7th October in 2023. That was fine, but they were able to degrade them. These people are not going to go down, they will not give up, but we have to give the space to them that they realize it and come to in the other way. Terrorists, last terrorists eliminating, I don't think it is a possibility. Iran has to understand this. both Hezbollah, Houthi, Hamas. Hamas is also, springing up again. So we have to, give them, and this is the way we do it in the Indian Army. We do carry out a substantial damage and marginalize them and then try to bring them to the mainstream. So you have to make them, these people are mainstream. And no organization can be totally depleted if their thought and their philosophy remains intact.
Yeah. Major General K.K. Sinha, thanks very much for speaking to us and giving us a lowdown and your take on the situation that's unfolding in Lebanon. Now, also quickly cutting across to my colleague Shivam, who joins us from the newsroom with more details on the matter. Shivam, speak to us about what's unfolding in Lebanon. Hezbollah's Deputy General Naim Qasim has been eliminated. That's what the IDF claims. No statement from Hezbollah yet. But where does this leave the ceasefire now? Iran has already said that till the time till the time aggression against Lebanon does not end, there will be no ceasefire at all. Shivam.
Yeah, definitely. That was the mention, and that was the request by Iran that Lebanon should be included in the peace deal. That was the 10-point peace deal by Iran, which was supposedly accepted by the US government. But Donald Trump has denied the 10-point plan, calling it to be a fake one, and also said that this was forwarded by a section of media. Now, coming back to the main story here, this is the chief of Hezbollah who has been killed in the latest set of strikes, because though United States of America agreed to the ceasefire, the 2-week pause, it was Israel that did not agree to the ceasefire initially, especially when it came to Lebanon, and especially when it came to Hezbollah, because it knew that it had reached a point where it could completely annihilate Hezbollah and the terror infrastructure of Hezbollah. So this was in accordance with that. It was continuing its strikes against Hezbollah infrastructure, Hezbollah targets and Hezbollah leadership deep inside Lebanon, in Beirut, in the Lebanese capital. And this, as per the latest reports, they have achieved success. However, we'll have to wait for the confirmation by Hezbollah itself. But this is a very big development coming in. He was the top leader when it came to Hezbollah, and killing a top leader means escalating the war further. Now, this can even escalate the war further because Iran is known to be working with its proxies, that is the Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis, the Triple H as we call it. But Hamas has been taken care of in the October war, and now we have the Houthis and the Hezbollah. Hezbollah's chief getting killed will definitely be escalating this war against Israel, even though if there will be a temporary pause, a temporary ceasefire between Iran and America. But this is going to be a sort of an escalation to a different level. Let me repeat that this was Naim Qasim, who was the Deputy Secretary General of the terrorist organization Hezbollah. In Beirut, there was a series of strikes while there were talks of a ceasefire. So this was the last-minute window. Israel utilized the last-minute window, and it continued its strikes, and it struck against Hezbollah organization's infrastructure and killed the top leadership there. And also killed Ali Yusuf Kharshi, the personal secretary of the Secretary General of the organization of Naim Qasim in Beirut. So the Beirut was bombed, and the terror infrastructure of Hezbollah was targeted.
So Israeli Defense Forces now actually coming in and closing in on the Hezbollah leadership. Shivam, continue being with us. We're getting in some more breaking development. Now, viewers, French President Emmanuel Macron has urged all sides to respect ceasefire. In fact, he's condemned the Israeli strikes on Lebanon. That's the French President Emmanuel Macron, who's called for each of the belligerents to fully respect the ceasefire, including in Lebanon. That's what he has said. And he spoke separately with Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian as well, and also said that he is in talks with US President Donald Trump. Now, French President Emmanuel Macron coming out and supporting the ceasefire. He says that all sides must respect the temporary truce of 2 weeks that has been announced by the United States and agreed upon by the Iranian military. In fact, he's also called for peace in Lebanon. He has condemned the Israeli strikes that have been battering Lebanon since yesterday after the announcement of the ceasefire. Now, remember, Israel and the United States remain torn on the matter. Israel says that there is no truce in Lebanon as of now. In fact, Israel has also said that they will continue battering Hezbollah targets deep inside Lebanon, and especially southern Lebanon. Just yesterday, they also asked evacuations of citizens from southern Lebanon towards the Litani River. towards the north of Lebanon. Now, French President Emmanuel Macron has not only called for peace and for respect of the ceasefire, he has slammed Israel. He has slammed the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for their constant strikes in Lebanon. Shivam continues joining me on the broadcast. Shivam, speak to us about what the French president has been saying. You know, he has in fact spoken about Lebanon being a part of the truce deal. Shivam.
Yeah, definitely, because as per the initial reports, Iran had claimed that Hezbollah should be a part of the peace deal and Israel should stop striking Hezbollah. Now, Hezbollah, though they call it a terror organization, it is a direct proxy which is directly operated by Iran under the command of Iran. Now, these are the soldiers of Iran which are placed in Lebanon. And Israel continued to keep striking the Hezbollah targets. Now, this comes from Macron, where he has urged all sides to respect the ceasefire. The initial terms of the ceasefire, which included Hezbollah also as per the initial reports that we were fetching. But this was not made clear. Israel clearly mentioned it that this was not a part of the ceasefire plan. So we'll have to wait and watch on the what exactly was were the 10 points or the points of the pause of the ceasefire. This needs to be conveyed clearly, because Donald Trump outrightly came and he said that there was a fake plan which was forwarded by the media. There was a Pakistani angle also where Iran alleged that Pakistan was involved in deceiving United States of America and Iran both, in forwarding the wrong plan to America and sending the wrong plan from America to Iran. So this is the kind of deception and foul play which was done by Pakistan also. Now, because yesterday there were strikes, continuous strikes against Hezbollah, the terror infrastructure in Beirut. So you know, the Qasim got killed, the Hezbollah chief got killed. Now this reaction comes by Macron, because Macron understands if Israel does not conclude or stop its strikes against Hezbollah, the proxy of Iran, the war will not stop any sooner, because the war will continue, and sooner or later Iran might jump in, and that might not be good for the world. The whole world has been impacted by the ongoing war scenario. Now, President Emmanuel Macron had called for each of the belligerents to fully respect the ceasefire, including in Lebanon, and he spoke separately to Pezeshkian also, and also to US President Donald Trump. Now, that is what he's conveying.
Right,
that he spoke both to Trump and Pezeshkian.
Yeah. And not just Emmanuel Macron. Now we're getting in some more breaking developments, Shivam. You know, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has also reacted on Lebanon not being included as part of the ceasefire. In fact, he goes on to say that ceasefire is an important step forward. It is fragile, but it should lead to an agreement. He further says that the Australian government firmly believes that the ceasefire must apply to Lebanon as well, and we want to see peace in the entire West Asian region. So right after French President Emmanuel Macron, now comes in Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, who has also said that Lebanon must be included in the ongoing ceasefire deal between the United States, Israel and Iran. Now, this comes in complete contradiction, where the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday resounded his resolve. He said that the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, will continue battering Lebanon, especially targeting Hezbollah hideouts, Hezbollah military targets and their military top brass. And just today, in fact, Hezbollah's Deputy General Naim Qasim has been eliminated by the IDF. In fact, let's listen in to Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, who backs Lebanon being a part of the truce deal.
And it comes on the back of yesterday's announcement of a 2-week ceasefire. We want to say this, that this is an important step forward. Of course, it is a fragile peace, but we want it to lead to an agreement. The Australian government also firmly believes that this has to apply to Lebanon as well. We want to see peace in this region.
Now, Shivam continues being with us on the broadcast. Shivam, we just spoke about Emmanuel Macron also sounding for peace, and he was asking for Lebanon to become a part of the ceasefire deal. And now Anthony Albanese also. So Europe, more or less, is united on making Lebanon a part of the ceasefire deal. Shivam, what details can you get us?
Yeah, this is the latest and biggest statement by Anthony Albanese now. This is on the behalf of Australia, because they clearly understand, as I told you earlier also, Macron understands and Albanese understands that if Lebanon is not part of the deal, it will be difficult, very difficult to achieve a complete ceasefire. This is not a complete ceasefire as we speak. It's just a 2-week pause. We are pretty doubtful of that, because Donald Trump was again threatening, warning of a bigger, stronger strike against Iran, and that we have our military placed, and they can do any harm at one command. So the army is prepared, the US military is prepared for any eventuality in case the ceasefire, the temporary ceasefire, I'll repeat, if it doesn't work. So they're already preparation. So if all the countries, they are forcing that if they really want the peace plan to work, that the temporary ceasefire should work, then Lebanon should be included. And Lebanon means Hezbollah should be included, because it's just a fight between Israel and Hezbollah, not against Lebanon.
Right, Shivam, thanks very much for getting in those details and for breaking it down for us. For now, viewers, it's time to shift focus and take a look at everything else that's unfolding. This is Bharat in One for you. Take a look. Nagar, Subhash Nagar, 4 fire vehicles were rushed to the location and are currently engaged in efforts to control the blazes. Authorities have confirmed that no casualties have been reported in this incident so far, and further details are to be expected later. Karan Adani addressed in the presence of Chief Minister Mohan Charan Majhi, emphasizing Adani Group's strong commitment to Odisha's long-term growth. Positioning itself not as a visitor but a builder, the group announced 3 major investment data centers in Bhubaneswar, a large thermal power plant and a cement manufacturing unit near Cuttack, aimed at strengthening digital infrastructure, energy security and industrial capacity. Together, these projects are expected to generate nearly 10,000 jobs in the region. The key message underscored is focused on building sustainable, inclusive growth for the future. A US court has accepted a plea by the Adani Group seeking a pre-motion conference in its case with the US Securities and Exchange Commission. This procedural step allows Adani's legal team to present arguments before formally filing a motion to dismiss the SEC lawsuit. While not a final ruling, the development is a significant early step that could shape whether the case proceeds or is dismissed at its initial stage. Viewers, and on the other side, voting is underway in Kerala and Assam. Over 50% voter turnout recorded in the states till 11 a.m. in both Kerala and Assam. Also, stand by for Puducherry elections. Polling underway for 126 seats in Assam. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma says hopeful of returning in power for the 3rd consecutive term. Getting you this and a lot more on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, to show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not surrendering. Iran told him simply, you may be finished.
ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Correcto. The taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, the ceasefire between Iran and the US is now on the verge of a collapse. Disagreement over Lebanon's inclusion is now emerging, and it all boils down to Pakistan deceiving both the sides. We'll get you all the updates on that and what's happening in the election-bound state. But first up, a quick check at the headlines. Voting underway in Kerala and Assam. Over 50% voter turnout recorded till 1 p.m. in both the states. Polling underway for 126 in Assam. CM Himanta Biswa says hopeful of returning in power for the third time. Polling underway on 140 seats in Kerala, while Vijayan leads LDF battle incumbency, seeking a third term. UDF banking strong on 2024 gains. Pakistan mediated ceasefire claims in jeopardy. Iran says no mediation talks unless Israel stops bombing Lebanon. US takes a U-turn on Lebanon. Vice President J.D. Vance now says the US never made the promise of ceasefire in Lebanon. US media reports expose Pakistan. Reports now suggest the White House saw and signed off Sharif's post on X. Welcome viewers, our top focus at this hour. Now, entangled in its own ceasefire mess, Pakistan now attacks Israel. Pakistan, in fact, has now issued a statement saying that all the other nations should also take steps against Israel. Pakistan trying to lobby now action against Israel after it created its own mess. Now, Pakistan currently is in its own created ceasefire mess, where it deceived both the sides, passed on different messages to Iran and the US than the one it received. And now, as it finds itself in a mess, it's trying to blame this, deflect this on Israel, trying to ask all the countries to lobby support against Israel's campaign against Lebanon. Now, we are looking at Israel intensifying its Lebanon attacks even while the ceasefire is in effect, and Pakistan, which in fact stated in its post that Lebanon is part of the deal, is now trying to clean its own mess. And now on this, I'm being joined by Major General Rajan Kochar. He's a defense expert. He's with us now. Major General, I want to ask you, Pakistan created this own mess. We had a tweet by the Prime Minister of the country, Shehbaz Sharif, saying that this ceasefire includes Lebanon as well. While we're looking at statements from both the sides which are contradictory. US says Lebanon was never part of the deal. Iran says it has been deceived. How do you look at this mess created by Pakistan, which is trying to claim to be a so-called negotiator between Iran and the US?
See, Pakistan, I am quite surprised that Pakistan was part of this peace process, because Pakistan lacks credibility at all stages. We have seen insurgency in Pakistan also taking place, where the Baluchistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, the way Pakistan is handling that situation, and it's double speak all the time. So I think this deal was very poorly handled. And why I'm saying is poorly handled is because clarity in the conditions which are acceptable to both the sides have to be mentioned. And when you are talking about a ceasefire has to be 360 degrees. It cannot be that a war is going on in Iran and you have a ceasefire here, but you don't have a ceasefire in Lebanon. Because all kinds of war which are connected to this conflict have to end. So I think from that context, Pakistan has badly handled the whole situation.
All right. Thanks, Major General, for joining us on a Republic and sharing a crucial inputs on this story. My colleague Gesu also now joins me on this. Gesu, we're looking at a ceasefire mess which is in place right now, created by Pakistan. Now, Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, we also claimed that Lebanon was part of the ceasefire deal. But we have seen US Vice President J.D. Vance coming out and clarifying that Lebanon was never part of the deal, while Iran, on the other hand, also feels deceived. So both the sides feel deceived by Pakistan right here, which created this mess in the first place.
Right, Ishita. In fact, very important to also remember, now Pakistan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has put out a statement on X condemning the Israeli strikes on Lebanon. They have urged for international law to be maintained in Lebanon, so to say. And in fact, they've also asked other countries to campaign against Israeli aggression in Lebanon. They have also gone so far to say that they stand shoulder to shoulder with the people of Lebanon, with the government of Lebanon. And if I had to read out the Pakistan statement on condemning the aggression against Lebanon, they say that Pakistan condemns in the strongest terms the ongoing Israeli aggression against Lebanon, resulting in the loss of innocent lives and the widespread destruction of infrastructure. Now remember, this raises some pertinent questions on Islamabad. They were the ones who, they were claiming that they are mediating the ceasefire between the United States and Iran had said that one of their conditions for a ceasefire will be for Lebanon to not be bombed or Lebanon to not face the wrath of Israeli or US aggression. However, that has continued since yesterday. Huge bombing campaigns have continued inside Lebanon. In fact, their capital, Beirut, was struck with the hardest missile strikes yesterday. In fact, over 100 strikes in just 10 minutes from the Israeli Defense Forces. Not just that, even after this, Islamabad continues to face allegations that they fiddled with the 10 points or the 15 points that the Iranian regime had put forth to give to the United States. Now remember, United States and Iran remain in an indirect conversation over the ceasefire, the temporary pause that has been announced, and Pakistan, that played mediator, is now facing allegations that they tempered the original demands that were placed by Iran while giving it to the United States, and they also tempered the reply that the United States had sent for Iran. And now on top of it, they are saying that they strongly condemn the acts of violence that are ongoing in Lebanon by the Israeli Defense Forces. They've condemned Israel, their Prime Minister, and they've asked for international law to be established for peace to return to the region. A ceasefire that was mediated by Islamabad, as it claims, crumbling right in front of our eyes, right from the moment that it was announced by US President Donald Trump. Ishita.
Right, Gesu, and also let's show it to our viewers what exactly the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif, posted on X. Now, this is a tweet that was posted by Pakistan, clearly mentioning that Iran and the United States of America, along with their allies, have agreed to an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and elsewhere. Now, this is the tweet that was put up by Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif just yesterday after the declaration of this 2-week ceasefire by Donald Trump. And he clearly mentions that Lebanon was part of this deal. But we have seen a statement coming in from the Vice President J.D. Vance, who says that Lebanon was never part of the deal. There was legitimate misunderstanding on the part of Iranian negotiators, and clearly it was Pakistan who led this misunderstanding in the first place. And now we're also getting some more reactions on this. France, in fact, has now reacted saying that charging tolls to cross the Strait of Hormuz violates the freedom of navigation. Now, this comes as there are reports that IRGC is now charging all the ships to safely pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And now France commenting on that charging ships to have a safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz, in fact, violates freedom of navigation in international waters. Now, remember, IRGC still maintains control over the Strait of Hormuz. They have been also providing alternate paths to several countries as they have essentially mined the contested waters. And now France making a strong comment on that toll in Hormuz violates navigation of freedom. Now, my colleague Gesu continues to stay with me. Gesu, we're looking at more and more countries now commenting on what's unfolding in the Strait of Hormuz. This time it's France clearly saying that there should be freedom of navigation in the strait, and charging ships violates international law.
Right, Ishita. In fact, a series of comments that have been made by French President Emmanuel Macron. Now he's gone on to say that, the toll that is being levied by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps on the shipments that are passing through the Strait of Hormuz, that will come in between free navigation, that will curtail global supplies for a lot of countries as the toll continues to mount in the contentious Strait of Hormuz. Now, right before this, he also said that he condemns the strikes that are ongoing in Lebanon. He condemns the Israeli strikes that are being rained down in Lebanon. Not just this entire saga started with the Secretary of State of the US, Marco Rubio, also condemning the taxes that are being levied by the IRGC, by Iranian regime on the vessels and shipments that are passing through the contentious Strait of Hormuz. Marco Rubio, in fact, went on to call it a complete illegal move. He said that this is completely in contradiction to international maritime law, and no one country controls the Strait of Hormuz, and thus is not going to levy any taxes on international shipment and supplies that pass through the strait. And now Macron has also doubled down on the same claim. He has maintained the resolve that taxation over vessels and shipments that pass through the contentious Strait of Hormuz has to be cut down, because that will deter free navigation through the Strait of Hormuz's waters. Ishita.
Right, so thanks so much for joining us. And now viewers are moving on to another breaking news we're getting at this hour. Now, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has reacted on Lebanon not being included in part of the ceasefire deal between Iran and the United States. Now, he says that ceasefire is an important step forward. It is a fragile peace right now in West Asia, but we want it to lead to a final agreement. Now, he also goes on to add that the Australian government firmly believes that this has to be applied to Lebanon as well. We want to see peace in this region. Now, this is a statement that's a reiteration of what Australia has been calling for: de-escalation and peace in the region. And in this case, the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese goes on to say that Lebanon should be part of the ceasefire deal between Iran and the US. He says peace right now in West Asia, in fact, is fragile. Let's listen into what exactly the Australian Prime Minister has said. All right, viewers, cutting across to election updates. Prime Minister, in fact, holding a mega rally. Let's get you the live visuals of that.
आने के लिए मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है, सब खड़े हो जाइए. हाँ, मैं 1 मिनट ये सभी हमारे कैंडिडेट को मिलकर के आता हूं. भारत माता की. আসানসোলের পুণ্যভূমিতে আপনাদের সবাইকে আমার প্রণাম. इस मंच से मैं मां कल्याणेश्वरी के चरणों में नमन करता हूं. मैं गागर बूढ़ी चंडी माता को भी प्रणाम करता हूं। साथियों, हमेशा की तरह पश्चिम बर्धमान की जनता का ये प्यार, इतना बड़ा जन सैलाब, ये उत्साह, ये जोश, ये माहौल, ये बता रहा है कि बंगाल में परिवर्तन की ताजा हवा चल रही है। बंगाल में परिवर्तन अब पत्थर की लकीर बन चुका है। पूरा आसनसोल अब परिवर्तन चाहता है। पूरा बंगाल परिवर्तन चाहता है। मेरे साथ बोलिए, पाल्टानो दोरकार, पाल्टानो दोरकार, पाल्टानो दोरकार, पाल्टानो दोरकार, पाल्टानो दोरकार, पाल्टानो दोरकार। भाइयों बहनों, ये गूंज यहां से दुर्गापुर तक जाएगी, रानीगंज, सालतोरा और रघुनाथपुर तक जाएगी। ये बंगाल के जन जन की आवाज है। बंगाल में टीएमसी के पापों का घड़ा अब भर चुका है। बंगाल में अगली सरकार डबल इंजन सरकार बनेगी। 4 मई के बाद बंगाल विकास के एक नए युग में प्रवेश करेगा। साथियों, बंगाल की प्रगति के लिए टीएमसी से मुक्ति जरूरी है कि नहीं है? है कि नहीं है? टीएमसी जानी चाहिए कि नहीं जानी चाहिए? क्योंकि आज जब देश, पूरा देश तेज रफ्तार से आगे बढ़ रहा है, तृणमूल कांग्रेस बंगाल को पीछे धकेलने में लगी है। यहां के संसाधन, यहां की संभावनाएं और नौजवानों के अवसर सब पर टीएमसी के गुंडों का कब्जा है। बंगाल की जो संपत्ति विकास के काम आनी चाहिए, उसकी खुली लूट हो रही है। हमारे आसनसोल के लोगों से बेहतर भला ये कौन जान सकेगा? आप देखिए, आसनसोल कोल बेल्ट का इतना बड़ा इलाका है, लेकिन टीएमसी राज में इस पूरे कारोबार पर सिंडिकेट का कब्जा है। कोयले की कालाबाजारी, कोयला माफिया, बालू माफिया, भू माफिया, ये सब इस पूरे इलाके पर बोझ बन गए हैं। बंगाली मानुष इससे परेशान है। साथियों, आसनसोल और दुर्गापुर का ये पूरा इलाका जो कभी बंगाली नहीं, पूरे देश के औद्योगिक विकास का बड़ा केंद्र था। साइकिल से लेकर रेल तक, पेपर से लेकर स्टील तक, एल्यूमिनियम से लेकर ग्लास तक, यहां कारखानों की लंबी चेन थी। पूरे देश से लोग यहां काम करने आते थे। लेकिन आज यहां उद्योगों का लगातार पलायन हो रहा है। यहां के युवाओं को घर छोड़कर बाहर जाना पड़ रहा है। पूरे बंगाल का यही हाल है। पूरा बंगाल इसी संकट से घिरा है। साथियों, मैं आपको कुछ आंकड़े भी बताना चाहता हूं। हमारा भारत एक विशाल परिवार है, बहुत बड़ा परिवार है। 140 करोड़ देशवासियों का परिवार है, जिसमें अलग अलग राज्य उस परिवार के महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा है। ये राज्य जितना कमाते हैं, उतना ही परिवार की, विशाल परिवार की आय बढ़ती है। हमारा देश जब आजाद हुआ, तब पूरे भारत की कमाई अगर 100 रुपये थी, तो इसमें से 11-12 रुपये अकेले बंगाल कमाता था। 100 में से 12 रुपया। लेकिन यहां कांग्रेस और वामपंथी शासन ने सब कुछ तबाह कर दिया, बर्बाद कर दिया। और इतना कम था तो 2011 में जब आपने टीएमसी को मौका दिया, तब देश की कमाई में बंगाल का हिस्सा घटकर 6 रुपये रह गया था। आपने टीएमसी पर विश्वास किया था कि वो हालात सुधारेगी, माटी मानुष के लिए कुछ करेगी। लेकिन टीएमसी ने तो बंगाल के साथ निर्ममता की सारी हदें पार कर दी। और आज क्या हालत है? आज अगर देश 100 रुपये कमाता है, तो बंगाल का योगदान सिर्फ 5-5.5 रुपये रह गया है। कभी 12 रुपया 100 में से, आज 5 रुपया 100 में से। साथियों, एक आम बंगाली, इसकी आमदनी लगातार कम हो रही है। और टीएमसी के विधायकों और टीएमसी के मंत्रियों के, टीएमसी के टोलाबाजों के, टीएमसी की सिंडिकेट के बंगले बड़े बड़े हो रहे हैं। जिस बंगाल में आसनसोल जैसा सामर्थ्यवान शहर हो, जहां इतनी बड़ी संख्या में उद्यमी हो, उस बंगाल को टीएमसी का कुशासन नहीं, बीजेपी की गुड गवर्नेंस चाहिए। साथियों, ये बीजेपी सरकार है जो मेड इन इंडिया को सपोर्ट करती है। ये बीजेपी सरकार है जो देश में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बढ़ाने के लिए नीतियां बनाती है। ये बीजेपी सरकार है जिसने उद्योगों की अड़चनें, जो कानून रुकावट बने थे, कितने ही पुराने कानूनों को समाप्त किया है। इसलिए साथियों, ये चुनाव सिर्फ सरकार बदलने का चुनाव नहीं है, ये आसनसोल को फिर से उसकी पुरानी औद्योगिक शक्ति लौटाने का चुनाव है। ये माफिया राज से मुक्ति पाने का चुनाव है और ये काम सिर्फ बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार ही कर सकती है। साथियों, बीते कई दशकों में बंगाल ने हर पार्टी पर विश्वास करके देखा। पहले कांग्रेस, फिर लेफ्ट, फिर टीएमसी, लेकिन ये सब के सब एक ही चट्टे बट्टे के कट्टे हैं। लेकिन सबने एक ही काम किया, बंगाल के लोगों को धोखा दिया। बंगाल के लोगों के सपनों को मिट्टी में मिला दिया। बंगाल के लोगों के भविष्य को कुचल दिया। इसलिए लोग केवल बातों पर भरोसा करना नहीं चाहते। बंगाल की जनता अब काम और ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड देखने का फैसला करना चाहती है। बंगाल में विकास करने का, बंगाल को प्रगति के रास्ते पर आगे बढ़ाने का ये ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड केवल और केवल बीजेपी का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड सबसे मजबूत ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड है। आसनसोल और पश्चिमी बर्धमान के लोगों ने देखा है, टीएमसी द्वारा हजारों रुकावटों के बावजूद केंद्र सरकार इस इलाके के विकास में लगी है। यहां औद्योगिकरण में मदद के लिए, स्टील प्लांट के विस्तार के लिए 45,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा खर्च किए गए हैं। 45,000 करोड़ रुपया। दुर्गापुर हल्दिया गैस पाइपलाइन सेक्शन भी राष्ट्र को समर्पित किया गया है। इसी तरह यहां कनेक्टिविटी को मजबूत करने के लिए आसनसोल बोकारो ट्रेन सर्विस शुरू हुई। 2 वंदे भारत और 2 अमृत भारत ट्रेनें भी इसी क्षेत्र को मिली है। अमृत भारत स्टेशन योजना के तहत अंडाल रेलवे स्टेशन को आधुनिक बनाया जा रहा है। आसनसोल डिवीजन में भारतीय रेलवे का गति शक्ति कार्गो टर्मिनल भी शुरू किया गया है। साथियों, आपका स्वास्थ्य भी हमारी प्राथमिकता में है। यहां ईसीआई हॉस्पिटल का विस्तार करके इलाज की सुविधा बेहतर करने का प्रयास किया है और ऐसे कामों की एक लंबी लिस्ट है जिन्हें केंद्र की बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार राज्य सरकार के तमाम अड़ंगों के बावजूद बंगाल के विकास के लिए आगे बढ़ाया है। भाइयों बहनों, हमारे आसनसोल और दुर्गापुर में मेगा सिटी बनने की क्षमता है। आप मुझे बताइए, ये मेगा सिटी बनना चाहिए कि नहीं बनना चाहिए? हिंदुस्तान भर में नाम रोशन होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? लेकिन निर्मम सरकार में यहां जीवन की मूलभूत सुविधाओं का भी संकट है। यहां पीने के पानी की इतनी परेशानी है, सड़क, पुल और कनेक्टिविटी की दिक्कत भी लोगों के लिए बहुत बड़ी चिंता का विषय है। एक और बड़ी चिंता है पॉल्यूशन की। फैक्ट्रियों में उचित व्यवस्था न होने के कारण यहां के लोग गंभीर बीमारियों के शिकार हो रहे हैं। कई जगह अवैध खनन की वजह से जमीन धंसने की शिकायतें हैं, घरों पर खतरा है। मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, 4 मई के बाद निर्मम सरकार जाएगी। निर्मम सरकार जाएगी। बीजेपी सरकार इस इलाके की एक एक परेशानी का समाधान किया जाएगा। आपका ये प्यार मेरे सर आंखों पर, ये आपका जोश, नौजवानों, आपने तो पूरे बंगाल का मिजाज दिखा दिया आज। साथियों, हमारा बंगाल शक्ति पूजा की धरती है, इसलिए आसनसोल बिमल प्रतिमा देवी जैसी वीरांगनाओं की कर्मभूमि हुआ करती थी, लेकिन निर्मम सरकार में उसी बंगाल की क्या हालत हुई है। आरजी कार जैसी विभत्स घटनाएं, संदेश खली के खौफनाक मंजर, टीएमसी ही हमेशा खुलकर बलात्कारियों के पक्ष में खड़ी होती है। इसलिए आज बंगाल में महिलाएं खुद को सुरक्षित महसूस नहीं कर पा रही। एसिड अटैक के मामले में बंगाल सबसे आगे पहुंच गया है। साथियों, बंगाल की महिलाएं सुरक्षा भी चाहती है और सम्मान भी चाहती है। बंगाल की महिलाएं सुविधाएं भी चाहती है और आगे बढ़ने के अवसर भी चाहती है। भाइयों बहनों, महिलाओं को उनके अधिकार दिलाने वाली, महिलाओं को अधिकार देने वाली अगर कोई पार्टी है तो वो पार्टी का नाम है भारतीय जनता पार्टी। उस पार्टी का नाम है आज नमो ड्रोन दीदी योजना से, लखपति दीदी योजना से महिलाओं को आर्थिक रूप से आत्मनिर्भर बनाया जा रहा है। पीएम आवास योजना के तहत अधिकतर मकान परिवार की महिला सदस्य के नाम पर आवंटित किए गए हैं। आज देश की बेटियां फाइटर जेट भी उड़ा रही है और बड़े बड़े पदों पर भी पहुंच रही है। अभी ऐसे कई बड़े काम और होने वाले हैं। मेरा आपसे आग्रह है, मेरी बहनें जितनी मजबूती से बीजेपी के साथ खड़ी होगी, उतने ही बड़े परिवर्तन आपके जीवन में आएंगे। साथियों, 15 साल तक बंगाल पर कब्जा करने के लिए टीएमसी ने हर हथकंडा अपनाया है। इन्होंने अपनी ही जनता पर अत्याचार किए, भय को हथियार बनाया, सरकारी योजनाओं में सिंडिकेट का भय, धार्मिक यात्रा निकालने में पत्थरबाजी और बमबाजी का भय, चुनाव में आपका वोट कब जाने का भय, विपक्षी कार्यकर्ताओं की राजनैतिक हत्या का भय। लेकिन टीएमसी वाले ये भूल गए हैं कि भय और आतंकी यही मशीनरी पहले लेपवालों के पास थी। बंगाल की जनता ने लेप के आतंक को भी हराया था और अब वही जनता टीएमसी के भय का भी अंत कर रही है। इसलिए इस चुनाव में टीएमसी का एक भी हथकंडा काम नहीं आ रहा है। ये लोग पूरी तरह बौखलाए हुए हैं। अभी मालदा में जो हुआ, अपनी बौखलाहट में टीएमसी ने बहुत बड़ी भूल कर दी है। ये घटना टीएमसी के इस महाजंगल राज के ताबूत में आखिरी कील साबित हो रही है। इसी बौखलाहट में अब टीएमसी वाले देश के सुरक्षा बलों को, सीआरपीएफ को गाली दे रहे हैं।
Viewers, that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Asansola's Polo Ground in Bengal, right as the state is supposed to go to polls on the 23rd and the 29th of April. He seized some major attacks against the TMC, including their mishandling of women's safety and corruption. Now, getting in some more breaking developments, the Spanish Foreign Minister says that Israel violated the ceasefire yesterday and breached international law by launching hundreds of airstrikes on Lebanon. Now, after France and after Australia, Spain also comes out in Lebanon's support in the ongoing hostilities with the Israeli Defense Forces. Now, Spanish Foreign Minister says Israel violated the ceasefire by battering Lebanon yesterday. Now, remember, the Israeli Defense Forces launched what was the biggest strike on Lebanon's capital in Beirut. At least 100 strikes rained down in less than 10 minutes yesterday, battering various Hezbollah targets and even various cities across southern Lebanon by the Israeli Defense Forces. And now, Spanish Prime Minister says that this was a grave violation of the ceasefire by Israel and its defense forces. Now, remember, the line between whether or not Lebanon becomes a part of the truce pact remains precarious, with the United States saying that Hezbollah needs to be dealt with and Israel maintaining its resolve that they will continue to batter Hezbollah targets deep inside Lebanese territories, and that Lebanon is in fact not a part of the agreed upon temporary truce between the United States and Iran. And now countries like France, Australia and even Spain have come out in support of Lebanon. In fact, Pakistan also released a statement supporting Lebanon and condemning Israeli strikes on Lebanon's capital Beirut and across southern Lebanese cities. Now remember, Israel has been fighting the Hezbollah proxies that sit deep inside the Lebanese territories. Also the proxies who were standing shoulder to shoulder with Iran amid the ongoing West Asia escalations. Now, Spanish Foreign Minister has called on Israel. He's in fact condemned Israel's violation of the ceasefire yesterday and today. In fact, they've also said that Israel has breached international law by launching hundreds of airstrikes on Lebanon. Joining me live on the broadcast is my colleague Ishita. Ishita, what more details do you have for us? It started from the French President Emmanuel Macron, then Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, and now also Spanish Foreign Minister has spoken on the matter. Ishita.
Right, of course, Gesu, what we're looking at is Israel getting cornered right after the ceasefire was declared. It ramped up its attacks all across the Lebanese territory, specifically the capital city Beirut came under extensive strikes by the IDF. And now this resulted in massive casualties. In fact, the death toll has now gone into 3 digits. Over 200 people have been killed in Lebanon in the latest strike. So one after the other, we're looking at world leaders coming out, calling out Israel for its extensive bombing campaign in Lebanon. First, we saw the statement by French President, Australian Prime Minister, and now Spain also coming out and clearly calling out Israel. Now remember, we have been in fact discussing this on Republic that Spain had also called a US war on Iran an illegal move, and this time also calling out Israel, that Lebanon should have been part of the ceasefire deal, and the extensive bombing that IDF in fact is now carrying out all across the Lebanese territory is illegal. It violates international law. So we're looking at Israel getting cornered by all the world leaders as it intensifies its bombing on Lebanon.
Yeah, and Europe especially seems to be cornering Israel for sure. But for now, Ishita, continue being with us. We're also getting in some more breaking development. Viewers now, Spain is all set to reopen its embassy in Tehran. In fact, this comes closely after Spain accused Israel of violating international law and a newly brokered 2-week ceasefire. This is big. Spain is now reopening its embassy in Tehran. Now, even as Iranians remain doubtful of Donald Trump's so-called truce, so-called temporary pause of 2 weeks, Spain has now said that it's all set to reopen its embassy in Tehran. Now remember, Tehran came under attacks yesterday as well. Iranian territories were struck yesterday right after the truce was announced. Their oil refinery in Lavan was struck by enemy attacks, and Iran has now in fact raised pertinent questions over the trustworthiness of Donald Trump and the 2-week pause. But now Spain is all set to reopen its embassy in Tehran. Ishita joining in gets us more details on the matter.
Right, of course, Kesu, we're looking at Spain now issuing a statement that it will reopen its embassy in Tehran while it calls out Israel for violating the 2-week ceasefire that's now underway between the US and Iran. Now, we're looking at a more diplomatic presence by Spanish officials in Tehran. Remember, it shut down its embassy, but right now looking at it looks like a more normalization of ties between the two countries, and also Iran sort of taking a center stage with European leaders, with most of them coming out calling out Israel and while trying to normalize its ties with Iran. And this, in fact, is Spain taking the lead, reopening its embassy, establishing its diplomatic presence inside the capital city of Iran as it calls out Israel. And not just Israel, it's also called United States bombing in Iran also illegal. It's called the entire war as illegal, something that violates the international laws. And this time, taking Tehran's side, it seems it's now set to reopen its embassy in the capital city and establish its diplomatic presence in the capital city of Iran.
Right. In fact, Spain also continues to say that they are doing this so that they're able to broker and work towards a peace deal from within the Iranian territory. Now, Ishita, speak with us. The Iranian vice president now says that they are prepared to confront any breach of the ceasefire, and any violation will face a decisive, immediate and painful response. The first statement that comes in from the Iranian vice president over the contentious truce that continues to remain fragile between the United States, Iran and Israel. Now, the Iranian vice president says that Iran is prepared to confront any breach of the ceasefire, and any violation that happens over this ceasefire will be met with a decisive, immediate and a rather painful response. This is a blunt warning that Iran has issued. Now, also goes on to, in fact, cement Iranian doubt over Trump's ceasefire even further. Iran continues to be doubtful of how long can Donald Trump's temporary truce of 2 weeks even hold up, as the region continues to remain plunged in the larger war, with Lebanon being struck, retaliatory strikes from Iran striking countries across Gulf, including UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain as well. And now Iranian vice president says that they are prepared to confront any breach of the ceasefire. Ishita continues joining me. Ishita, you know, Iranians have made it clear they have one finger on the trigger, even as they are observing the ceasefire that was put forth by the United States and agreed upon by Iran. This is a precarious situation. Already a fragile ceasefire made a lot more sensitive now. Ishita.
Right, of course, peace still remains a very fragile and it is a precarious situation, as you mentioned, Gesu. We are looking at one after the other blunt and very strong statements being issued from both the sides. First, it was Iranian army which said they have their fingers on the trigger, which means that they are ready for any breach of ceasefire. And now, Iranian vice president has also come out with a statement saying that they are prepared in case any breach of ceasefire takes place from the other side, which means that there's a major trust deficit that still remains between the two sides. We also had a statement from the Iranian side where they declare that Americans are utterly untrustworthy. So they are not trusting each other. They're still prepared. Both the sides, in fact, not just Iran, but also US troops are on standby that in case there is a trigger from the other side, the other one will also go in for a full and a massive blow. So looking at Iranian vice president issuing a very blunt statement this time saying that they are prepared in case a breach takes place. We will also pull the trigger.
Right, Ishita, continue being with us. We're also getting in some more fresh breaking developments into the war. Now, viewers, Israeli opposition says that the ceasefire was a complete mistake. That is the latest statement that's coming in from Israeli minister from their ruling Likud party. Now, Israel's diaspora affairs minister and even the member of the ruling Likud party, Amichai Chikli, says that a ceasefire with Iran was a big mistake. In fact, his exact statement is that I think it was a mistake to even go to a ceasefire at this point in time. Countries like these, the Japanese Empire, Nazi Germany, you need to bring them to their knees. Now, he's compared the Iranian regime to Nazi Germany and he says that this was not the right time to go on a ceasefire, to announce a pause in the war. In fact, that's the latest that we're learning in Israeli minister from their ruling Likud party. In fact, also Israel's diaspora affairs minister Amichai Chikli says that ceasefire with Iran was a big mistake. In fact, he goes on to compare the Iranian regime with the Nazi Germany and he says that these regimes need to be brought down to their knees. Now, Israel continuously remains on the other side of the ceasefire where they are not agreeing for a ceasefire at all. Various internal contentions in Israel over the ceasefire that has been announced. Ishita, talk to us about this. You know, a complete divide on Israeli terms when it comes to observing the ceasefire. They have continued to batter Lebanon, even as Europe campaigns for Lebanon to be left as a part of the ceasefire deal. They are also a part of the 10 to 15 points that Iran had put forward, but Israel doesn't seem to be stepping back. And now, their minister Chikli says that a ceasefire indeed was a big mistake at this point in the war.
So earlier we had a statement from the Israeli opposition leader who called this deal an absolute disaster. But right now we're looking at a fracture, a divide also coming in within the government. Now this time it's a minister Chikli, as you mentioned, who has now called out the Israeli prime minister for this deal, saying it's a major mistake that's been made on the part of Israel that's now agreed to this ceasefire. Now we had a statement from the Israeli prime minister who says we back the ceasefire for 2 weeks, but Lebanon is not part of this deal. But this time we're looking at government all the time more divided on this. In fact, they've called out and compared Iran to other dictatorial regimes, comparing this to Nazi Germany and the Japanese Empire. They're now saying it's a mistake to agree to a ceasefire at this point of time. You know, it's a critical time for Israel as well, because despite what's happening in the region, Israel has a proximity to Iran. Now, United States is placed far away. So it makes sense for the US to also pull out of this conflict at this point of time. But for Israel, the threat still continues. So now we're looking at ministers within Netanyahu's government who are coming out and calling that taking a ceasefire at this stage, at this critical stage of the conflict, is a mistake. They're comparing the regime in Iran to other dictatorial regimes, Nazi Germany and the Japanese Empire, saying that it's a mistake and the regime in Iran should be brought down to their knees.
Definitely, Ishita. And you know, this rift first began between the war allies, United States and Israel, where United States on one hand announced a complete ceasefire, but Israel said that they are not going to spare Hezbollah. They will not stop targeting or battering Lebanon and their capital of Beirut. And now this is trickled down inside the Israeli parliament. Within Netanyahu's government, there are rifts that are arriving with now the public affairs minister and the member of the ruling Likud party, Amichai Chikli, one of their most important vocal ministers throughout throughout this entire war, says that a ceasefire with Iran was a massive mistake. Now, also yesterday, US also spoke about Lebanon, where they said that Israel is trying to deal with Hezbollah inside Lebanon, and that is a battle that needs its separate attention, and thus Lebanon does not become a part of the ceasefire. So not just the ceasefire as a whole, that's been, now accounted for as a big mistake by the Israeli parliament, by their minister, their public affairs minister.
Right, yes. So, of course, if you look at the security landscape in West Asia for Israel, the Iranian proxies pose a major threat, whether it's Hamas in Gaza, whether it's Hezbollah in Lebanon or Houthis in Yemen. All three proxies, which is, in fact, the part of the axis of resistance, they pose a major threat to Israel. So, Israel, at this point, committing to the ceasefire that, in fact, seems to be thrusted upon the country by the United States President, it's being called as a mistake.
Right, Ishita. In fact, we're also being joined by Major General Sanjay Sohi, a defense expert who continues to join us on the broadcast. Major General Sohi, thank you very much for joining Republic. Now, there are rifts that are emerging within Israel. First, Israel did not agree to a full ceasefire. They said they will continue to batter Lebanon. But now questions are being raised inside Israel over the truce that has been announced with Iran. In fact, their ministers are saying that this is the worst possible time, and this, in fact, is a mistake to have a ceasefire at this point of the war. Now, what are your first comments on this?
Absolutely, Jesu. In fact, I would agree with the dissidents or people who are against the ceasefire. Because if you see, none of the military objectives have been met, like a change of regime or nuclear stockpile is still there. Missiles are still, long-range missiles are still there. And if the regime is not changed, which is ready to sign on the dotted lines of America or Israel, that means after a couple of years, they will again rebuild. Their support for Hezbollah remains. So I think for Israel, it is a question of it is an existential threat. It is a question of survival. And if with the Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthi on three sides, which are supported by Iran, and which will continue with the same ideology even after ceasefire, then it is ultimately Israel has to bear the brunt. And I think I was also surprised at how have they agreed to the ceasefire, because till those objectives are met, the threats will remain and Israel will not feel safe and secure. Jesu.
Right, Major General Sohi. In fact, also wanting to understand from you, where does this place Israel at this point? The triple-edged threat that they have been dealing with, whether it's Hezbollah from Lebanon, it's Houthis from Yemen, or it is Hamas in the Palestinian Strip. All of these proxies that are fighting side by side, shoulder to shoulder with Iran. So where does this leave Israel as far as security measures are concerned?
In fact, I would say that Israel has decimated Hamas to a great extent, and they have also weakened Hezbollah to a great extent. That is decimated, this is weakened to a great extent, and Houthis are a bit of threat because of distance. I think they are not a major threat which can really affect Israel directly. So, but the fact is, if the Iran remains, if the same regime remains, they will again arm them. They will again train them, they will provide funds, and they will again regroup, and after a couple of years, they will remain a threat to Israel. So Israel will not be comfortable till the head of these proxies is taken care of and destroyed, or maybe a regime is changed, which is ready to sign on dotted lines by America or Israel. So that's my point, Jesu.
Right, Major General Sohi, thanks very much for speaking to Republic. Viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the News Bulletin. But don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side, where we bring you how entangled in a already ceasefire mess, Pakistan now attacks Israel and other countries to step against Israeli aggression in Lebanon. We're getting you Pakistan's dichotomy completely laid open at Republic on the other side. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, to show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not surrendering. Iran told him simply, you may be finished, we are not, and we will continue to fight. And don't give us through Pakistan a set of terms of surrender. Lay down your arms, give us your nuclear material, dismantle your own missile arsenal, make yourself totally helpless and dependent so that we can enjoy bombing you anytime we want some diversion or some sport.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Finding itself in a mess, Pakistan now attacks Israel, asks other nations to take steps against Tel Aviv. Pakistan now attacks Israel and asks other nations to step in and act against Tel Aviv. Pakistan mediated ceasefire claims in jeopardy. Iran says no mediation talks unless Israel stops bombing Lebanon. Bigger embarrassment loading for Pak. Iranian ambassador deletes post on Islamabad talks. Later says removal because of some issues. Israel's Diaspora Affairs Minister and member of ruling Likud party says a ceasefire with Iran was a mistake. United States U-turn on Lebanon. Vice President J.D. Vance says U.S. never made the promise of ceasefire with Beirut. And U.S. media reports exposed Pak suggest White House saw and signed off Sharif's post on X. All right, friends, let's begin with our top focus, which is what's happening on diplomatic front after the mess created by Pakistan on the ceasefire issue between Iran and the United States. In fact, now reports coming in suggest that finding itself hemmed in from all sides and in a mess, Pakistan has attacked Israel and wants other nations also to act against Tel Aviv. Pakistan is trying to lobby for action against Israel for its attacks on Lebanon. But the Americans have made it clear that Lebanon was never part of the deal. So where did the mention of Lebanon came in? It first time came in through a post by Shehbaz Sharif, the Pakistani Prime Minister, following the ceasefire announcement. The original ceasefire announcement did not carry anything on Lebanon, which means Pakistan slipped it in, and that's what we are now getting to understand, that finding itself in a mess, Pakistan now wants to put the onus on other nations. But would it be able to get through this? Because the Americans seem to be unhappy and angry that this has happened. Now, this is the post which is on your screen now, which is of Shehbaz Sharif calling for immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon, which was never mentioned by the Americans. And it was never mentioned by Israel. And Israel, in fact, has doubled down and has been pounding southern Lebanon up to Beirut, or targeting Hezbollah. In fact, eliminated one of the relatives, one nephew of the Hezbollah chief. And Sanjeev Yadav joins us live on this broadcast, geopolitical and markets expert, CEO of the Banyan Tree Global. He's joining us live from London. Very good morning there, Mr. Yadav, to you. And how do you see this game of chess really playing out in the Middle East, with Pakistan essentially playing the joker of the pack, and with Lebanon being dropped as a hot potato by the Americans after the Israelis carried out those pounding bombings? Pakistan finds itself in a mess.
Yeah, I mean, Pakistan is in a thankless position and in a tough position as basically a messenger. They are not what I would call a mediator in the sense that they are a global power influencing both sides to bring them to the table to an agreement. More so, they're simply a messenger between both parties. I think with the situation that's ongoing, the confusion about what's included, what's not included in the interim ceasefire agreement. There have been clear communications from both the American president and more recently Vice President J.D. Vance that there were multiple copies in the media of a 10-point plan floating, but that the 10-point plan presented by the Iranian side, that the Americans sought to be a workable framework to start a discussion, is not the ones that are being sent around in the media. And it would be surprising to think that the Americans, in concert and discussion with their Israeli allies, would have agreed to include Lebanon in any framework for an interim ceasefire agreement, given that Lebanon and the ongoing conflict there and actions by Israel against an Iranian proxy terrorist actor in the form of Hezbollah would in any way be directly associated with the ongoing conflict in Iran would be very surprising for an American administration to agree to that, because that is a separate action against a declared terrorist group by the United States government, I think by most European governments as well. So I would separate those two in my understanding. And I think in the media, there's a lot of back and forth about various 10-point agreements, but I think I would be very surprised if the Americans had agreed to a ceasefire based on the Lebanon action being included as part of a proxy war initiated by the Iranians against the Israelis to be included in this direct conflict that was going on between the U.S. and Israel and Iran.
Beyond Lebanon, in fact, White House has officially denied that there is any 10-point proposal from Iran which has been accepted by the Americans, least of all one which includes Iran's right to continue to keep enriched uranium. So in that sense, irrespective of how many drafts of those 10 points are there, somewhere it originated, and since Pakistan was mediating, the responsibility rests with Islamabad.
Pakistan is in a very difficult position where, in many ways, they are acting at the behest of the U.S. as a messenger to the Iranians, given their long linkages with the IRGC. But at the same time, they're under immense pressure from their ally, of which they have a military pact, which is Saudi Arabia. And so Pakistan is trying at all levels to try to get an end to this conflict, because if the conflict goes on or restarts, Pakistan is going to be in a very tough position with the Saudis, who will expect that the Pakistanis join in and support them if they are further dragged into this conflict. So Pakistan is in a very tough position, and it's a thankless position, and they really don't have very many good options at this point.
Okay, Sanjeev, stay with us. In fact, I have a couple of more follow-up questions, but before that, an important breaking news development coming in, which is UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer has landed in Abu Dhabi, the capital of UAE, and he's there for talks to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which has not opened despite, or rather reopened despite the ceasefire. Remember, the UK has been leading a multi-nation effort to get the strait opened, and the visit of Starmer comes in the backdrop of hectic parleys going on for at least the Hormuz to be opened. Otherwise, the Americans, as President Trump has said, are ready with their guns loaded. That was a post by President Trump a couple of hours back, and Starmer landing in Abu Dhabi to take forward the negotiations on the opening of the Strait of Hormuz on the side. Now, I wonder whether being in Abu Dhabi really helps, because if at all you have to be in Tehran, Sanjeev, right? You have to talk to Tehran, and you have to be in Tehran rather than Abu Dhabi or Riyadh to be able to open the Hormuz. How do you see the markets responding to this complete breakdown of ceasefire on the ground effectively? I mean, this is like diplomatic mess and no clarity whether the ceasefire is holding. The markets would not take it take kindly to this?
I think we can expect that there's going to be an up and down, almost daily, if not hour by hour, continued reaction of the markets, given the influence of the energy markets on the broader markets and inflationary pressures globally, but also in a lot of the key global markets, whether it's the US, the Europeans, or even here in India. And I think going forward, everyone knew that this was going to be an up and down process going forward until we really get to any agreement. This was a ceasefire. It was not really a full cessation of all activities, in the sense that the United States is not pulling back. All American forces are staying in the region. The pressure campaign being waged by the United States against the Iranian regime is in place and will continue into the talks, which we expect will continue hopefully this tomorrow, Friday, and go forward. But at the end of the day, the U.S. is not expected to pull back from its initial clear goals, which are the removal of the nuclear program, the uranium enrichment, continued uranium enrichment, the missile development program, and obviously a free and open Straits of Hormuz. So therefore, I would expect markets to be slowly start pricing in this ongoing instability until we get to a full workable agreement in place. And at this stage, it's not clear if we can get to that point right now. I believe the pressure is on the Iranian regime. I think the media caricature at this time has been that the pressure is on the American president and his administration, but I think the pressure is on the regime. And there's a lot of internal factional battles going on in terms of who's in control, who's in power, and who's going to come to the forefront in terms of how they handle ongoing negotiations with the Americans. And we need to factor all of that in as we look forward for global markets and for energy markets as well.
I mean, it's interesting, Sanjeev, that you mentioned that there is no clarity of who's in control in Tehran, and there are factions, while the fact of the matter is that we are actually seeing 50 congressmen and senators wanting to impeach President Trump. We are seeing variance between what the White House says, what J.D. Vance says, what Marco Rubio says, while on the side of Tehran, it's just one thing. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. It's not opening, and there seems to be somebody who's just one person in control to be doing that.
Right, and I think, listen, I think we're starting to see how fractured the control situation is in Iran from a regime perspective or the political establishment. We've seen the political establishment of the Iranian president himself verbally outlining how there's miscommunication and a divergent directions that are coming out from his side versus the IRGC elements. And at the same time, we're seeing that a lot of the ongoing drone attacks, missile attacks, almost are running on automated delivery schedules that they couldn't even turn off immediately once the ceasefire was announced and agreed. And you saw yesterday ongoing missile and drone attacks against a number of Arab states as well as Israel. So it's quite clear that as much as we're focusing on the U.S. action and the U.S. administration and domestic politics in the U.S. in terms of how we're defining this from a media perspective, we need to also be focusing about the fact that there's an utter lack of centralized control in Iran. And you have reports that the new Ayatollah is either in a coma or fully unable to be in direct day-to-day control of operations and planning. And therefore, the question then becomes, what are the different groups or factions within the IRGC that are acting? And at the same time, I think the Americans are going to be looking to see, depending on who are the different actors that they're in talks with, who can rise to the top and show that they actually have control and show that they are the most effective counterparty to these discussions going forward. So we need to keep our eye on the fact that you have a state that has been, where a regime has been utterly decimated at the top leadership, and there is an internal fight for control going on simultaneously to all of these other parallel discussions and conversations that we're having globally.
All right, that's one view of looking at it. Thank you so much, Sanjeev, for joining us. Sanjeev Yadav there, geopolitical and markets expert, CEO of the Banyan Tree Global, joining us live from London. With that, we move on to another breaking news development coming in from the war zone. We have a statement from the Israeli Defense Forces, and in that they have shared the latest footage from the Hezbollah targets that they have hit. And IDF are conducting targeted operations in southern Lebanon, is what the statement says. And according to this statement, they have dismantled the troops of the 167 Division and 401st Brigade have found explosives, rocket launchers, and RPGs in underground structures, and eliminated the Hezbollah close quarter combat unit, one Hezbollah close quarter combat unit. The 215th Fire Brigade has struck and eliminated over 70 Hezbollah operatives, or Hezbollah terrorists, as Israel calls them, of course. This is a statement attributed to the IDF, and there was a combat that took place in southern Lebanon in which all these infrastructure, all this infrastructure of Hezbollah has been destroyed, according to this statement by IDF. In fact, this infrastructure included anti-tank launch positions, observation posts, and command structures. These are satellite images. Okay, more pictures. In fact, connected with the Israeli bombings, new satellite imagery now shows large plume of smoke near the NGL 3100 gas refinery. This is not connected with Israel bombing. This is another one, which is a picture of satellite. These are satellite images, actually, of 3100 NGL 3100 gas refinery being targeted. The facility collects associated gas from multiple oil fields and processes it to recover natural gas liquids. This is from Iran, which means there is no ceasefire effectively if these bombings and this targeting of energy infrastructure is continuing. And these are pictures of Iran's Elam province, which means either the Americans or the Israelis, most likely the latter, have carried out these bombings, or maybe released these pictures now if the ceasefire is being practiced not in its breach, but in reality. And these are satellite images of a refinery being hit, a gas plant being hit in the Elam province of Iran. Moving on. All right, more breakings. The EU leadership now coming in. Kaja Kallas, she's the foreign affairs minister of the EU, and she has said that Hezbollah dragged Lebanon into the war, but Israel's right to defend itself does not justify inflicting such massive destruction on Lebanon. Essentially putting the onus on Hezbollah, but at the same time asking Israel to desist. Israeli strikes killed hundreds last night, making it hard to argue that such heavy-handed actions fall within self-defense. Israeli actions are putting the US-Iran ceasefire under severe strain. The Iran truce should extend to Lebanon. Hezbollah must disarm as it agreed to do. The EU supports Lebanon's efforts to disarm Hezbollah. That's European Union essentially coming in on the situation as it is emerging on the far western front of the West Asia war, and which is that Israel has doubled down, and amidst all the talk of ceasefire, there is actually no ceasefire insofar as this front of the war is concerned, which is between southern Lebanon and Israel. All right, more breakings. Satellite imagery shows that the aftermath of attacks on the ammunition depot at Isfahan Shahid Airport, which means that for whatever talks of ceasefire going on the ground, missile launches, drone attacks, bombings, and destruction and consequent destruction continues. This is infrastructure being targeted, civilian infrastructure being targeted. This is the Isfahan Shahid Airport, and these are, I believe, drone images of pictures of one attack, one particular attack, and satellite imagery actually, not drone images. And these show the Shahid Airport of Isfahan being hit now. Ammunition depot, in fact, at the Shahid Airport being hit. One ammunition depot of Isfahan being hit. Now, whether this has happened now or this has happened before the ceasefire and the pictures are being released now is one question that's left unanswered, but a lot of information flow happening. And it seems that somebody is interested in not having the ceasefire, not letting the ceasefire happen, not peace prevail. And these pictures are coming in thick and fast. Whether these are from earlier or post the ceasefire, we don't know. But these pictures getting released now show the kind of destruction that's been happening in the region. More breaking news, this time from Israel. All right, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has confirmed the elimination of Ali Youssef Kharshi, Hezbollah's personal secretary, to Secretary General Naim Qassem, which means Hezbollah chief's personal secretary has been eliminated in strikes, and that's coming in from Prime Minister's Office of Israel. The IDF also targeted Hezbollah infrastructure in southern Lebanon, including weapons depots and launchers, which we broke earlier. And Prime Minister Netanyahu has, of course, warned that Israel will continue to strike Hezbollah with force, precision, and determination until security is restored for northern residents, which means that for every rocket that comes in from the Hezbollah side in northern Israel, Israel is going to hit hard the Hezbollah targets within Lebanon, which means it's difficult for now for Lebanon to really come out of this situation where its territory keeps getting bombed by Israel because they are targeting Hezbollah. Israeli Prime Minister confirming their elimination of Ali Youssef Kharshi, who's one of the personal secretaries or nephews also of Secretary General or Chief of Hezbollah, Naim Qassem. And these pictures are connected with that strike that has taken place in southern Lebanon and has taken down tremendous amount of Hezbollah infrastructure, including ammunition dump, including their posts, including many of those Hezbollah operatives and terrorists. Hezbollah, remember, is a designated terrorist organization as per Israel and as per United States and as per even the European countries. And we had a European Union statement which said that Hezbollah has to stop carrying out those rocket attacks, following which Lebanon can be free of war. With that, okay, we move out of the war and come back to what's happening in the country, which is the story under focus, and that's the elections that are taking place in Kerala and Assam, the two states, and Puducherry, the Union Territory. All right, some news related to elections taking place in Assam and Kerala. Speaking exclusive to Republic, after casting his vote in Thiruvananthapuram, BJP chief of the state Rajiv Chandrasekhar said Kerala is making a breakthrough. He is contesting against he said that it's a celebration of our democracy and an opportunity given to every voter every 5 years. Highlighting this election will also decide the future of the children of Kerala. Next one, after casting his vote early in the morning, Assam's Pradyut Bordoloi spoke about the inability to transfer his voting rights in time to contest as a BJP candidate from Dispur. He expressed his disappointment over the opponent's dirty tricks department, noting that their efforts seem to backfire. While speaking on the assembly election in Kerala, actor turned politician Suresh Gopi emphasized the importance of the manifesto presented by political parties, which outlined promises and dreams for the people. He said that the budget allocated by the centre and state will decide if the manifestos would be fulfilled. He added that the manifestos represent the dreams and hopes of the people. All right, with that, we slip into a short break. And coming up on the other side, live and breaking with focus on what's happening in the election states, Assam and Kerala.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom. But the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Voting underway in Kerala, Assam, Puducherry. 50% voter turnout recorded till 1 p.m. in Assam and Kerala.
I think people are going to give a decisive mandate for the development of Assam.
Polling underway for 126 seats in Assam. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma says hopeful of returning to power for the third term in Assam. Polling underway on 140 seats in Kerala. Vijayan-led LDF battles incumbency, seeking a third term. UDF banking strong on 2024 Lok Sabha gains. Polling day clashes in Puducherry between BJP and the Congress. Police resort to minor lathi charge.
बंगाल में परिवर्तन की ताजा हवा चल रही है। बंगाल में टीएमसी के पापों का घड़ा अब भर चुका है। इतना बड़ा जन सैलाब, ये उत्साह, ये जोश, ये माहौल, ये बता रहा है कि बंगाल में परिवर्तन की ताजा हवा चल रही है।
And Prime Minister Modi holds a mega rally in West Bengal, says winds of change blowing up in Bengal. Time up for Mamata's TMC. Good afternoon. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Akstar Mishra with you. Let's start with big breaking news that's coming in from the Delhi High Court. Delhi High Court has granted swift relief to Sandesh Hara family. Orders Google and Meta to take down fugitive or fraudster, calling them fugitive or fraudster content in 36 hours. Delhi Court orders Google and other intermediaries to remove articles calling Nitin and Chetan Sandesh Hara as fugitive and fraudsters and publication of any such articles in future. Delhi Court has directed Google LLC and other digital platforms to remove and restrict any access to allegedly defamatory content relating to businessman Manoj Kesari Chand Sandesh Hara and his family. Court notes that continued circulation of such material could cause irreparable damage to their reputation. Civil Judge Richa Sharma, East Hazari Court, instructed Google and Meta to de-index, delist, de-reference specific URLs linking the plaintiff and his family to the Sterling Biotech Bank fraud case. In a recent order, the court granted an ex parte ad interim injunction preventing the defendants from publishing, republishing or circulating any content connecting the plaintiff or his family to the bank fraud case. It further mandated the removal of all related URLs and articles, including those not explicitly listed in the plaint, within 36 hours. So there's relief, and there's speedy relief to Sandesh Hara family. And we have Executive Editor for Law and Governance, Rhythm, Anand Bharadwaj, joining us on the broadcast. Rhythm, tell us more details about this, please. Rhythm, can you hear me? Okay, we seem to have lost that connection. Just quickly reconnect with the Rhythm there. She's getting us this first update on this case. That's a big update that has come in right now. So this is Delhi Court ordering Google and Meta to remove Sandesh Hara linked content. Any post, articles that refer to Nitin and Chetan Sandesh Hara as fugitive or fraudster need to be taken down. That is what Delhi's East Hazari Court has directed Google and intermediaries to do. Take down the articles that refer to Nitin and Chetan Sandesh Hara as fugitive or fraudster. Okay, Rhythm is back with her. Rhythm, tell us more details, please.
To remove the Sandesh Hara linked content, it's a 47-page order that has come from the East Hazari Court. Senior Judge Richa Sharma has passed this order. She's directing Google, LLC and intermediaries to take down these articles that refer to Sandesh Hara as fugitive or fraudster. This is also ordering everything to be moved out, and it's an ex parte ad interim injunction that is restrained from any further publication. Of course, as we are relating this out, we're also seeing that very, very clearly the court is noting that continued circulation could cause irreparable damage to their reputation. At one point, we are also seeing here very speedy relief from the Tisazari court being given to powerful names, where the Delhi court has granted swift relief to the Sandesara family and ordered all intermediaries like Google and Meta to take down words like fugitive and fraudster in 36 hours. Now, that's the basis of what we are reporting. The 47-page order goes into great details about media by trial and other details. They say this is not the final order. But for now, more relief after the Supreme Court had approved the government handout that was given to Sandesaras. There is more relief coming for the Sandesaras from the Delhi court.
The Sandesara family was in the news last in November also. Supreme Court had allowed dropping of criminal proceedings against Nitin and Chetan Sandesara. If you could just shed some light on that to give us a background also, Rhythm.
Definitely, that is exactly what has Rakshita said, read to this. The Supreme Court had allowed the Sandesara brothers to settle with $1.6 billion fraud case, and it had ordered all criminal proceedings to be dropped against the billionaire brothers if they paid 1/3 of the dues that were owed to them. It was an order that had met with a lot of consternation here in India. The order was made public. There was a potential turning point now in how large financial frauds are being resolved in India. And that's why it's very key to understand what the court order said. The court order, where the Sandesara Brothers Counsel, Senior Advocate Mukul Rohgi, had informed the court his clients were ready to pay about $570 million as settlement to get rid of all the proceedings. After which we saw the Sandesara brothers, whose business interests were all abroad, had left India in 2017, obtaining the Albanian passports, and they had since then denied any wrongdoing. Indian authorities had designated them and others 14 fugitive economic offenders under the 2018 law. However, now today's court order says that there cannot be these words used for these Sandesara brothers. The Sandesara brothers had then been flourishing in Nigeria. The Supreme Court allowed the settlement of the $1.6 billion fraud case. And there is also questions that were being raised about how this law could also help others like the Kingfisher Airlines founder and, of course, Vijay Mallya, who's a fugitive. There's the Nirav Modi, another person whom we are waiting to have him extradited. But now the Sandesara brothers, who control Sterling oil exploration in Nigeria, where they are making the money, the Supreme Court had then said that in this way, fines are given in foreign countries, and therefore this particular government deal had been worked out. Today's order is after the Supreme Court order. It highlights concerns about trial by media, and given the circumstances, the court has ordered an immediate compliance. They want the takedown of all words within 36 hours, clarifying these are prima facie, do not constitute a final decision. And they clearly said that there has to be media should be prevented from publishing, republishing, circulating any content connected to Sandesaras or his family to the bank fraud case.
All right. Many thanks for joining us with that important update coming in from the Delhi court. Court orders 36-hour deadline to take down the content on Google and Meta, where the Sandesaras have been mentioned as fugitives of frauds. All right, back to the polling that is underway in Kerala, Assam and Puducherry, and the heightened security measures have been taken all over. And by 1 p.m., Assam recorded a voter turnout of 59.63%, while Kerala recorded 49.7% voting. In fact, it is only rising if you talk about Kerala, and might just break records as far as Kerala is concerned. And we have Puducherry. Voter turnout of 56.83% by 1 p.m. according to the Election Commission, and voting in the two states and Union Territory commenced at 7 a.m. I beg your pardon, and will continue till 6 p.m. today. Security stepped up in view of the high-stake elections. Counting of the votes will be done on the 4th of May. So yes, in fact, we have more updates coming in. Let me tell you about voter turnout till 3 p.m. Assam records 75.91% till 3 p.m. This is an update that I've just received just now. Assam 75.91%, Kerala 62.71%, and Puducherry 72.40%. So that's the latest figure that we've just received about 3 p.m. And this is, of course, an encouraging voter turnout if you see in these states, in Assam, Kerala, and Puducherry as well. Shankar joins us on the broadcast from Thiruvananthapuram, and Linthoi joins us from Guwahati. Okay, so I'll just go across to Shankar first. Shankar, well, we understand that Kerala is witnessing a good voter turnout. Tell us more, please.
Yes, as per the latest information available from the Chief Election Commission, it was found that over 60% of the people, exactly speaking, 62.5% of the polling was recorded at till 3:15 p.m. Still, there are nearly 3 hours remaining for the polling to end. And the Chief Electoral Officer, Ratan U. Kelkar, told exclusively to the Republic TV that the polling this time may cross 90% record polling, which has not yet ever recorded in any assembly constituency. The massive polling is an indication of several factors, says Ratan U. Kelkar. Ratan U. Kelkar says the polling has been increased in all constituencies because of the awareness drive conducted by the electoral officer and due to the SIR. In the SIR, as per the voters list in the last local body Lok Sabha elections and the assembly elections, there were 2.78 crore voters last time. But after the SIR was done, the voters list was cleaned drastically, and a purified and fully cleaned voters list came out with only 2.71 crore voter. Some 7 lakh voters were deleted completely from the voters list. As these were the people who were deleted from the list are either deceased or shifted to some other constituency, or they have voted in other states or districts. Due to this reason, their names were removed from the list, and in the purified final list, only 2.71 crores voters are there, less than 7 lakh, less than the actual list in which the polling was recorded last time. So this was the major reason pointed out by the Chief Electoral Officer for the increasing polling percentage across the constituencies. He also says the political parties this time had campaigned massively, especially these Islamic organizations such as SDPI, and SDPI, Welfare Party of India, and Jamaat-e-Islami visited each and every household to see community-based votes to defeat BJP in all the constituencies. We can see this polling percentage is very high in constituencies where a three-cornered fight is taking place, such as in Trivandrum, for example, Neyam, Kedakuttam, Vatiurkav constituencies are seeing a record polling as per the latest information available. In these constituencies, the polling has crossed 65% mark, and in Manjeshwaram, the polling crossed 65%, and in Kalamasheri and Tripunithura constituency is a strong constituency of BJP. As for the first time, Tripunithura constituency, Tripunithura municipality was secured power in Tripunithura municipality by the BJP in the last local body elections. So this constituency faces a three-cornered fight between BJP, LDF and UDF. So in such constituencies where there is a three-cornered fight, the polling is very high, and Ratan U. Kelkar says the massive polling is because of these political parties. Even all the political fronts had campaigned massively for nearly 23 days ahead of the polling, and even during the silent period, there was a vigorous and vociferous campaign by visiting each and every household. This led to the massive polling reported from across the state. Apart from that, this Ratanu Kilkar and his team held campaigns across the state to urge and make the voters aware of the need to vote this time, to have a decisive, to have a change in regime, or made the public aware of the significance of their vote. Due to this reason, people started reaching polling booths from early in the morning, and we could see a huge line of voters early in the morning when the polling started at 7 a.m. Apart from these reasons, this LDF claims that the polling percentage was increased because of the reason that the people want to vote for the LDF to keep the LDF in power for the third term, and at the same time UDF says the people in Kerala are seeking a change in the ruling, and they are voting UDF to power, and that is the reason why people are reaching massively to the polling stations to UDF to power. And at the same time, BJP-led NDA also raised the same claim that the mass polling is due to the Hindu consolidation, majority vote consolidation. As we know, days or weeks, some weeks before the polling date was declared, all the political fronts were aligning with various community organizations, and the left was showing some soft Hindutva stance, and this led to a massive polling in Kerala. And at the same time, minority vote consolidation is also there in Kerala. These factors contributed to the massive polling in the state, and in a couple of hours, the exact percentage of the vote in Kerala will be known at around 6 p.m.
Right. Thank you for breaking it down for us, Shankar. I'll also go across to Lintho, is reporting extensively from Assam. Even the, Assam has also recorded voter turnout now. That is of, I think, 70%. I'll just read that out. Okay, Assam is 75.91%, Lintho. And of course, it's very important to note that this is happening after the delimitation exercise. Also, tell us the factors that have influenced this voter turnout, and what is the sentiment?
Yeah, Raksita, shifting focus to this from individual constituency to bigger picture, Assam has witnessed robust and peaceful polling today, with approximately 76% voter turnout recorded till 3 p.m. What stands out is the high voter enthusiasm across district, with long queues seen throughout the day and people stepping out in large numbers to exercise their democratic rights. Importantly, polling has remained largely peaceful, with no major incidents reported so far. This kind of turnout, Raksita, is significant. A 76% turnout by 3 p.m. indicates that Assam could be heading towards a very high final polling percentage, which becomes a decisive factor in closely contested elections. Earlier in the day, we saw steady momentum with morning turnout at 17.87%, and that has now translated into a strong surge as the day progressed. This suggests that both rural and urban voters have actively participated. Now, politically, higher turnout can cut both ways. It can either reinforce the existing mandate or signal or a shift in voter sentiment, especially in key battleground constituency. Ahead of April 9 assembly elections in Assam, a tribal organization has appealed to these indigenous communities to either boycott the BJP or withdraw the support. All Assam sons of the soil indigenous Kochari Samaj, in a statement issued on April 6, accused the BJP-led state government of neglecting the tribal interest and undermining indigenous rights. The organization also raised serious concerns over the government's move to place 6 communities under a protected class, alleging that such a step could dilute the identity of existing tribal groups. So the big question from the public is, who benefits from this high turnout? Is it a vote for continuity or a sign of change? We'll continue to track the final turnout figures and ground reactions as the polling nears completion. So back to you, Raksita.
All right. Thank you so much, Lintho and Shankar, for joining us with your inputs coming in from Ground Zero, and Republic continues to get you all the latest updates as far as elections are concerned, viewers. Meanwhile, after casting her vote from Thiruvananthapuram, BJP candidate and former Kerala DGP R. Srilekha spoke exclusively to Republic TV, touching upon how the people of Kerala have now seen through the left government's deception, she says. Further, she goes on to say that the people have faith in the NDA after the Thiruvananthapuram mayoral polls victory. Listen into this entire conversation.
To make the people believe that they are opponents and they fight against each other in assemblies, but actually they are together. Now people have realized, now Indy alliance is there where these people are together and fighting against or voicing against BJP and NDA. So here somehow they have 30 kilometers this side of Kerala, 30 kilometers that side of Kerala, they are together. But here somehow they have been cheating the people. So now people have realized. And so they see that they go hand in glove together, whereas NDA stands for real, true development. And corruption-free administration and bringing people's, whatever people, benefits of the people are due, that is there in their forefront. So now the people are rooting for NDA because they see the truth.
Also, KC Venugopal, who voted today morning, stated that Kerala is no ground for BJP, and he is also pointing out that the Congress will come to power this time.
That is his dream. I think it's his big fat dream which is going to be crumpled very soon. And the UDF is no answer for anti-incumbency of LDF government because it is going to continue as it is. If UDF is voted to power, then the same system that LDF had been doing, that will continue, but with a different type of faces, in leadership. They are together. UDF had never raised any voice against LDF wherever they have committed any atrocities like, the young women entrance into Sabrimala or looting of the Sabrimala temple or even very high corruption like gold smuggling. All those important cases where corruption has been proved, UDF had never raised their voice because they are also getting their share. It is always the NDA that is resisting this.
All right, viewers, it's time for a very, very short break, but don't go anywhere. We continue to get you more updates coming in from Puducherry. Polling day clashes also being reported from the Union Territory between BJP and Congress workers. Police resort to lathi charge.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और मसाला।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump.
ये हमारी वीरभूम है। वीरभूम ने संथाल क्रांति को ऊर्जा दी थी। आज उसी वीरभूम में परिवर्तन की आंधी नजर आ रही है। मेरे सामने ये विशाल जनसागर ये परिवर्तन की घोषणा कर रहा है। अभी मैं हेलीकॉप्टर से उतरा और हेलीपैड से यहां तक आया। दोनों तरफ इससे भी ज्यादा भीड़ वहां लगी हुई थी। ये क्या अद्भुत नजारा है। आप सब इतनी बड़ी तादाद में उत्साह, उमंग, और जोश के साथ हम सबको आशीर्वाद देने के लिए आए। मैं आप सबका अभिनंदन करता हूं, प्रणाम करता हूं। हमारा ये वीरभूम बाउल संगीत की भूमि है और आज यहां एक ही संगीत, एक ही धून गूंज रही है, एक ही गुंज, एक ही संगीत, एक ही आवाज। पलटानो दरकार, पलटानो दरकार, पलटानो दरकार। साथियों, गुरुदेव रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर ऐसा समाज देखना चाहते थे जहां हर कोई भय से मुक्त हो, लेकिन टीएमसी के महाजंगल राज ने एकदम उल्टा कर दिया। ये मां, माटी और मानुष की बात करते थे, लेकिन मां आज रो रही है। माटी पर घुसपैठियों का कब्जा हो रहा है और मानुष भयभीत है, डरा हुआ है, सहमा हुआ है। टीएमसी के महाजंगल राज का साक्षी हमारा ये वीरभूम है। साथियों, बोगतुई में जो कुछ हुआ वो सिर्फ एक घटना नहीं थी, वो मानवता के माथे पर कलंक था। निर्दोष महिलाओं और बच्चों को जिंदा जला दिया गया। ये महाजंगल राज नहीं है तो क्या है? ये महाजंगल राज है कि नहीं है? ये महाजंगल राज है कि नहीं है? ये महाजंगल राज जाना चाहिए कि नहीं जाना चाहिए? ये महाजंगल राज का खात्मा होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? साथियों, ये घटना टीएमसी सिंडिकेट के गुंडा राज का बहुत खतरनाक सबूत है। माटी आपकी, हक आपका, लेकिन इस पर कब्जे के लिए ये गैंगवॉर चल रही है। बालू, पत्थर और कोयला, ये जो लूट चल रही है, ये टीएमसी के बड़े बड़े नेताओं, उनके आला कमान, उनके आशीर्वाद से हो रहा है। साथियों, बंगाल की माटी पर घुसपैठियों का कब्जा बहुत ही खतरनाक स्तर पर पहुंच रहा है। टीएमसी का सिंडिकेट घुसपैठियों को फर्जी सरकारी डॉक्यूमेंट दिलवा रहा है। पड़ोस से घुसपैठिए अंदर आते हैं, यहां पंचायत हो, अन्य सरकारी दफ्तर हो, वहां डरा धमका कर गलत काम कराए जा रहे हैं। फर्जी डॉक्यूमेंट बनाने का एक काला खेल बंगाल की देश की सुरक्षा के लिए बहुत बड़ा खतरा है। इसलिए आज मैं बंगाल के लोगों से एक वायदा करता हूं, बंगाल में बीजेपी सरकार बनते ही घुसपैठ के मददगार लोगों के खिलाफ एक विशेष जांच बिठाई जाएगी। ये मेरी गारंटी है आपको। घुसपैठियों के हर मददगार को, चाहे वो कितना ही ताकतवर क्यों न हो, उसकी पहचान की जाएगी। घुसपैठियों को भी खदेड़ा जाएगा और घुसपैठियों के जो आका है उनको जेल में भरा जाएगा। साथियों, सरकारी योजना हो, मजदूरी का काम हो, घुसपैठिए कम पैसे में ये काम यहां के लोगों से छीन लेते हैं और यहां के लोकल लोगों को काम की तलाशी में कहीं और जाना पड़ता है, पलायन करना पड़ता है। लिख लो साथियों, अब ये नहीं चलेगा। रामपुर हाट की क्या स्थिति है, ये तो आप सभी प्रत्यक्ष ही देख रहे हो। मालदा में बीते दिनों क्या हुआ, ये भी पूरे देश ने देखा। एसआईआर के काम में लगे जो न्यायाधीश हैं, उनको तक बंधक बना लिया गया। इस भय से बंगाल के मानुष को मुक्ति दिलानी जरूरी है। साथियों, मां, माटी और मानुष में से मां की स्थिति तो और भी खराब है। हमारे एससी, एसटी, ओबीसी समाज की बेटियों के लिए तो जीना मुश्किल हो गया है। जो टीएमसी देश की पहली आदिवासी महिला राष्ट्रपति जी तक का अपमान कर सकती है, उसकी मानसिकता क्या होगी, कितना अहंकार होगा। राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी संथाल समाज के एक बड़े कार्यक्रम के लिए यहां आई थी। देश में किसी की भी सरकार हो, राष्ट्रपति जी को उचित सम्मान देना संविधान के तहत आपका दायित्व है, लेकिन ये अहंकारी टीएमसी सरकार देश की राष्ट्रपति तक को कुछ भी नहीं समझती, सिर्फ इसलिए क्यों हमारी राष्ट्रपति जी आदिवासी समाज की बेटी है और इसलिए आपको अपमान करने का हक मिल जाता है। ये देश के सभी आदिवासियों का अपमान है, देश की सभी महिलाओं का अपमान है, ये देश के संविधान का अपमान है। साथियों, पिछले साल की घटना आप सभी को अच्छे से याद होगी। बीरभूम में ही स्कूल में पढ़ने वाली एक आदिवासी बिटिया, उसके साथ जो हुआ वो बहुत ही परेशान करने वाला है। जिसने अपनी बेटी को खोया है उसकी भरपाई कोई भी योजना, कितना भी पैसा कोई दे, भरपाई नहीं हो सकती है। और यही तो आरजी कर मेडिकल कॉलेज में हुआ था। एक डॉक्टर बेटी को हमसे छीन लिया गया। मैं सभी माताओं बहनों से कहूंगा, ये चुनाव हमारी बेटियों की सुरक्षा के लिए है। ভয় নয়, ভরসা চাই। ভয় নয়, ভরসা চাই। মা বোনেদের সম্মান চাই। बाकी बहनों के लिए हर महीने मदद देने की बात हो, अन्य सुविधा हो, ये बीजेपी की हर राज्य सरकार देती है, बिना कट कमीशन देती है, जिसका हक है उसके खाते में पहुंचाती है। बंगाल बीजेपी ने भी माताओं बहनों के लिए अनेक घोषणाएं की हैं। इन सारी घोषणाओं को तेजी से लागू किया जाएगा, ये मोदी की गारंटी है। साथियों, टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार की विदाई, निर्मम सरकार की विदाई बंगाल की युवा शक्ति तय कर रही है। बीते सालों में यहां के नौजवानों को जितनी लाठियां पड़ी, जितने आंसू बहाने पड़े हैं, 23 अप्रैल को और 29 अप्रैल को इसका जवाब मिलेगा। मैं बीरभूम के आप सभी साथियों को भय रहित बंगाल का विश्वास दिलाने आया हूं। साथियों, जिस बंगाल ने दुनिया को विश्व भारती जैसा संस्थान दिया, वहां से युवा पढ़ाई के लिए, रोजगार के लिए पलायन करने के लिए मजबूर हो रहे हैं। हमारे बंगाल का दुर्भाग्य देखिए, कोई नई यूनिवर्सिटियां खुल नहीं रही है। जो खुली है उनके रेगुलर कैंपस नहीं है। जहां कैंपस है वहां टीचर नहीं है, और जो शिक्षक है उनकी सैलरी का कोई ठिकाना नहीं है। स्कूल भी यहां एक एक करके बंद हो रहे हैं। जेखाने स्कूल बांधो, जेखाने स्कूल बंदो, भविष्योत बंदो, भविष्योत बंदो, बांग्ला चाय भय नय भरोसा। साथियों, आज केंद्र सरकार देश में रोजगार मेले आयोजित करती है। जहां जहां भाजपा सरकारें हैं वहां भी रोजगार मेले लगते हैं। इसके तहत लाखों नौजवानों को सरकारी नौकरियों के अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर दिए जाते हैं। बीते 2-2.5 वर्षों में ही रोजगार मेलों से 17 लाख से ज्यादा सरकारी नौकरियां दी गई है। लेकिन पश्चिम बंगाल में रोजगार मेला नहीं, नौकरियों की लूट का खेला चल रहा है, खेला। शिक्षक भर्ती घोटाले ने हजारों परिवारों के सपनों को कुचल दिया, लाखों नौजवानों को भयभीत कर दिया, आशंका से भर दिया। साथियों, भारत आज डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में नए रिकॉर्ड बना रहा है। आप अखबारों में पढ़ते होंगे, टीवी पर देखते होंगे, मेड इन इंडिया हथियार दुनिया भर में एक्सपोर्ट हो रहे हैं। लेकिन टीएमसी की दुर्नीति देखिए, यहां क्या हो रहा है? देश हथियार एक्सपोर्ट कर रहा है, और टीएमसी की दुर्नीति देखिए, यहां फैक्ट्रियां क्या करती है? कच्चे बम बनाती है, कच्चे बम। गली मोहल्ले में कच्चे बम की फैक्ट्रियां चलाई है। बीरभूम में ही टीएमसी से जुड़े लोगों के घर से कच्चे बम के भंडार मिलते हैं। टीएमसी ने कच्चे बम के निर्माण को ही कुटीर उद्योग बना दिया है। टीएमसी के राज में लघु और कुटीर उद्योग बंद हो रहे हैं, लेकिन कच्चे बम के उद्योग फैल रहे हैं। साथियों, अब ये नहीं चलेगा, अब ये नहीं चलेगा। आर्नय चुप थाकबो ना, आर्नय चुप थाकबो ना। आप कमल छाप पर बटन दबाइए। बीजेपी बंगाल में भी रोजगार मेले शुरू करेगी। बीजेपी सभी खाली पड़े पदों पर तेजी से भर्ती करेगी, और बीजेपी बंगाल के कर्मचारियों को 7th पे कमीशन का लाभ देगी। साथियों, पश्चिम बंगाल को कुदरत ने बहुत कुछ दिया है। इस धरती के नीचे प्राकृतिक संपदा के खजाने हैं, लेकिन इस संपदा को टीएमसी का सिंडिकेट लूट रहा है। टीएमसी के सिंडिकेट का एक गुंडा राज केंद्र सरकार को भी रोड और रेल जैसे काम तेजी से नहीं करने देता, ताकि यहां इंडस्ट्री न लगे, ताकि यहां जो माइनिंग होती है उस पर टीएमसी के सिंडिकेट का राज चलता रहे। देवचा 5B के साथ क्या हुआ, इसका जवाब भी टीएमसी के पास नहीं है। साथियों, मैं यहां के सभी युवा साथियों को, हमारे एससी परिवारों को, मेरे आदिवासी परिवारों को भरोसा देता हूं कि टीएमसी के सिंडिकेट का अंत 4 मई को होकर रहेगा।
The Prime Minister there in one of the rallies in Bengal also clearly clarifying that these judicial officers were gheraud. Much more at stake with these elections in Bengal. Moving on now to the states where polling happened today. After casting his vote, Kerala BJP chief Rajiv Chandrasekhar expressed confidence about the BJP's performance in the state. Speaking exclusively to Republic, he also said the fight is not just against LDF and UDF, but for the people of Kerala. Listen in to this conversation.
How is the NDA going to fight against the LDF and the UDF?
No, NDA is already fighting against the LDF UDF, and our fight is not against the LDF and UDF. Our fight is for the people of Kerala, for a better future for our state. And we have been for the last several months outlining our vision of Viksit Kerala, a Viksit Kerala that is for every Malayali. And it is a Viksit Kerala that is heavily inspired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's Viksit Bharat vision and his last 12 years of politics of performance. So we are not fighting with the LDF and UDF. We are putting forth in front of the people of Kerala our vision and requesting them to give us an opportunity, and first time opportunity, because they have given the LDF and the UDF multiple opportunities and the LDF and UDF have failed them in the past. So we are asking them for an opportunity, and we are hopeful and confident that the people of Kerala will give us a decisive mandate and an opportunity.
Report all the misdeeds of the Stalin family. The people of North Coimbatore, the people of this belt know the truth. They know the DMK government has failed Coimbatore at every level. The roads are turned to death traps, very poor water supply. The lifeline for this region, the Kaushika River, has been neglected. Rejuvenation was promised, never delivered. This is not acceptable to the people of Coimbatore. The Anmalayar Dam, the 10,000 crore rupees water management plan, or the Ukkadam Lake Conservation Program, the Neer sales through coconut farmer associations, and the support for coconut farmers hit by the whitefly are all missing. Out of 505 election promises, 70% remain unfulfilled in Tamil Nadu. They had promised gas cylinder subsidy. It did not happen. They had promised petrol diesel price reduction. They did not reduce the taxes. Whereas all over the country, NDA governments have reduced the sales tax, VAT, on petrol, diesel. Tamil Nadu did not reduce it. They had promised to cancel education loans. They did not do it. They had promised 3.5 lakh government jobs. Where are those government jobs? Friends, the state of Tamil Nadu is reeling under heavy debt and is today one of the weakest financial states because of mismanagement of the economy. Only in the last 5 years, the debt, the loans on the state have more than doubled. The revenue deficit is high. They have made 12 lakh crore rupees of promises of investment, but that was just a piece of paper, an MOU. Less than 9% of those have actually been implemented with investment on the ground. So much so, the DMK government stole the retirement savings of 28,000 Tamil Nadu STC employees who have been denied their provident fund and gratuity.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He's very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Shita Mitra. Now, viewers, in this bulletin, we'll get you all the top updates coming in from Puducherry as well as from what's happening in the other election-bound states as voting now reaches a record turnout. About to close, in fact, in just a while. We'll get you all the updates from what's happening in Puducherry to Bengal. Everything ahead lined up for you. But first up, a quick check at the headlines. Voting underway in Kerala and Assam. Around 50% voter turnout recorded till 1 p.m. in Assam and Kerala.
I think people are going to give a decisive mandate for the development of Assam.
Polling underway for 126 seats in Assam. CM Hemant Biswa says hopeful of returning to power for the third term. Polling underway on 140 seats in Kerala, while Vijayan led LDF battles incumbency seeking a third term. UDF banking on strong 2024 gains. Polling day clashes reported in Puducherry between BJP and Congress workers. Police resort to minor lathi charge.
कि बंगाल में परिवर्तन की ताजा हवा चल रही है। बंगाल में टीएमसी के पापों का गड़ा अब भर चुका है। इतना बड़ा जन सैलाब, ये उत्साह, ये जोश, ये माहौल, ये बता रहा है कि बंगाल में परिवर्तन की ताजा हवा चल रही है।
Prime Minister Modi holds mega rallies in West Bengal, says winds of change are blowing in the state. Time up for Mamta's TMC. All right, viewers, the top focus, what's happening in West Asia. Now, much is brewing about Lebanon and ceasefire. Now, while on one hand, Iran has said that there will be no mediation talks unless a ceasefire is reached in Lebanon as well, Israel is continuously bombing parts of Tehran as well. Now, viewers, what is now in jeopardy right now is the mediation between the US and Iran. Now, Pakistani mediation claims on ceasefire. We're looking at Pakistan getting entangled in a major mess. Iranian media alleges that Pakistan deceived Iran on ceasefire talks as it handed the United States an entirely different proposal from one that it originally received from Iran. And not just this, entangled completely in this mess further, Pakistan also is now attacking Israel, claiming that it's a bombing, in fact, in Lebanon violates international law. It's asking the other nations as well to take on steps against Israel, trying to lobby some action against the country. So we're looking at Pakistan in major mess as it seems to be deceiving both the sides in this negotiation process. All right, viewers, we're now being joined by Arnab Bhaskar, founder and editor, Asia Coverage. Thank you, Mr. Bhaskar, for joining us on Republic TV. Sir, I want to ask you, the ceasefire was declared yesterday by US and Iran, but right now it seems that fragile peace is still continuing in West Asia. We're looking at both the sides coming out, making contrasting claims. Vice President J.D. Vance came out, clarified that Lebanon was never part of the deal, but Iran is adamant that unless Lebanon is also included in this deal, we will not continue with mediation talks. So then how do you see this going forward?
Well, in a way, everyone knew that the ceasefire was fragile, that the biggest troublemaker, the one who is destabilized the Middle East again and again and again is Israel. Netanyahu has a problem. If there's a ceasefire, people will come out from the bunkers onto the streets and in 15 days will mobilize and form more demonstration against Netanyahu. He cannot afford a ceasefire.
Okay.
And that is why Israel was bound to break it. Now, whether that agreement was reached that Lebanon was included or not included, there are two different versions. Some are blaming Pakistan, but the statements against Pakistan have been removed from the website. Vance himself has said, I think there's a misunderstanding. He does not say anyone is lying. So obviously there's a rethink. And the power of the IPAC, the Israel lobby, in America is very, very strong. They fund all the congressmen. And that is why in America also there's a pressure that Trump is facing from the IPAC. He's facing a pressure from his electorate which does not want a war and does not want boots on the ground. They have suppressed the number of casualties of the soldiers who have died in the skirmishes with Iran.
Right.
And so you have a situation where everyone is lying about something or the other.
All right, so it does seem that we're getting into this very mercurial territory right now with regards to ceasefire. We're looking at contrasting claims coming in from both the sides. And Mr. Bhaskar, do continue to stay with us. I'll come back to you. We're getting some breaking news developments at this hour now. The US-Iran talks in Islamabad, in fact, will be held at a military site under tight scrutiny. Now, Pakistan Army will be taking charge, Pakistan's army, to take complete control of Islamabad ahead of these major talks between Iran and the US. Terror threat, in fact, is looming over these talks in Pakistan, and therefore the entire area of Islamabad will be declared as a red zone by Pakistani army, and heavy vehicles are not allowed to be entered in the capital city. We're looking at these talks now set to take place under high security in Pakistan's capital city. Now, Mr. Bhaskar continues to stay with us. Mr. Bhaskar, I also want to ask you about Pakistan's role in this. Now, ever since it talked about ceasefire, it was the Prime Minister of the country, Shehbaz Sharif, who came out and clarified that Lebanon is in fact part of the deal. He tweeted about the same. But then US came out completely contradicting that stand, and now Iran is coming out saying that we have been deceived. It was a tweet that was shared by Iran's ambassador to Islamabad. He talked about the mediation talks, but later on he deleted that post. So how do you look at the role of Pakistan in this conflict? It seems that it has been talking differently from both the sides, exchanging messages which are different from the ones it is receiving from the other side.
That is a danger every negotiator fails. When talks fail, when attempts to arrive at ceasefires fail, the first one to be targeted is always the negotiator. The fact is that all the documents were exchanged before the ceasefire announcement. Both sides were aware of what the documents were. It was only after Israel said, no, Lebanon's not included, that USA also started developing cold feet. And remember, Pakistan got into the negotiation because of several reasons. One, it already has a pact with Turkey and with Saudi Arabia,
yes.
And that is why it's the most acceptable face to the Middle East. Second, China has also been supporting Pakistan in making sure that the ceasefires are arrived at, because global prices of gas and fertilizers need to be controlled, otherwise it leads to an entire global recession. America wants it because while it has not talked about, no media house has talked about it, America's largest revenue flows are from oil companies in which they have direct or indirect stakes. For example, Saudi Arabia, which did not have an equity stake from America till recently, has now BlackRock as a major investor. Qatar fields are owned by America and the Qataris government. Just today, there's a news item that Exxon has seen a dip in its fortunes, and Exxon is the largest shareholder in the LNG fields in Qatar. So, America is the biggest loser because it's losing revenue every day. All its bases have been bombed. It's lost money there. It's lost personnel there. It's lost $500 million worth of equipment in the recent plane attack, which they tried to cover up as a rescue mission.
All right, Mr. Bhaskar, thanks for staying with us and sharing your inputs on these latest developments we're getting from West Asia. Thank you so much, sir. And now, viewers, moving on to another breaking development we're getting at this summer. India's Ministry of External Affairs has now clarified that there have been no discussions with Iran on imposing tolls on Indian ships which are passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this comes amid reports of Iran, which is mulling over the fact it could charge a fee for ships transiting the strategic waterway, which is a vital route for global energy shipments. Now, the MEA spokesperson Ranveer Jaiswal clearly stated that India is closely monitoring the situation and remains in touch with Iran as well as other countries to ensure safe and uninterrupted movement of its vessels. Now, we're also being joined by my colleague Harsh, who's closely tracking this. Harsh, now there have been reports coming up that Iran could charge all the ships which have been trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, but India here has clarified that there have been no such discussions taking place with their Iranian counterpart. Give us more details about this.
Right, Ishita, this in fact is a big breaking information that we are fetching for our viewers from the interministerial briefing that was held just a few minutes back here in New Delhi. Now, what Ministry of External Affairs said in this regard when questioned about that, is there any kind of discussion that is being held between the government of India and government of Iran in regards to the ship movement and tolls being charged on the ship that passes through the conflicted water of Strait of Hormuz. However, the Ministry of External Affairs in this briefing has claimed that there is no talks that are currently underway in this regard, and at this point they have not even in fact started talking in this regard. However, there is a separate breaking that we have with us that Ministry of Ports has said that there is no movement of any Indian flagged vessel through the Strait of Hormuz in the last 24 hours. Now, let me remind our viewers that this was the duration when the ceasefire agreement happened and there was a free passage for vessels through the Hormuz. However, there is no passage of any Indian flagged vessel during this time. This has been confirmed by the Ministry of Ports, as well as there is another breaking that we are fetching for our viewers is that Green Asha, an LPG carrier, an Indian flagged LPG carrier has reached the Mumbai port earlier this morning. Now
Thanks Harsh, so much for joining us on the broadcast and sharing these details. Now, viewers, we'll be moving on to more breaking news developments coming in. A morning rally, in fact, was held in Tehran for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian even attended the 40th day mourning ceremony for the late leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, at Tehran's Jamhuri Square. So we're looking at the visuals showing you Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian attending this morning ceremony for the late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Visuals on your screen, you can see in the crowd, in fact, as the President attends this ceremony at the capital city, in fact, at Jamhuri Square. Now, this is where the ceremony was being held for the late Supreme Leader, and it was Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian who was there, standing along with other people who are mourning their Supreme Leader as a symbol of solidarity, while also sending out a clear message that the regime still stands together. All right, viewers, those are the latest visuals we're fetching for our viewers
from Iran's capital city, Tehran, in Jamhuri Square. You can see the president, in fact, on your screen, Masood Pezeshkian, attending the mourning ceremony for the supreme leader, along with others who are mourning the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, while also sending a message of solidarity, not just to people, but also to enemies, that the regime stands together, they stand with people in this crisis, in this difficult moment. All right, viewers, getting you all the breaking developments from inside Iran. These are visuals we have, in fact, received from the capital city of the country, Tehran. This is where you can see the mourning ceremony taking place for the late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. You can see a sea of mourners, in fact, who have gathered to pay their respect, to pay tribute to the late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and also is a top leader who's now attending this ceremony, president of the country, Masood Pezeshkian. He's there with the people, sending a message of solidarity, not just to Iranians, but also to enemies, to Washington as well, showing that how the regime currently stands together. They stand with their leaders, and they're in this together at this difficult moment. It was a 40-day mourning ceremony, and this was the 40th day, in fact, in which President Masood Pezeshkian was seen supporting. All right, viewers, we're getting some more breaking news, and this time it's from Israel now. The ceasefire has been called a mistake by an Israeli minister from the ruling Likud party. Israel's diaspora affairs minister and member of the ruling Likud party, Amichai Chikli, is now calling the ceasefire, which is currently in effect between Iran and the US, a mistake. Now, he goes on to say, and I quote him, "I think it was a mistake to go to ceasefire at this time, countries like this." In fact, he's comparing Iran to other dictatorial regimes, including Japanese Empire and also Nazi Germany, saying that all these countries should be brought down to their knees, and it was a mistake, in fact, to go for a ceasefire at this critical moment in the conflict. All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live in Breaking. Thank you so much for watching, and don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, polling still underway on 126 seats in Assam. CM Hemant Biswa says hopeful of returning to power for the third term. We'll get you all the details on that on the other side. Meanwhile, polling still continues on 140 seats in Kerala, while Vijayan-led LDF battles incumbency, seeking a third term. UDF now banking on strong gains made in 2024. We'll get you all the updates from the election-bound states on the other side.
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
From Lebanon strikes to Hezbollah. Israel goes on record on the big Lebanon question. Israel government with Arnab at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, to show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not surrendering. Iran told him simply, you may be finished, we are not, and we will continue to fight. And don't give us through Pakistan a set of terms of surrender. Lay down your arms, give us your nuclear material, dismantle your own missile arsenal, make yourself totally helpless and dependent so that we can enjoy bombing you anytime we want some diversion or some sport. You know, that is the kind of language that he has used. You expect such a ceasefire offer to be accepted? You must be out of your mind. The simple fact is that Iran said an absolute blunt no.
Pakistan in a ceasefire mess. US throws Pakistan under the bus. Pakistan's Lebanon double game. Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Entangled in a ceasefire mess, Pakistan now attacks Israel, asks other nations to take steps against Israel. Pakistan mediated ceasefire claims in jeopardy. Iran says no mediation talks unless Israel stops bombing Lebanon. Bigger embarrassment loading for Pakistan. Iranian ambassador to Pak deletes post on Islamabad talks and later says removed because of some issues. Israel's Diaspora Affairs Minister and member of ruling Likud party now says a ceasefire with Iran was a mistake. US U-turn on Lebanon. Vice President J.D. Vance now says the US never made the promise of ceasefire in Lebanon. US media reports exposed Pakistan. Reports suggest White House saw and signed off Sharif's post on X. All right, viewers, our top focus at this hour. We're getting you visuals from the capital city of Iran. This is where Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian was seen attending the 40th day mourning ceremony of the late Supreme Leader of the country, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, at Iran's Jamhuri Square. You're looking at the visuals we're getting you from the capital city. This is the 40th day of the mourning ceremony for the late Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And in this, President Masoud Pezeshkian was spotted attending the ceremony along with thousands of mourners as well. You can see on your screen a sea of mourners gathered in the capital city at Jamhuri Square to mourn their late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And along with them, you can also spot Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian is seen there standing with the people at Jamhuri Square as they mourn their Supreme Leader. Breaking developments as they happen from the war zone areas. We're getting you live visuals right now showing you the aftermath of Israeli strikes in the capital city of Lebanon, in Beirut. In fact, you can see the damage assessment still being done on ground. This is after the largest coordinated strikes that were conducted by Israel yesterday, just hours after ceasefire was announced. Over 100 targets were hit all across southern Lebanon, including in Beirut, in Bekaa Valley, as well as in southern Lebanon. In just a span of 10 minutes, 100 targets were hit, killing over 250 people while injuring people in thousands. And these are visuals showing you the aftermath, the debris, in fact, now being taken off from the site of the attacks. The damage assessment is still being done all across southern Lebanon. These are the largest coordinated strikes conducted by Israel. It killed over 250 people while injuring over 1,100 in Lebanon. Now, these were conducted, remember, right after ceasefire was announced by Donald Trump. Right after that announcement, we looked at Israel bombing over 100 sites all across southern Lebanon, Bekaa Valley, Beirut, all coming under attack. Now, these extensive attacks killed over 250 people while injured over 1,100. And now on the site, damage assessment is still underway. All right, viewers, now we're getting some more developments regarding the ceasefire talks. Iran here has put certain conditions to attend the talks in Islamabad. Iran says will not be traveling to Pakistan if Israel will continue its strikes on Lebanon. So Lebanon and the strikes on Hezbollah seems to have become the point of contention, seems to have become the deal breaker for Iran in this ceasefire talks. Now, Iran, in fact, has put out a very clear condition that we will not be traveling to Pakistan if Israel will continue bombing Lebanon. So the strikes on Lebanon have now become the bone of contention between the two sides. And this could, in fact, be the deal breaker. If the strikes continue in Lebanon, it looks like the ceasefire will also collapse and Iran could be seen pulling out of the deal as well. And now, viewers, the world leaders are also reacting on the developments in West Asia. This time, it's the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, which has said that full reopening of Strait of Hormuz is critical at this stage. She also goes on to warn that any extra Iranian duties in the Strait of Hormuz would have unpredictable economic consequences, while stressing that full restoration of the freedom of movement is needed in the area. Now, Meloni here seems to be indicating that as a most critical point of the agreement between the US and Iran. Now, she's talking about the Strait of Hormuz, saying that it should remain open. There should be freedom of navigation restored in the critical waterway at this stage when a ceasefire has been agreed upon by both the sides. All right, that's the breaking news we're getting at this hour, picking up the latest statement from the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, who has now warned that any extra duties which are imposed on ships trying to transit the Strait of Hormuz would have unpredictable economic consequences. Now, those are her words. She's stressing that a full restoration of freedom of movement is needed in the area right now. She also indicates that as the most critical point of this agreement is regarding Strait of Hormuz, it must remain open and there should be freedom of navigation restored in the critical waterway at this stage. All right, viewers, now we're looking at other reactions also coming to light. Europe's top diplomat, in fact, has now reacted saying that Hezbollah has been dragged Lebanon into this war, but Israel's right to defend itself does not justify inflicting such massive destruction. Now, this comes right after Israel conducted extensive strikes all across the Lebanese capital in Bekaa Valley as well as in southern Lebanon, killing over 250 people. Now, we're looking at more and more reactions coming on that, and the latest one has come in from Europe's top diplomat, who has called on these strikes and at the same time emphasizing on Israel's right to defend itself. All right, that's the reaction coming in from Europe. We are looking at Israel now being cornered over its extensive bombing of not just Beirut, but also Bekaa Valley and southern Lebanon, which has killed over 250 people. And now the top EU official also goes on to say that Hezbollah has been dragged into this conflict by Israel, and Israel actions are putting a US-Iran truce under strain. So essentially blaming Israel for making this war, in fact, a deal breaker for Iran. Now, remember, this also comes as Iran is now refusing to travel to Islamabad to conduct the further mediation talks as Israel continues bombing Lebanon. So, Lebanon strikes could, in fact, now become the deal breaker between the two sides. All right, we also looking at EU's top diplomat now commenting on these strikes which have taken place all across Lebanon. You have seen Bekaa Valley, Beirut, as well as the southern part of the country coming under attack. Over 100 targets were hit in just a span of about 10 minutes. And this led to over 250 people getting killed. And Israel is now getting cornered on these strikes.
Lebanon is still bearing the brunt of Israeli attacks. The latest is now coming in from Beirut, where occurred hours of the announcement of the 2-week ceasefire and one of the biggest strikes on Lebanon since the war began. At least 182 people were killed and many more injured. Earlier, J.D. Vance, stated that the ceasefire did not include Lebanon and termed this confusion a genuine misunderstanding.
A 2-week ceasefire, one that fell flat on its face in just the first few hours. Lebanon was on the receiving end of a devastating attack from Israeli forces. An attack that killed 182 people and injured hundreds more. The fresh attacks resulted in massive fires, sending huge plumes of black smoke up in the sky. One of the firefighters said that any unfortunate gas leak would have resulted in a bigger catastrophe. Search and rescue efforts continued well into Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Rescue workers were looking for survivors and bodies on Thursday morning across residential buildings in different parts of the Lebanese capital.
اجت اسرائيل مثل ما انك شايف دمر خربت البدايه نزلت بالعالم الدنيا عملت اجراء مثل كل مره مثل ما انك شايف راح ناس ابرياء هون وهيك كل مره بقول لك في حدا هون وما في حدا هون وفي عالم وفي اطفال وفي ناس.
All this came just hours after the US announced a two-sided ceasefire with Iran. but Lebanon was unfortunately left out of the deal. J.D. Vance said that the US never promised to include Lebanon in the deal, terming it a legitimate misunderstanding.
And there's a lot of bad faith negotiation and a lot of bad faith, propaganda going on. I think this comes from a legitimate misunderstanding. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case. What we said is that the ceasefire would be focused on Iran, and the ceasefire would be focused on America's allies, both Israel and the Gulf Arab states.
But the post by Shehbaz Sharif, which ignited the ceasefire, clearly mentions Lebanon. Netanyahu has also declined to stop the attacks on Lebanon, and Trump has termed Israel and Lebanon as a separate skirmish. With U-turns every day and a ceasefire deal broken in hours, the residents of Lebanon are paying a heavy price.
And viewers, India scores a key energy win amid the ongoing West Asia turmoil. An India-flagged LPG tanker has safely docked in Mumbai after crossing the high-risk Strait of Hormuz. The arrival comes at a time when global energy routes remain under threat due to the US-Israel-Iran conflict.
In the midst of West Asia tensions, a major boost for India's energy security. India-flagged LPG tanker Green Asha has safely docked at Mumbai's JNPA port, carrying over 15,000 tons of LPG. The vessel successfully crossed the highly volatile Strait of Hormuz, a critical energy choke point impacted by the ongoing US-Israel-Iran conflict. This marks the first India-flagged LPG carrier to dock at JNPA since the conflict began, signaling resilience in India's maritime operations. Despite threats and disruptions in the Gulf, multiple Indian vessels have managed safe transits, with Green Asha among the latest to complete the route. India sources a major share of its LPG through Hormuz, making such missions critical amid global supply uncertainty. Authorities have reassured that domestic LPG supplies remain stable, even as the region continues to witness geopolitical turbulence.
South Korea is going to send an envoy to Iran. South Korea will also be dispatching, in breaking news coming in, a special envoy to Iran to discuss the crisis in the Middle East as it calls for the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. South Korean Foreign Minister Cho Yoon called for the swift resumption of safe and free navigation for all vessels, including South Korean ships, and urges Tehran to ensure the safety of South Korean nationals in Iran during a call Thursday with Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi. His ministry has said this. Arakchi has welcomed Seoul's plan to send an envoy who's expected to raise other unspecified bilateral issues, the ministry has added. And breaking news coming in, Israel now strikes underground infrastructure in Lebanon. Israel claims the killing of 70-plus terrorists, including terrorist cells. Israel is now saying it has dismantled Hezbollah anti-tank launch positions. This is the big breaking news that's coming in as we are speaking. These are the pictures that are now coming in. Israel has struck the underground infrastructure on Lebanon, and they have claimed killing 70-plus terrorists, including a terrorist cell. Israel has said it has dismantled Hezbollah anti-tank launch positions. This is a big claim by Israel. We can see those pictures that are coming in that have been now released. These are the pictures that have now been released. The Israeli Defense Forces intensified their campaign against Hezbollah in Lebanon, conducting significant strikes on the underground. Pictures that are showing infrastructure. They've now claimed high casualty numbers among the fighters. They've also said over 70 Hezbollah terrorists have been killed within short periods. Now, also remember, viewers, IDF has targeted, they are saying, and dismantled Hezbollah's underground infrastructure. This is a world live and breaking that we are showing you. They've said the weapon storage facilities of Hezbollah, the tunnel routes in southern Lebanon and the Bekaa Valley have been damaged by them. They have eliminated 70 plus terrorists, and they're also saying following these major airstrikes and ground operations, Israel has reported heavy casualties there. And also, viewers, now we're going to tell you more news that's coming in. Iran warns continuing the Israeli attack on Hezbollah in Lebanon will bring explicit costs and strong responses. This is news coming in after Iran has said that the continued attack on Hezbollah in Lebanon will bring explicit costs and strong responses. This is news that's coming in now from Iran. They've clearly said that this will also have heavy costs. They are warning that if these Israeli attacks on Hezbollah continue, these mounting attacks that we are seeing, then they will bring with them strong responses. This is a statement that has now come in. Iran has warned continued attacks will bring heavy costs. And we're also going to tell you that Israel is continuing with its attack on the Hezbollah. J.D. Vance earlier gave out a statement where he said it was not included in the negotiations with Iran. And there is nothing that shows that Iran would have tried to stop this. Iran is warning continued attacks will cause more harm. More breaking news coming in now. The UAE has also spoken. Breaking news here. UAE strongly condemns the Israeli attacks on Lebanon. The United Arab Emirates has strongly condemned these attacks in several areas in Lebanon. They've expressed concern over the continued escalation and its repercussions on security and stability in the region. In a statement, the Foreign Affairs Ministry in UAE has called for concerted international efforts to halt the attacks and prevent further bloodshed, and to ensure that civilians enjoy full protection under international law and treaties. The ministry emphasizes the UAE's full solidarity with the Lebanese government and its support during this critical period for Lebanon, reaffirming its unwavering commitment in supporting Lebanon's unity, sovereignty. The ministry has reiterated UAE's firm stand against violence and reckless actions, and they've stressed the necessity of resolving the dispute through diplomatic means. We're also saying that the UAE has now in the statement said we're going to avoid confrontation and escalation, and they've said that there should not be any disregard to the laws governing relations between states. They've also clearly stated that they continue to stand and reaffirm Lebanese government's full commitment to supporting their unity and territorial integrity. Because as we're getting this news, we're also getting and breaking news coming in. It's now the president of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Masoud Pezeshkian, who's now spoken, and he has stated the repeated aggression by the Israelis against Lebanon is a flagrant violation of the initial ceasefire agreement. It's a dangerous indicator of deceit and lack of commitment. The Iran president, Masoud Pezeshkian, has now spoken and said the continuation of these aggressions will render negotiations meaningless. They are giving out a warning here by saying this, and the president of Iran says our hands will remain on the trigger and Iran will never abandon its Lebanese brothers and sisters. The Iran president is now saying Israel's renewed incursion into Lebanon is a blatant violation of the initial ceasefire agreement. It's a dangerous sign of deception. Its lack of commitment to potential agreements. The continuation of these actions, he says, will render negotiations meaningless. Our fingers remain on the trigger. Iran will never abandon its Lebanese sisters and brothers. This is clear that now it's possible. We are seeing the Iranian president saying and warning that if the attack on Lebanon continues, then the ceasefire is meaningless. The continuation of these aggressions will render negotiations meaningless, and they're saying their hands remain on the trigger. Israel's renewed incursion into Lebanon is a blatant violation of the initial ceasefire agreement. This is big news coming in because it's clear now that Iran is saying that these transgressions into Lebanon will mean that the entire ceasefire is meaningless. Remember, the US-backed war on Iran in late Feb was seeing the assassination of Iran's supreme leader. We saw the fight between Israel and Hezbollah resume on 2nd of March. Israel launched a ground invasion into southern Lebanon. The US temporary ceasefire and Iran temporary ceasefire came in April 2026. We say temporary because Iran president is now questioning that Israel is violating the ceasefire agreement. It's clearly being said now that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu did not include Lebanon, leading to intense Israeli airstrikes. Let me go across to my colleague Ishita, who's joining us from the newsroom. Ishita, very clearly, this is a warning from the Iran president. Israel will have to stop its violations in the Lebanese territory or the ceasefire is meaningless.
Right, of course, Rhythm, it seems that the ceasefire agreed upon by US and Iran is now on the verge of collapse, and the bone of contention, the major point of disagreement has been the inclusion of Lebanon. Now, there is no disagreement over this. Vice President J.D. Vance says that Lebanon was never part of the deal, but Iran says it was. And now the latest statement coming in from the President Masoud Pezeshkian. In fact, I'll read it down for our viewers as well. He says Israel's renewed incursion into Lebanon is a blatant violation of the initial ceasefire agreement. He also goes on to say this is a dangerous sign of deception and a lack of commitment to potential agreements. So clearly there is confusion on both the sides, because Iran here says that Lebanon was always part of the deal, but we have seen a statement coming in from the Vice President J.D. Vance, who says there is legitimate a misunderstanding on the part of Iranian negotiators because Lebanon was never part of the deal. And it all also boils down to Pakistan, which seems to be deceiving both the sides. Are trying to act as a negotiator, but has now been reduced to just a communicator. Now, he, in fact, apparently, gave out different versions to both the sides, to US and to Iran. And it looks like this is where the confusion began in the first place. And now it is spiraling over to both the sides, with the recent strikes by Israel in Lebanon being treated as the deal breaker. Now, Iranian delegation has refused to travel to Islamabad for further mediation talks, saying unless the Lebanon strikes are stopped by the Israeli forces, we will not be traveling for further talks. And now this statement also by Masoud Pezeshkian points to the fact that this deal could in fact be breached from both the sides now.
All right, thank you, Ishita, for giving us those details. And coming up after a short break, polling is underway for 126 seats in Assam. Chief Minister Himanta says hopeful of returning to power for the third term.
हेलो लेडीज, आपके लिए है ये कंफर्टेबल सोफा, गर्मा गर्म चाय और वाईफाई। आराम फरमाइए, क्योंकि हमारा लेटेस्ट लिनन फैब्रिक कलेक्शन है ही ऐसा। वो क्या है ना, इन्हें देखने में और दिखाने में थोड़ा वक्त लगेगा। बंदों को लिनन पसंद है तो पसंद है। लिनन बाय अरविंद।
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-1050,000.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control, or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom. But the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, to show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not surrendering. Iran told him simply, you may be finished, we are not. And we will continue to fight. And don't give us, through Pakistan, a set of terms of surrender. Lay down your arms, give us your nuclear material, dismantle your own missile arsenal, make yourself totally helpless and dependent so that we can enjoy bombing you anytime we want some diversion or some sport. You know, that is the kind of language that he has used. You expect such a ceasefire offer to be accepted? You must be out of your mind. The simple fact is that Iran said an absolute blunt no. You may be finished, we are not. That is the clear implication of what Iran has said. Now, is Donald Trump prepared to go on? We have had a series of bad news emerging from Iran. The chief of the United States Central Command had said, we have total air supremacy over Iran. We can fly at will, bomb anything that moves. And Iran is totally helpless and supine at our feet. Famous last words. Within days, we found American aircraft getting shot out of the skies. 2 F-35s, 2 F-15s, shot out from the air, 1 Warthog A-10 ground attack aircraft, you see. And then
हेलो लेडीज, आपके लिए है ये कंफर्टेबल सोफा, गर्मा गर्म चाय और वाईफाई। आराम फरमाइए, क्योंकि हमारा लेटेस्ट लिनन फैब्रिक कलेक्शन है ही ऐसा। वो क्या है ना, इन्हें देखने में और दिखाने में थोड़ा वक्त लगेगा। बंदों को लिनन पसंद है तो पसंद है। लिनन बाय अरविंद।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
viewers, a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and the battle remains hot. 4 polls in Assam, Kerala and Puducherry. Now, politicians have sealed their fate and voters have sealed their votes. Voting will close in just about a few minutes. We're getting you all the details as the 4th of May, the D-Day for counting, hangs in balance. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Voting underway in Kerala, Assam and Puducherry. Assam tops turnout at 75.91% till 3 p.m. Puducherry at 72.40%. Kerala at 62.71%.
I think people are going to give a decisive mandate for the development of Assam.
Polling underway for 126 seats in Assam. Chief Minister Himanta says hopeful of returning to power for a 3rd consecutive term. Polling underway on 140 seats in Kerala, while Vijayan-led LDF battles incumbency seeking a 3rd term. UDF banking strong on 2024 gains. Polling day clashes in Puducherry between BJP and Congress workers. Police resort to minor lathi charge.
कि बंगाल में परिवर्तन की ताजा हवा चल रही है.
Prime Minister Modi holds mega rallies in West Bengal, says winds of change blowing in Bengal. Time up for Mamata Banerjee's TMC. Viewers, now the much-awaited assembly election battle in Assam, Kerala and Puducherry remains underway. And in fact, voting is supposed to be closed in just a few minutes from now. Now, in Assam, the Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma is looking for a 3rd consecutive term. In Kerala, the CPIM-led, in fact, LDF has logged horns with the Congress in the India bloc. In fact, BJP is looking to make gains in a state where BJP has barely any visibility in the past elections. Now, in fact, Puducherry Chief Minister N. Rangasamy is also going to be put to test across the poll-bound states. In Assam, the BJP-led NDA is defending its stronghold after winning 86 seats in 2021. In Kerala, a close bipolar battle that was existing between LDF and UDF now has a 3rd member, the BJP-led NDA, that can scramble the script. And meanwhile, in Puducherry, N. Rangaswamy's NDA alliance aims to hold power against the Congress's DMK, combined with all eyes on voter turnout in the Union Territory. Now, these are the voter turnout for Kerala and Assam. Kerala has recorded a low voter turnout than most times. These have been recorded till 3 p.m. today. Now, remember, polling shuts at 6 p.m. across Kerala, Assam and even Puducherry. The voter turnout in Kerala just above 60%, an all-time low for the state. In fact, meanwhile, for Tamil Nadu, the voter turnout is... Meanwhile, for Assam, the voter turnout is at the top with 75.91% till 3 p.m. and Puducherry at 72.40%. These are the voter turnouts respectively for Kerala, Assam and Puducherry, recorded until 3 p.m. today. Now remember, voting will stop by 6 p.m. today. In fact, joining me live on the broadcast is my colleague Aniruddha from the poll-bound state of Assam. He's joining us from Dispur. Aniruddha, polling is about to be shut. Voters have now given their mandate and the counting will tell the fate of the political parties that hangs in balance till the 4th of May. Talk to us about what's unfolding.
Yes, Gesu, as expected, high voter turnout has been recorded in Assam, and as I was telling our viewers in the morning that the voter turnout might get somewhat close to 90. The trend clearly shows that a very, very high voter turnout will be recorded, and the official figure that we have received now from the Election Commission is 84.42% of voter turnout has been recorded till 5 p.m. Till 5 p.m., 84.42% of voter turnout is recorded. It may be mentioned that still data from some of the remote voting centers is yet to be updated. The final voter turnout, which will be updated later today, will be somewhat around, maybe it is expected that it will be close to 90, and the final voter turnout will be above the 90 mark. So this is a very unprecedented development that has been witnessed in the state of Assam. This time, Assam had earlier also seen higher voter turnouts in the last elections also. The voter turnout was around 84% in 2021, and likewise, same voter turnout was also recorded in 2016 elections. And this time too, a very high voter turnout is clearly being indicated, and it is being seen that in many places, because of the serious revision that was the special revision that was witnessed in the state of Assam, because of the special revision, many people from the indigenous communities who otherwise don't come out to cast their votes are also coming out in large number to cast their vote this time. So yes, this voter turnout was very much expected. This is what the political commentators across the state and the nation are also saying, that a very high voter turnout was expected in Assam because of the special revision, as many people who earlier don't come out for voting in large number have come out this time to register their franchise.
Right, Aniruddha. You know, till 5 p.m. we have the refreshed voter turnout, and that stands at 84.42%, a staggeringly high number for Assam. Like the state has always proven, their political interest, their interest in picking their parties remains high. Assam with a voter turnout of 84.42% till 5 p.m. today. In fact, we're also being joined by my colleague Sarda, while Aniruddha continues being with us. Sarda joins us from Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala. Sarda, what are the winds looking like? Polling is about to shut at 6 p.m. today, and voters have already given their mandate, with a huge question of who comes to power in Kerala on the 4th of May. And this is not a bipolar usual battle between the LDF and the UDF. Now, a third party, the NDA led by the BJP, may just scramble the script. Sarda.
Well, earlier in Kerala, it's always used to be around 50 to 60%. However, this time, by 5 p.m., the voter turnout has already crossed 62.7%. 4 more % is likely to be completed before the elections are closed today. The polling will be closed at 6 p.m. today. Likely that it will reach up to 66% according to the Election Commission of India, as people are still queuing in the booths waiting for their polls. However, as we speak, the number of percentage that's come out this time is because of the SIR that's been carried out in the state of Kerala. Let's not forget that over 1 crore vote was removed from the Kerala's voting list during the SIR process, and which has now made it to 62.7% in the voter turnout. Answering your question on the government that is here in Kerala, the LDF is very confident on taking on a third term in the state of Kerala. However, the UDF has constantly been telling that the LDF has failed the people for the last 10 years and that it is their turn to come now. After 10 years, Congress is now making sure that they take on strong welfare measures, and the schemes that they have given are based on education that the Kerala will need in the future. Meanwhile, the BJP-led NDA area is contesting in all 140 constituencies of the Kerala, Thiruvananthapuram being the stronghold for the BJP, as they recently won the councillor elections, where the BJP's leader is very sure in winning Thiruvananthapuram's all constituency. Speaking to Republic, all the BJP leaders were constantly telling that it is both the LDF and the UDF that has cheated the people of Kerala in the name of opposition and the ruling in the last 10 years. However, they too both are part of the India Alliance, and it is only in Kerala that they act divided, and that both do not do good for the Kerala, working on the welfare schemes. This time, if we see Kerala, the elections are not just based for development. However, there is urban development requirements on employment and education facilities that to be built in Kerala. So likely that this time the oath is split into all three angles. It could be
Right,
for
Sarda.
NDA, it could also mean for the LDF and the UDF, all three giving on a strong
Sarda.
hold.
Right. Thanks for getting us a lowdown on the power-packed Kerala election, Sarda. Now, viewers, the much-awaited assembly elections in Kerala are taking place. Voting is about to shut by 6 p.m. today, and voters have now given their mandate. Now, this state is unlike any other. It is infamous, in fact, quite famous for its anti-incumbency politics. For yesteryears, over 4 decades at least, LDF and UDF have alternated taking power seats in Kerala. But now LDF is trying to do what no political party has done in Kerala before. They're trying to break through a third consecutive term in Kerala, while UDF continues to battle against LDF and come back to power after possibly what is 2 long years, 2 long terms, in fact. And the BJP-led NDA, last time they couldn't leave a very big mark in 2021, but this time around, they are sure that they will be able to change their presence into seat share, into vote share in Kerala. In fact, Republic exclusively spoke to the NDA candidates, the newly fielded candidates of the BJP-led National Democratic Alliance in Kerala. Listen into what they have to say.
Today is a very important day and a very happy day for the voters of Kerala.
We will get minimum 100 seats. So we will come back.
I know a lot of people have voted for BJP.
Kerala is coming out in massive numbers to cast their votes. A reflection of the high-stakes three-corner fight in the state. And people want to play their part in this crucial election. The ruling LDF seeks a third straight term. The UDF is looking to make a comeback. And the NDA is looking to upset the balance by playing a decisive role in staking claim to the next government. Popular actors including Mohan Lal and Mammootty were also seen at voting booths exercising their franchise. The NDA, meanwhile, is supremely confident that the people of Kerala want a change and have seen through the lies of the LDF and the UDF.
That is his dream. I think it's his big fat dream which is going to be crumpled very soon. And the UDF is no answer for anti-incumbency of LDF government because it is going to continue as it is. If UDF is voted to power, then the same system that LDF had been doing, that will continue. But with a different type of faces, in leadership. They are together. UDF had never raised any voice against LDF. Wherever they have committed any atrocities like, the young women entrance into Sabrimala or looting of the Sabrimala temple or even very high corruption like gold smuggling. All those important cases where corruption has been proved, UDF had never raised their voice because they are also getting their share. It is always the NDA that is resisting this.
Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the state BJP chief, predicts that there will be a hung assembly in Kerala. Listen in to what he had to say in this exclusive conversation with Republic.
Every district is seeing an upsurge of support, not just for the BJP NDA, but an upsurge of support for the call for change and the call for development. So because this state has been denied, children are being denied opportunity, children are being forced to go outside even to study, forget about jobs. So people are generally fed up, and so therefore they are saying, look, let's give BJP NDA a chance.
The NDA's confidence stems from the major upheaval during the Thiruvananthapuram mayoral election in which they were victorious.
Indie alliance is there where these people are together and fighting against or voicing against BJP and NDA. So here somehow they have 30 kilometers this side of Kerala, 30 kilometers that side of Kerala, they are together. But here somehow they have been cheating the people. So now people have realized. And so they see that they go hand in glove together, whereas NDA stands for real, true development and corruption-free administration and bringing people's whatever people benefits of the people are due. That is there in their forefront. So now the people are rooting for NDA because they see the truth.
As Kerala voted in a single phase, will we witness a historic third term for the LDF, or another twist in the high-stakes political battle?
Viewers, now Assam, Kerala and Puducherry, in the world's largest democracy, have gone to polls in a single phase on the same day, and polling is about to shut by 6 p.m. Let's take a look at what's unfolded across these three territories as the polling and the battle for seat remains hot. Speaking exclusively to Republic Media after casting his vote in Thiruvananthapuram, Rajiv Chandrasekhar said Kerala is making a breakthrough. He's contesting against Shashi Tharoor and said today is a celebration of our democracy and an opportunity given to every voter every 5 years, highlighting this election will also decide the future of the state's children.
It is a celebration of our democracy, but equally importantly, this is an opportunity that is given to every voter every 5 years to decide what is the future of our state, what is the future of our children, what is the future of the lives.
After casting his vote early in the morning, Assam's Pradyot Bordoloi spoke about the inability to transfer his voting rights in time to contest as a BJP candidate from Dispur. He expressed his disappointment over the opponent's dirty tricks department, noting that their efforts seem to be backfiring.
I never imagined that they run a dirty tricks department like this, but they did a very sloppy job actually. Whatever they tried to do, it boomeranged on them. I feel very bad for them.
While speaking on the assembly election in Kerala, actor turned politician Suresh Gopi emphasized the importance of the manifesto presented by political parties, which outlined promises and dreams of the people. He said that the budget allocated by the centre and state will decide if the manifestos can be fulfilled. He also added that manifestos represent the dreams and hopes of people.
India on one side, India Alliance and National Democratic Alliance on the other side. So we will have a pakka share, a due share, a deserving share.
Not the third party?
Definitely not. Even if we are the third party, we will control.
Viewers, a bizarre and rather illegal turn of events in Assam, where a Congress leader's wife was seen distributing hard cash to locals in the Rangasamy area in Assam, probably seeking to influence the voter turnout and seeking to influence who gets a more vote. Take a look at this.
Elections are happening in 2 states and 1 union territory today. Polling began today in Assam, Kerala and Union Territory of Puducherry. In Assam, voting is happening for all 126 seats in single phase today. While the Election Commission and police are ensuring free and fair elections, a Congress candidate's wife was caught distributing money. Money was given at the last minute to try to sway voters before the elections. Junmoni Devi Count was caught red-handed by the public. Junmoni Devi Count is the wife of Congress candidate Jayanta Count. Jayanta Count is the Congress candidate contesting from Rangasamy constituency. As per locals, bundles of 500 and 2,000 rupees were found. Locals immediately complained to the local police station. Junmoni was later released after writing an undertaking in the presence of police.
Viewers, meanwhile, West Bengal goes to polls in 2 phases on the 23rd and the 29th of April, a high-stakes political battle where the BJP has participated. In fact, just today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in Bengal. He carried out various rallies, public rallies, addressing the public against the TMC's rule. And in fact, he also said that this time, TMC's time and Mamata Banerjee's governance's time is up, and that the BJP will come in with a huge saffron wave in West Bengal. Take a look.
As the West Bengal Assembly elections draw closer, the BJP has intensified its campaign. Driving it forward is PM Modi, who addressed a rally in Purba Medinipur. He outlined 6 guarantees for the people of Bengal, promising improved governance, stronger law enforcement, and action against infiltration.
मोदी टीएमसी को जनता जनार्दन का पैसा नहीं खाने देगा, पैसा नहीं खाने देगा। मोदी की 5वीं गारंटी, जो शरणार्थी हैं उन्हें संविधान के तहत हर हक मिलेगा, लेकिन जो घुसपैठिए हैं उनको खदेड़ा जाएगा।
Taking a swipe at the opposition, the PM accused the TMC of failing to fulfill the promises and betraying the people.
हमारा सिद्धांत है, हमारा मंत्र है, सबका साथ सबका विकास। हम इसके प्रति प्रतिबद्ध है, लेकिन बंगाल में मैं एक और वादा करता हूं, सबका साथ सबका विकास, और जिन्होंने बंगाल को लूटा है सबका हिसाब होगा, सबका हिसाब होगा।
Modi also highlighted healthcare as a priority sector, saying the BJP government would strengthen medical infrastructure and expand facilities like ESI hospital. Referring to the RG Medical College controversy, the Prime Minister accused the TMC of shielding perpetrators and said the BJP is committed to ensuring justice and safety for women.
टीएमसी के 15 वर्षों में पश्चिम बंगाल में महिलाओं के खिलाफ क्राइम का ग्राफ ऊपर ही जा रहा है, और जो दोषी हैं उनको सजा दिलाने में टीएमसी सरकार का रिकॉर्ड निचले स्तर पर है।
The PM also highlighted the 45,000 crore investment in expanding the steel plant and improving connectivity infrastructure in the region.
टीएमसी द्वारा हजारों रुकावटों के बावजूद केंद्र सरकार इस इलाके के विकास में लगी है। बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार राज्य सरकार के तमाम अड़ंगों के बावजूद बंगाल के विकास के लिए आगे बढ़ाया है।
He also alleged that a mafia culture in several sectors forced many youngsters to migrate out of Bengal in search of opportunities.
आसनसोल और दुर्गापुर का ये पूरा इलाका जो कभी बंगाली नहीं, पूरे देश के औद्योगिक विकास का बड़ा केंद्र था। पेपर से लेकर स्टील तक, एल्यूमिनियम से लेकर ग्लास तक यहां कारखानों की लंबी चेन थी, लेकिन आज यहां उद्योगों का लगातार पलायन हो रहा है।
The 294-member Bengal Assembly will go to polls in 2 phases on the 23rd of April and the 29th of April, with the counting of votes scheduled for May 4th. In the 2021 Assembly election, the TMC secured a landslide victory with 213 seats, while the BJP emerged as the main opposition with 77 seats. With high voltage campaigning underway, West Bengal is set to witness a closely contested electoral battle in the coming weeks.
Shifting focus to the war, getting in a fresh breaking development. Lebanon is now set to file a complaint at the United Nations following intensified Israeli strikes. Now, Lebanon's Prime Minister Nawaf Salam has announced the decision following Israeli strikes that killed over 200 people inside the Lebanese territory. You can take a look at the visuals, the mass-scale destruction that has taken place in Lebanon. He in fact said that the surge of attacks was a blatant violation of international and humanitarian law and undermines ongoing efforts to halt the war. Viewers, that's all that we could wrap for you in this edition of the News Bulletin. But don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side, where in Assam, their Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma now eyes a third consecutive term as all seats are up for grabs. Getting you all the details on the latest election fiasco that's unfolding right after this short break. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, to show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not surrendering. Iran told him simply, you may be finished, we are not, and we will continue to fight. And don't give us through Pakistan a set of terms of surrender. Lay down your arms, give us your nuclear material, dismantle your own missile arsenal, make yourself totally helpless and dependent so that we can enjoy bombing you anytime we want some diversion or some sport.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Discourse. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching The Verdict, special coverage on the ongoing elections. Voting has been underway today since 7 a.m. We are going to give you all the figures as far as the turnout is concerned. In fact, it has been a higher turnout for every election. If you talk about Assam, if you talk about Puducherry, or you talk about Kerala, we'll get you more details and live reportage. But first, the headlines. As the last few votes trickle in for Kerala and Assam and Puducherry, turnout percentage is high, with Kerala logging 75.01%, Assam logging 84.42%, and Puducherry logging 86.92% as of 5 p.m.
I think people are going to give a decisive mandate for the development of Assam.
Polling comes to a close for 126 seats in Assam. Chief Minister Hemanta says hopeful of returning to power for a third straight term. Kerala BJP Chief Rajiv Chandrasekhar expresses confidence in election results, saying that the NDA will play a crucial role in forming the next government. Polling day clashes in Puducherry reported between BJP and Congress workers. Police resort to lathi charge.
बंगाल में परिवर्तन की ताजा हवा चल रही है.
PM Modi holds mega rallies in West Bengal, says winds of change blowing up in Bengal. Time up for Mamata's TMC. For the high-stakes poll in Assam, Kerala and Puducherry kick-started this morning. The voter turnout captured the entire story. In fact, massive response coming in from the people of Assam, Kerala and Puducherry. Citizens turned up in large numbers to exercise their franchise. In fact, the numbers for both the states and the Union Territory are higher than what they were in the previous elections back in 2021. A strong signal that people either want existing parties to continue, which is likely in the case of Assam, or that the people want a change, which might just happen in Kerala maybe. Now, this is the comparison, viewers. Voter turnout in Kerala today, it is 75.01% till 5 p.m. A little more than last year. Talking about Assam, 2021, 82.42%, and in 2026, till 5 p.m., it's 84.42%. So there's a rise. And in Puducherry, it's 83.42% in 2021. Meanwhile, in 2026, it's 86.92% till 5 p.m. So really an uptick you can see. This is, you can see, viewers, this is the breakdown as till 5 p.m. Kerala, 75.01%, Assam, 84.42%, and Puducherry, 86.92%. We'll go across to our reporters on ground zero as well to get a sense of what's really the sentiment, what has been the factor as far as these three elections are concerned. I think we can connect with our reporters on ground. Aniruddha from Guwahati should be joining us. I think he is back with us. Okay, so we have our reporters on ground. Sharda is joining us from Kerala, and Shankar is also in Kerala, and we have Aniruddha from Guwahati, and we have Lintoy also from Naigaon. Okay, I'll just go across to my colleague Shankar first. Shankar, what's been the sentiment? You know, this is very interesting, the way we see record voter turnout, at least in Kerala today. What do we expect?
Rakshita, the voter turnout to all polling station was very high ever since the polling started in the morning at 7 a.m. The voter turnout has come down a little bit at noon, but we can see we are standing right in front of the Model High School in Thiruvananthapuram, where the polling has almost ended right now. The polling staff are busy preparing and compiling all the records to store it in a safe place. But we should understand one thing that is clear, that the people rush to polling station massively in Kerala with a predetermined mind to vote either the LDF to power or UDF, or sometime in some constituencies there was a huge polling which came in favor of BJP-led NDA. Like, you know, when we spoke to Ratan U. Kelkar, he is the chief electoral officer, he said that the voting percentage may go up to 90% as the current trend, like the 75.1% figure was the data till 5 p.m. and still there are people queue up in several constituencies, several booths across Kerala. Still there are thousands of people yet to cast their votes, and the figure, the percentage will go high in the coming hours, as there is the data of the last 1 more hour is yet to be available. So of course the percentage will go above 80%. It was in 1960 the poll percentage touched the record high of 85.66%, and in the last assembly poll the polling percentage was 74.6%, and it was 72% in 2021 election assembly polls. This time at around 5 p.m. this polling percentage crossed last year mark, and it is yet to be seen whether will it cross the record polling of 85%, which was recorded in 1960. So the massive turnout to the polling station has to be analyzed in 3 different patterns. Like, you know, going by the words of Ratan U. Kelkar, who said there was a special intensive revision across the country, and as part of this SIR process, 7 lakh voters were deleted from the list of voters list in Kerala. Like in the last assembly polls, there were 2.78 lakh voters, 78 crore voters across the state, and after the SIR process, the voters number came down to 7.1 crore people, 7.1 crore number. Like there was a reduction of around 7 lakh voters after the SIR was implemented, and this could be the reason why the percentage has gone high in Kerala. That could be one factor, and the Ratan U. Kelkar says the electoral officers as a team conducted a massive awareness camps to make people aware of the significance of voting, and also increase the number of polling stations for disabled people and also for women. So these factors compelled more people, more voters to turn up to polling stations, and it also worked as a significant factor in increasing this voters turnout. Apart from this, the political parties in Kerala, especially the UDF, is in a do or die game, as they have been remaining without power for the last two sessions, two terms, and this time they want to come to power at any cost, and this is the reason why they have aligned with all the communal forces, communal organizations such as SDPI, Welfare Party of India, Jamaat Islami, and all. These communal organizations campaign massively by visiting each and every household and compel them to reach to the polling station on time without fail to vote UDF to power. Otherwise, the BJP candidates, BJP-led NDA candidates would come to power. So these communal organizations were giving a clear message to their voters that failing to vote this time will help BJP to win several key constituencies, and it will be a setback for the UDF in the state-wise and in nationally. That is the reason why there was a minority vote consolidation, and the voters from minority communities came to reach the polling station massively, and it could have led to the It could have led to the increase in voting percentage this time. Apart from that, there are other reasons too.
Yeah, just stay on with us, Shankar. We also will go across to Assam now. My colleague Aniruddha is from Guwahati and my colleague Linthoi is from Nalbari. Let's go to Nalbari first. Linthoi, we see that Assam too, while we do understand there's some sort of edge to Himanta Biswa Sarma, he is ever popular, and he has just now posted on social media platform X saying that he is exuding confidence that Assam will not surrender and that it's encouraging to show that the kind of turnout that has been registered in Assam, the voter turnout has been, of course, greater than 2021. So what have you experienced on ground? How has the voting been like in Nalbari and other areas?
Absolutely. The Chief Minister Himanta Biswa remains confident of projecting a strong return to power with claims of securing up to 90 to 100 seats in the 126 member assembly. The party's campaign has focused on issues like uniform civil court, crackdown on illegal immigration and expansion of welfare schemes. And meanwhile, on the ground also, public are seen to be supporting the BJP. Meanwhile, Assam has recorded a significant turnout of 84.42% as of 5 p.m., which it has also indicates a strong public engagement despite the controversies. There are many controversies here in Assam today, which is like, it is not just a high stakes of electoral battle, but also a day marked by serious allegations and controversies that are raising questions over the integrity of the process. First and foremost is that a major concern has emerged from Difu constituency, where an FIR has now been registered. For allegedly showing the voting process inside a polling station. This is clear violation of prohibited inside polling booths. The district administration in Karbi Anglong has initiated a probe, and this incident is being seen as a potential breach of voter secrecy. At the same time, also, the political temperature has been further raised by the Congress, with Assam Pradesh Congress President Gaurav Gogoi alleging possible electoral manipulation. He has pointed to visuals showing a massive influx of passengers from states like Uttar Pradesh, Bihar and Kerala arriving in Assam just ahead of polling. So the Congress fears this could be outsiders brought in to influence the mandate and has urged the Election Commission to step in and verify these things.
All right.
Meanwhile, talking development has also come in from Sonipur, where a polling official was
Linthoi, I have to interrupt you there. I'll just go across to Aniruddha, also is from Dispur right now. Aniruddha, you've been tracking for years the way Assam, elects, the way Assam votes. Now, this time, Himanta Biswa Sarma is saying that it is unprecedented that 95% participation is crossing 95%, and Assam has risen above language and caste. Now, what do you see? What has been different in this election, the kind of turnout? Because, when there's a higher turnout, it points to two things. Either it is anti-incumbency or it is more support that is coming in for the current government, and women and the youth has been in focus as far as Assam is also concerned. But what is the factor that you feel has been behind this uptick in the voters, in this voter turnout?
Well, Raksita, there are several factors adding to the high voter turnout that has been witnessed today. One of the major factors being the special revision of the voter list. Earlier, many indigenous people don't used to come out and cast their vote. But this time, as the special revision had taken place in the state, people in large number are coming out to cast their vote. In fact, also, there are around 25 lakh registered voters who in the state who walks outside of the state in places like, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, or in West Bengal for livelihood. And they have also come to the state to cast their votes. And the rush has been witnessed across the railway station, across the, bus stations and terminuses across the state. And religiously also, if we see, religiously Assam has witnessed a very high voter turnout, be it in 2016 when almost 82% voter turnout was recorded, or in 2021 when 84.72% of voter turnout was recorded. And this time, so far, 84.42% of voter turnout has been recorded, and officials at the Election Commission here in Assam, the State Election Commission, is hopeful that the turnout this time will break all records and set a new record by crossing the 90% mark. And as you also pointed out, the Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma has also said that very high voter turnout is being expected this time. Yes, because of the special revision of the voter list, as I was pointing out earlier, many people, particularly from the indigenous communities, they don't used to come out to cast their votes in large number. But this time we have also witnessed surge in voter turnout in places like Jorhat, in places like Shivsagar, in places like Dibrugarh and Lakhimpur, in places like Dhemaji, in places like Sonitpur. So this is a clear indication that not only in the demographically affected areas of the state of the state of Assam where high voter turnout has been recorded, but also in fact in the districts where the indigenous communities are dominant, in those districts also a very high voter turnout has been witnessed. And we have also interacted with several first-time voters. We have interacted with the common citizens, and there seems to be a very high pro-incumbency wave in the state. A very high sense of pro-incumbency has been witnessed across the state, where people have been openly stating that they want peace, stability, development and infrastructural push in the state.
Absolutely.
And that is why they are coming out in large number to cast their vote, Raksita.
Yeah. Absolutely. Stay with us. I'll now go across to my colleague Sharda. She's in Thiruvananthapuram. We've spoken to Shankar about Kerala, but I want to go across to you, Sharda, also about Puducherry, because this is unprecedented what has happened in the Union Territory. For the first time, what we know is that this mark, this 86% mark, has been crossed in Puducherry. There is a TVK, that's the debutant. Also, I mean, there's a factor as well. What are you picking up as far as this election is concerned? What is the driving factor? There's a lot of enthusiasm in Puducherry.
Well, this is the first time that Puducherry has a lot of interest from the people to vote. One being the Vijay factor coming in as a solo party, just with an alliance with a minor party who stepped out from the NR Congress and the BJP leader, forming two alliance leaders who will be contesting from 2 of the 30 constituencies that TVK is leading on. And in other ways, it's also NR Congress with the BJP under the NDA alliance, and there's DMK and Congress, which is the traditional alliance. However, we saw how the DMK and the Congress had a huge fight over the seat sharing process, not just in Tamil Nadu but as well as Puducherry. Same goes for the NR Congress and the BJP, that until the last minute of the nominations, the place of the constituencies between the seat sharing and the two parties were not decided, which led to the people to look forward for more other options that can come. So Vijay's debut into politics, Puducherry played a major role today for Vijay's TVK. Meanwhile, 86% turnout is huge for Puducherry. Being a small union territory along with Karaikal on the coastal side, Puducherry has always seen only 70 to 75% voter turnout. For the first time in the last 10 years, in any of the last 4 elections, the first time it's crossing the 86.7% mark. This comes after the SIR was conducted. Keeping in mind, 1 lakh votes were removed from the Puducherry Union Territory. To be exact, 97,000 was removed, and then 3,000 new voters were joined in Puducherry when the SIR exercise was conducted last year. So now we can see that this 86% mark is in relation to the SIR that was conducted recently in Puducherry. Rakshita, also with the other parties that's been conducting in the Puducherry, it's likely that the NR Congress and the BJP hold the upper hand, whereas if there's no point of anti-incumbency with NR Congress.
Right. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sharda. Thank you so much, Shankar, Aniruddha and Linthoi for joining us from ground zero and getting us a sense of what is really happening as far as these elections are concerned. So there is a lot of voter enthusiasm, viewers. We brought you the numbers, we brought you the factors. We keep getting you more updates and much more on the other side of this very, very short break. That's it from my side on Verdict 2026. Thanks for watching.
Where is he? 4 घंटे से वेट कर रही हूँ उसका. कहाँ है वो?
अब भी गया.
Let's continue with the shirt.
Sure.
बंदे को लिनन पसंद है तो पसंद है. बोलो आप क्या बनवाओगे? लिनन बाय अरविंद.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है. स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान. अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला. डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से. MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से.
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MTH.
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, to show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not surrendering. Iran told him simply, you may be finished, we are not, and we will continue to fight. And don't give us through Pakistan a set of terms of surrender. Lay down your arms, give us your nuclear material, dismantle your own missile arsenal, make yourself totally helpless and dependent so that we can enjoy bombing you anytime we want some diversion or some sport. You know, that is the kind of language that he has used. You expect such a ceasefire offer to be accepted? You must be out of your mind. The simple fact is that Iran said an absolute blunt no. You may be finished, we are not. That is the clear implication of what Iran has said. Now, is Donald Trump prepared to go on we have had a series of bad news emerging from Iran. The chief of the United States Central Command had said, we have total air supremacy over Iran. We can fly at will, bomb anything that moves, and Iran is totally helpless and supine at our feet. Famous last words. Within days, we found American aircraft getting shot out of the skies. 2 F-35s, 2 F-15s, shot out from the air, 1 Warthog A-10 ground attack aircraft, you see. And then if you count the aircraft on the ground, 1 AVAC Sentry A-3 AVAC aircraft, very, very expensive aircraft worth a couple of almost 300 to 400 million, was shot off at the Al Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, along with 4 KC-135 refueler tankers, Boeing tankers, destroyed on the ground. And pictures of those destroyed aircraft were taken from the satellites and put everywhere. America is asking the Maxar, the commercial firms, not to show satellite pictures of their destroyed aircraft and the damage that has been done to Israel and to their air bases. But the Chinese are doing it, and the Iranians are spreading it with great glee. So then we had, over the last 48 hours, there was something that happened which is pretty unique. Whenever there is a break in pattern, you can make.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
evening. Welcome to Republic. I'm Rhythm, and our top focus today is going to be, even though the ceasefire was reached between US and Iran, Israel continues to strike Lebanon, saying it was excluded from the deal. The move is now being condemned by global leaders. Meanwhile, Israel is calling the ceasefire a big mistake. The next story we're going to show you today, viewers, after the aftermath and the extent of destruction caused by the strikes carried out by Israeli forces amid the ceasefire. And I'm going to tell you, confusion is deepening at what Pakistan did, with accused of being sharing conflicting versions of the deal with both Iran and the US, with J.D. Vance unlikely to visit Pakistan and Iran, slamming the US stance on Lebanon. Now peace talk appears increasingly uncertain. And finally, viewers, we're going to also show you what is the status of the ships movement at the Strait of Hormuz. Post the ceasefire, shipping activity dropped sharply, and after strikes in Lebanon, vessel movement nearly stalled, with the ships reversing the course. Let me now take a look at our top headlines. It's entangled in a ceasefire mess. Pakistan now attacks Israel, asks other nations to take steps against Israel. Pakistan mediated ceasefire claims in jeopardy. Iran says no mediation talks unless Israel stops bombing Lebanon. It's a bigger embarrassment looking for Pakistan. Iranian ambassador to Pakistan deletes the post on Islamabad talks. Later says removed because of some issues. Israel's diaspora affairs minister and member of ruling Liquid Party says the ceasefire with Iran was a mistake. US U-turn on Lebanon, and Vice President J.D. Vance says US never made the promise of ceasefire in Lebanon. And US media reports expose Pakistan. Reports suggest White House saw and signed off Sharif's post on X. With so much talk happening, viewers, we're going to now tell you in news that's coming in, the President of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Masoud Pezeshkian, has said the repeated aggression by Israel against Lebanon is a flagrant violation of the initial ceasefire agreement. It's a dangerous indicator of deceit. It's a lack of commitment. He's also gone on to say they're going to continue supporting the Lebanese brothers and sisters. He said Israel's renewed incursion in Lebanon is in violation of the initial ceasefire agreement. It's very clear. He's also saying that this will be seen as a dangerous sign of deception. It's a lack of commitment to potential agreements. Finally, the Iranian president says our finger remains on the trigger. This is a clear indication by Iran. If Israel does not stop bombing Lebanon, the ceasefire agreement is invalid. He said it is useless. Iran is not going to abandon Lebanese brothers and sisters, and this is going to be seen as a violation of the initial ceasefire agreement. How are we to look at the ceasefire agreement now? Is it going to be seen only as a temporary indicator? Because he's used the words against Israel to be deceit and lack of commitment. And Iran's parliamentary speaker, MB Ghalibaf, has now reiterated if Lebanon is not a part of the truce plan, then there will be no truce at all. He's brought back Iran's 10-point ceasefire demands. This is the breaking news that's coming in. And he says top of the agenda is to stop hostilities against Lebanon and the resistance axis. Iran is clear. If Lebanon is struck, the ceasefire continues. And it crumbles. It does not continue. The big news that's coming in, it seems like the fragile agreement that was reached between Iran and US is now going to be withdrawn. Iran is threatening to withdraw the ceasefire if Lebanon bombing is not stopped by Israel. He says there will be no truce if this does not quickly happen. And this is the news that's just coming in once again, where we are seeing details coming in of Iran's parliamentary speaker, MB Ghalibaf, who has reiterated if Lebanon is not a part of the truce plan, there will be no truce at all. Remember, viewers, PM Shehbaz Sharif had publicly and clearly stressed Lebanon issue. It clearly shows that Pakistan Prime Minister, who was playing to a pre-stated script, was not sure on what was next. Viewers, tensions in West Asia are escalating again, even as talks of the ceasefire continues. Israel has carried out one of its largest bombing campaigns in Lebanon. They've targeted Hezbollah positions across the country. Israeli leaders say the attacks are going to continue, even as Iran and the US trade claims over what the ceasefire actually included. Here's more on this report.
More than a month into the conflict, talks of a ceasefire have emerged, but the Israeli leaders call it a mistake. Israeli Minister Chikli called the ceasefire with Iran a mistake. Meanwhile, the Israel Defense Forces have carried out their largest coordinated strike across Lebanon since the start of Operation Roaring Lion. The military says more than 100 Hezbollah targets were hit, including command centers, military infrastructure, and operational facilities. The targeted areas included Beirut, the Bekaa Valley, and southern Lebanon, regions where Hezbollah maintains a strong presence.
This is not only a humanitarian crisis, it's a crisis of humanity. It's a crisis of trust in the international system and in the principles that protect civilians. Indiscriminate attacks, collective punishment, and violations of Lebanon's sovereignty are not abstract concerns. They are lived realities for the population here.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the military campaign will continue until security is fully restored. The IDF also said operations against Hezbollah will continue with full force as Israel seeks to weaken the group's military capabilities. Amid the escalation, Iran has reportedly closed the Strait of Hormuz once again, a key global oil route. This comes just a day after Tehran agreed to reopen the strait for 2 weeks, following a ceasefire announcement by the United States. Diplomatic talks between Iran and the United States are expected to take place in Islamabad later this week. Meanwhile, US Vice President J.D. Vance said the ceasefire deal did not include Lebanon, clarifying that no such promises were made. US President Donald Trump also backed the claim, saying the truce was limited and did not extend to Israel-Hezbollah conflict. With Israel continuing its strikes and diplomatic confusion over the terms of the ceasefire, the region remains on edge as fears of a wider conflict continues to grow.
And let's give you breaking news coming in. Lebanese President General Joseph Aoun has said in the communications we are conducting, we were demanding that an opportunity be given, just as it was given to America and Iran, to stop the fire and proceed to negotiations. The Lebanese president demands Lebanon to be part of the truce. He's saying we are demanding pressure in the direction of Lebanon being part of the ceasefire agreement so that even we can embark on negotiations. It's very clear that the Lebanese are putting their step forward to get some deal and to get a break in the bombardment that's happening in Beirut and in other places. In fact, today, Israel has also said 70-plus terrorists, Hezbollah terrorists, have died because of them. They've been killed in the underground bombardment centers that were present with Hezbollah. To stop that crisis from getting and escalating more, the Lebanese President General Joseph Aoun has said, we are also demanding an opportunity be given, just as it was between America and Iran, to stop the fire and proceed to negotiations. This is a big step forward by the Lebanese President General Joseph Aoun, who has said we are demanding pressure in the direction of Lebanon being part of the ceasefire so that we can embark on negotiations. Lebanon is also currently enduring one of the deadliest attacks, with over 250 people killed in a single heavy Israeli bombardment. This comes after US brokered 2-week regional pause that has already been marred in diplomatic friction. While Iran insists that all hostilities in Lebanon must cease for the deadlock and for the deal to hold, Washington has clarified Lebanon is not included in the current terms. As the bombardment continues, the country remains trapped in a lethal grey zone. Nations have reacted sharply against the attack. They've urged Lebanon should also be included in the deal.
Israel goes all out on Lebanon, launching its heaviest ever attack against the country. Just as the US struck a ceasefire deal with Iran, Israel has maintained that Lebanon is not included in it. US President J.D. Vance, who was one of the key mediators in striking the deal, categorically stated Lebanon is in fact not included.
And there's a lot of bad faith negotiation and a lot of bad faith, propaganda going on. I think this comes from a legitimate misunderstanding. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case. What we said is that the ceasefire would be focused on Iran, and the ceasefire would be focused on America's allies, both Israel and the Gulf Arab states.
This has given a green light to Israel to launch one of its heaviest attacks against Lebanon, killing over 250 people in a single day. Nations have condemned the heavy civilian death toll in the strikes. Spain condemned the strikes and said Israel violated the ceasefire by launching airstrikes on Lebanon. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has reacted on Lebanon not being included as part of the ceasefire, saying that the deal must extend to Beirut. France has urged all sides to respect the ceasefire, condemning Israeli strikes on Lebanon. The Lebanese Prime Minister Nawaf Salam said Israel attacked densely populated neighborhoods and killed defenseless civilians. The European Commission and the United Nations have also equally condemned the attack against civilians, saying that the strikes must end. The question now arises if the 2-week pause meant anything regarding peace process in the region. Can a peace deal hold if one country in the region continues to be targeted by a party in the ceasefire deal?
They are two-faced and good for nothing. That's what Pakistan's fate has turned out to be in this war. In the latest set of developments, Pakistan has once again deceived the ones who trusted it. Now Iran alleges Pakistan said and altered the actual truce, demanding that Tehran had sent for the United States.
Trump earlier called Iran's plan a 10-point wish list. Today, he called it a fake plan forwarded by a section of Western media.
So let me be clear and correct the record. The Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage by President Trump and his negotiating team. Many outlets in this room have falsely reported on that plan as being acceptable to the United States, and that is false. With the president's deadline fast approaching and the United States military completely decimating Iran with each passing hour, the regime acknowledged reality to the negotiating team. They put forward a more reasonable and entirely different and condensed plan to the president and his team. President Trump and the team determined the new modified plan was a workable basis on which to negotiate and to align it with our own 15-point proposal.
While Pakistan has invited the warring parties for peace talks, reports hint that J.D. Vance won't be traveling to Pakistan over security concerns. It was perceived earlier that Pakistan was towing America's line, but Pakistan was deceiving everyone. As per Iranian media reports, Pakistan has handed an entirely different version of agreements to Iran. On the other side, the Iranian media claims Islamabad handed a different version of the deal to the US, a version which was different from the one that Iran initially compiled. Meanwhile, Iran has slammed the US and Israel, saying going back on Lebanon is a deal breaker. In another major embarrassment, the Iranian ambassador to Pakistan deleted a post confirming that Tehran's negotiating team will arrive in Islamabad tonight. Iran's visit to Pakistan for talks now looks unlikely, leaving Pakistan to deal with the fallout of another embarrassment.
Breaking news coming in. US-Iran talks in Islamabad will be held at a military cantonment. Under tight security, Pakistan Army is going to take charge of the security arrangements. Breaking news that's coming in is there's going to likely be a terror threat that's looming large on the US-Iran talks in Pakistan. It's the entire Islamabad that's going to be declared a red zone by the Pak Army. There are going to be heavy vehicles not going to be allowed to enter Islamabad. Let me also go across to my colleague Gesu, who's joining us and giving us more details. Gesu, Pakistan Army is the one that they're going to be looking at for help. However, the big question is, how is the security going to be managed by a terror state like Pakistan?
Definitely, Rhythm. In fact, this goes on to speak volumes about Pakistan not trusting its own security system, its own people. They've been harboring terror outfits for so long that now they can't pick up any other choice rather than arranging these talks inside a military cantonment rather than a lush location. Now, one of the most important talks of 2026 being held inside an Islamabad military cantonment. Viewers, now let's take a look at what's been happening to the Strait of Hormuz, the largest economic corridor for all global oil supplies, the largest choke point for energy lifeline for the entire globe. Let's take a look at what has happened before and what has happened after the truce was announced by US President Donald Trump. Now, first we're going to look at April 6th, the day right before the truce was announced. Now, the status of the Strait of Hormuz remained limited North Corridor usage. Now remember, North Corridor completely manned by the IRGC Navy and Iran, and also Oman to some extent on the other side. Now 11 vessels passed through the Hormuz Strait on the 6th of April, just a day before the truce. In fact, those vessels also used Iran-held route through the Larak Island. That is the route that they had used to surpass the contentious waters. And 2 park-bound tankers had to make a U-turn since they did not have a permission from the IRGC. Now looking at 7th April, that is the day that the truce was announced by US President Donald Trump. Now the status for Strait of Hormuz remained highly selected and sanctioned. So they were selecting very few vessels and shipments that could pass through. Now remember, they've named only a handful of countries and India is a part of it. Not just that, India tops the list when it comes to the maximum number of vessels that have been passed through the contentious strait. Now 11 vessels on 7th also. 11 vessels passed through the Hormuz Strait on the 7th of April as well. This included 3 tankers and 4 bulk carriers. Now, this was classified as a sanctioned risk by the Iranian military. Now, we're talking about the 8th of April, the day after truce was announced by US President Donald Trump. You will see the number going down in a staggering manner. Just 2 to 3 vessels passed through the contentious strait, where on one hand, before truce and on the day of the truce, 6th and 7th of April, 11 vessels were going through. Right after the truce, only 2 to 3 vessels went through. Low traffic despite truce was noted, and this happened because of Israeli strikes that bombarded the southern Lebanese territories in what came to be known as the largest bombardment of Lebanon by the Israeli Defense Forces. Now, Greek and Liberian vessels managed to pass through on the 8th. Coming forward to the 9th of April, that is today, restricted and stalled movement is the status of the Strait of Hormuz as of now. Traffic has been halted completely after strikes on Lebanon continue to batter the entire Lebanese territory, aimed at targeting only Hezbollah targets, but because shipments have become so wary of crossing the strait, and remember, cargo and oil worth thousands of crores of dollars atop these vessels, and because of that, restricted and stalled movement has been now noted in the Strait of Hormuz. Now giving it a right back to my colleague Rhythm Bhardwaj, who will continue the conversation.
Thank you, Gesu. For that, the top focus is going to be on what Donald Trump has already said. He seems to be disappointed with NATO. He's also tweeting about it. But like we said, it clearly becomes economic looks that what geopolitical things that Donald Trump is now looking at. Much more after a short break. Stay on with us.
Where is he? 4 घंटे से वेट कर रही हूँ उसका. कहाँ है वो?
अब भी गया.
Let's continue with the shirt.
Sure. बंदे को लिनन पसंद है तो पसंद है. बोलो आप क्या बनवाओगे? लिनन बाय अरविंद.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला. डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट. स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है. स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान. अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, to show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not surrendering. Iran told him simply, you may be finished, we are not, and we will continue to fight. And don't give us through Pakistan a set of terms of surrender. Lay down your arms, give us your nuclear material, dismantle your own missile arsenal, make yourself totally helpless and dependent so that we can enjoy bombing you anytime we want some diversion or some sport. You know, that is the kind of language that he has used. You expect such a ceasefire offer to be accepted? You must be out of your mind. The simple fact is that Iran said an absolute blunt no. You may be finished, we are not. That is the clear implication of what Iran has said. Now, is Donald Trump prepared to go on? We have had a series of bad news emerging from Iran. The chief of the United States Central Command had said, we have total air supremacy over Iran. We can fly at will, bomb anything that moves. and Iran is totally helpless and supine at our feet. Famous last words. Within days, we found American aircraft getting shot out of the skies. 2 F-35s, 2 F-15s, shot out from the air, 1 Warthog A-10 ground attack aircraft, you see. And then if you count the aircraft on the ground, 1 AWAC Sentry A-3 AWAC aircraft.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा